Hey friends, tonight we're travelling back to 1929 once again, to a time when America was dancing to jazz music, women were cutting their hair short in defiance of their mothers, and everyone seemed convinced that prosperity would last forever. This is the story of what happened when that certainty crumbled, told not through the eyes of Wall Street bankers or government officials, but through the experiences of ordinary people whose lives changed in ways they never could have imagined. So before you get comfortable with me, take a moment to like the video and please let me know where are you listening from and how your day was. Now dim those lights, turn on a fan for some white noise and let's begin. Imagine America in 1928, a nation that had figured out the key to eternal bliss. 10 years had passed since the Great War, and Americans had a renewed sense of hope after that horrific struggle. Everyone was invited to a party that seemed to have been planned by the entire country and lasted for years. The sound of jazz leaking from speakeasy doors filled the night air in the cities, where electric lights painted the streets in warm yellow pools. Thank you very much. Women who had worked in offices and factories during the war years had found that they really enjoyed being independent and making their own decisions. They danced the Charleston with a freedom that would have been unimaginable only a few years ago, bobbed their hair, cut their skirts short, and scandalised their mothers. The air literally smelled of prosperity. It was the aroma of brand new cars coming off Henry Ford's production lines and the new leather of the seats in the Model T that regular families could now afford. With a machine that would have seemed like magic to his grandfather, a farmer's son could enter a car dealership and drive out, making them temples of the new American dream. America's new national pastime was the stock market. Housewives talked about their portfolios over afternoon tea with the same fervour they used to save for talking about their gardens, and barbershops were humming with advice on which stocks to purchase. It appeared so straightforward and infallible. You purchased stocks, they increased in value, and you profited. The fact that even Wall Street's shoeshine boys were giving stock advice should have been a red flag, but for some reason it seemed like evidence that prosperity had truly turned into democracy. Main Street was flourishing in small towns all over the nation, to the extent that later paintings by Norman Rockwell resembled documentary photography. The newest electric appliances were added to hardware stores' inventory. Big city fashion reached rural America, when department stores installed plate glass windows to showcase ready-made dresses and suits. Why wouldn't the president of the local bank be the most well-liked individual in town? People who thought economic growth was as dependable as sunrise were casually trusting banks to make loans. The nation had been miraculously connected by radio. In the evenings, families would congregate around their wooden Philco sets to listen to shows that helped them understand the broader narrative of America. Comedy shows from Chicago, jazz from New York, and a feeling that the entire nation was taking part in something amazing and unprecedented were all brought about by the radio. Farmers were finally starting to benefit from the country's prosperity after struggling for the majority of the decade. Agriculture was becoming more like modern industry thanks to mechanization, which was replacing back-breaking labour. A new tractor allowed a farmer to work land that, only a generation ago, would have taken a dozen men. Farm wives were learning the magic of electric vacuum cleaners and washing machines, and rural electrification programs were starting to install power lines in places that had never had electric lights. The credit system had developed to the point where it seemed reasonable to purchase nearly anything. Buy now, pay later was more than just a catchphrase. It was a way of thinking that represented America's optimism about its economic future. Instead of saving months to purchase a refrigerator, you could take it home today and pay for it over time. After all, there were plenty of jobs, wages were increasing, and the future would undoubtedly be more prosperous than the present, confident that their growing incomes would make the monthly payments manageable. Young couples were purchasing homes with down payments that would seem impossible by today's standards. On the outskirts of cities, neighbourhoods were emerging, with streetcar lines connecting them and modest homes that symbolised upward mobility for families whose parents had previously lived in hardscrabble farms or tenements. This optimism across the country was mirrored in the entertainment sector. Hollywood was making films that praised the achievements and inventiveness of Americans. As if human endurance itself was growing along with the economy, dance marathons attracted audiences who marvelled at couples who could dance for days. With figures like Babe Ruth representing a sort of exaggerated American success story, professional sports was starting to take off. The confidence of the time was even reflected in fashion. While women's clothing celebrated a new kind of freedom and mobility, men's suits became more relaxed and comfortable. Simple, elegant designs replaced the constricting corsets and ornate dresses of earlier generations, enabling the active lifestyles that prosperity was enabling. Most significantly, though, Americans in 1928 had grown to have an unwavering faith in progress itself. Problems were being solved by technology more quickly than they could be created. Everything from manufacturing to medicine was being revealed by science. Like a train that had left the station and could not be stopped, the future appeared not only bright but inevitable in its brightness. At the time, it didn't feel naive, but this wasn't naive optimism either. The prosperity of the United States was actually demonstrated. Innovations were changing everyday life, at a rate that left even the most astute observers speechless. Production was up, and unemployment was low. The majority of Americans in 1928 would have regarded you with the courteous confusion typically reserved for those who asserted that the Earth was flat, if you had suggested that their economic system was unstable or unsustainable. Of course, the warning signs were there. Farm prices were declining due to agricultural overproduction. Incomes were not keeping up with the rate of increase in consumer debt. The stock market was acting in a way that was speculative enough to worry experienced investors. However, these appeared to be small technical problems that could be readily fixed by the same American resourcefulness that had resolved all the other issues. As 1929 got underway, the majority of Americans were making plans for what appeared to be a better future than the one they were living in at the time. One that was more prosperous, more comfortable, and full of opportunities that would make rising in the morning an adventure rather than a chore. The crisp autumn weather that typically made people feel energized and optimistic arrived in New York in October 1929. The city had that strange clarity that comes with the first cool days after a long summer, and the leaves in Central Park were turning brilliant shades of red and gold. With men in dark suits moving with purpose down winding streets, the familiar sounds of construction and traffic, and the comforting bustle of a financial district that seemed to operate on pure confidence, Wall Street appeared exactly as it had for months. However, if you had been listening carefully that October, you may have observed minor shifts in the daily routine. Restaurant conversations were a little different now, still hopeful but with a hint of worry that had not been present during the summer. Like a normally dependable car that had begun to make strange noises, stock prices had been acting strangely, dropping sharply and then rising again. The morning of Thursday, October 24th started out in Manhattan just like any other fall morning. From subway stations, office workers came out with newspapers that contained the typical mix of social gossip, sports scores, and political news. There were some alarming figures in the financial pages, but nothing that would have seemed disastrous to the untrained eye. The majority of people were not as interested in the technical aspects of stock market fluctuations as they were in the latest Hollywood scandals or the World Series. However, something extraordinary was taking place inside the New York Stock Exchange. Sales orders were coming in more quickly than the system could handle them. There was a growing franticness to the familiar sounds of trading, the mechanical clicking of ticker tape machines and the voices calling out prices. By mid-morning, the market was unable to operate normally due to the overwhelming selling pressure. The mechanical wonders known as ticker tape machines, which had provided America with stock price updates, started to deteriorate rapidly. Crowds gathered around the slow-moving tape in brokerage offices across the nation to watch their investments vanish in real time. Due to the delay, stock prices were frequently significantly out of date by the time they were seen. Imagine seeing grown men looking at ticker tape in a general store in Iowa, or a barbershop in Detroit with the expressions of those who have just been in a car accident. Like morning mist, the informal confidence that had defined stock market conversations for years vanished. What started out as discussions about which stocks to purchase turned into urgent, whispered consultations about whether to sell. It was heartbreaking and surreal to watch the human drama unfold in brokerage offices. Well-dressed businessmen who had come feeling rich that morning found their paper profits gone by lunchtime. Clients would call secretaries in a panic, asking if the numbers they were seeing were legitimate. As it turned out, Black Thursday was like witnessing a masterfully composed symphony fall apart into anarchy. When put to the test by real panic, the financial system that had appeared so stable and predictable turned out to be surprisingly brittle. As they went about their daily lives, however, the majority of Americans saw the day not as an immediate crisis but as a distant rumble of trouble. A brief reprieve and a glimmer of hope that maybe the worst was over were brought about by the weekend. Financial leaders made comforting claims in newspapers that the market's fundamentals were still stable. The administration of President Hoover made optimistic forecasts regarding the disruption's transient nature. That weekend, a lot of Americans convinced themselves that the market's actions had been an anomaly rather than a warning. However, any last illusions regarding the crisis' transient nature were destroyed on Tuesday, October the 29th, also known as Black Tuesday. With even more vigour, the selling that had started the week before resumed. This time, there was no comeback, no rally in the afternoon to boost spirits. Millions of frantic decisions to sell at any price caused the market to simply collapse. Crowds gathered outside banks and brokerage houses in American cities, not to make investment decisions, but to learn what was happening to their life savings. People appeared stunned rather than angry, as if they were processing information that didn't fit with their conception of how the world worked. The atmosphere was remarkably quiet for such large gatherings. Black Tuesday's human cost wasn't immediately evident in striking ways. Most people didn't tear up stock certificates or jump out of windows. Rather, they returned home to dinner tables with quiet, unsure conversations. Youngsters felt that something significant had changed, but they weren't sure what it was. Rather than being dramatic, the first indication of trouble for many families was pragmatic. The father put off buying a new car indefinitely. The mother decided her old winter coat would last another season after shopping for a new one. Budgets for small luxury purchases, such as movie tickets, flowers for the table, and candy for the kids, were subtly cut. Perhaps even more important than the immediate financial harm was the psychological toll. For years, Americans had assumed that their economic system was fundamentally sound, and that short-term setbacks were always followed by recovery. That basic premise was called into question by Black Tuesday in ways that would change people's perspectives on money, security, and the future. Bank tellers were asked questions they were unable to respond to after years of urging clients to put their savings into the stock market. How do you tell a depositor that their money, which they believed was growing safely in conservative investments, has just disappeared? Given that the experts were so utterly mistaken about what was feasible, how can one continue to have faith in financial institutions? Suddenly, small business owners who had grown their operations on the basis of easy credit were exposed and overburdened. After stocking up for the holidays, the corner grocer found that consumers were suddenly much more frugal with their money. As prospective buyers decided that perhaps their old cars would last a few more years, the local car dealer watched his showroom empty. The psychological effects of the crash were felt even by those who had not made direct stock market investments. What other presumptions about contemporary life might be just as faulty if the experts could be so mistaken about something as basic as the stability of the market? A more cautious, uncertain approach to planning and spending started to replace the confident optimism that had defined the 1920s. In many respects, the week of the crash signalled the end of an era. It went beyond the fact that some investors had lost money or that stock prices had dropped. In ways that would impact American culture for generations, the entire system of presumptions regarding American prosperity, the correlation between effort and reward, and the validity of progress itself had been called into question. In late 1929, New York City was like a patient recuperating from major surgery, still breathing, still functioning, but moving more cautiously, questioning every sensation. From a distance, the city appeared identical, the same tall skyscrapers gleaming in the morning light, the same streams of traffic rushing through streets that resembled canyons, and the same vitality that had always made Manhattan seem like the center of the universe. The changes, however, were everywhere if you knew how to look. Previously bustling with stock tips, the shoe shine stands now provided services in almost complete silence. During what should have been peak hours, the upscale lunch restaurants that had been crowded with diners with expense accounts were left empty. People appeared to be moving with purpose but unsure of their destinations, as evidenced by the altered rhythm of foot traffic, which was less assured and more hurried. The Upper East Side's apartment complexes started to narrate tales of subdued economic turmoil. Families who had relocated to larger apartments during the boom years were forced to either look for smaller apartments they could truly afford or bargain with landlords for lower rent. The lavish dinner parties that had characterized social life in the 1920s either shrank in size, became more straightforward events, or vanished completely. Using the money from investments her late husband had made in railroad stocks, Martha Wilson, let's call her Martha, but she could have been any of thousands of women in similar situations. Her apartment on East 73rd Street featured windows overlooking a tree-lined street that felt like a haven in the middle of the city, a doorman, an elevator service. She'd gone shopping at Bloomingdale's in the mornings, to ladies' luncheons in the afternoons, and to the opera or theatre in the evenings. By December 1929, Martha was learning that railroad stocks were no longer a consistent source of income. Her first economy was firing her housekeeper, a difficult choice that required not only careful budgeting, but also the realization that she would need to make significant changes to her way of life. She learned how to manage household chores that she had never thought of as part of her duties, and how to prepare meals that she'd previously taken for granted. Perhaps more challenging than the practical adjustments was the psychological shift. Martha had to balance her perception of herself as a self-sufficient woman with the fact that she was now meticulously planning her grocery budget and determining whether she could afford a cab or if she would have to take the subway. She was no longer able to afford the social activities that had shaped her days. The financial district downtown was acclimating to a new reality, with the grim resolve that New Yorkers had always displayed during times of crisis. Just months before, brokerage firms that had hired dozens of clerks and runners were forced to lay off employees who had seemed indispensable. The survivors processed the paperwork of an economy that was contracting rather than growing, while putting in more hours for the same pay. With the practical urgency of people whose rent was due next month, young men who had come to New York with hopes of becoming wealthy on Wall Street were forced to reevaluate their career plans. Some brought tales of urban adventures that ended more suddenly than they had anticipated back to their hometowns. Others chose to stay and adjust, accepting positions that paid less than they had hoped for, but gave them the stable income that had suddenly gained more value than the prospect of extraordinary success. As consumers became more frugal with their spending, the entertainment sector, which had appeared to be immune to the recession during the boom, started to suffer. Broadway theatres that had anticipated packed houses were forced to provide matinee specials and discounted tickets. Double features and prize nights were introduced by movie theatres in an attempt to attract patrons who now considered entertainment to be a luxury rather than a need. Restaurants in the city adjusted with the kind of inventiveness that is frequently stimulated by economic pressure. Restaurants that had established their reputations on pricey ingredients and ornate presentations started serving simpler food at costs that mirrored the lower incomes of their patrons. Speakeasies that had prospered during the Prohibition era discovered that when people's disposable income decreased, even illegal drinking became more cost-conscious. Department stores such as Macy's and Gimbel's turned into research labs to study how consumer behavior shifts when caution replaces optimism. Consumers who used to peruse goods at leisure and buy things on a whim rather than out of necessity have turned into targeted buyers with meticulous budgets and lists. Sales clerks discovered that value and longevity were more important than style and novelty. The city's extensive network of small businesses, including family-run eateries, neighbourhood barbershops, and corner grocery stores, saw the crash as a slow tightening rather than an abrupt disaster. Once prompt bill payers started requesting credit extensions, specialty item orders decreased as consumers prioritised necessities. Like steam from the subway grates, the sporadic prosperity that had sustained thousands of small businesses started to dissipate. People who had previously used taxis now shared buses and subway cars with a wider range of the city's population, making public transportation a more democratic experience. As economic necessity brought people together who might have previously travelled in different spheres, the subway system, which had always been a great equaliser, became even more so. As a free venue for recreation and entertainment, Central Park gained new importance. Families that had previously spent weekends at pricey entertainment venues learned to enjoy easy picnics and strolls along the park's meandering paths. Conversations about jobs, prospects, and the uncertain future that everyone was attempting to navigate took place on the park benches informally. Communities of immigrants who had historically made up the majority of the city's workforce were especially susceptible to changes in the economy. Increased demand and dwindling resources put pressure on the networks of mutual support that had helped newcomers establish themselves, and factory jobs that had offered stable employment started to disappear. However, even in the face of crisis, New York's fundamental qualities, its adaptability, its resilience, and its unwavering refusal to let circumstances win, began to show. New goods were discovered for street vendors to sell. In the evolving economy, entrepreneurs found opportunities. The city that had established a reputation for ingenuity and ambition started the process of redefining itself for a world that was becoming less certain. The people navigating the streets below had learned some hard lessons about the distinction between appearance and reality. between fleeting prosperity and long-term security, but the skyline still soared toward heaven with the same bold confidence. Although New York was still New York, it was evolving into a more deliberate, cautious form of itself. There was little you could do but prepare as best you could and hope your preparations would be sufficient when the crash struck rural America like a slow-moving storm system. The rural experience was more akin to watching water slowly drain from a bathtub, steady and unrelenting but not necessarily disastrous on any given day, in contrast to the dramatic, immediate impact felt on Wall Street. In 1929, Tom Henderson, who could speak for any of the thousands of farmers in the Midwest, had been cautiously optimistic about his future. Harvest season had shown the value of the new tractor he had purchased on credit the year before, and his farm outside of Topeka, Kansas, had been yielding respectable corn and wheat crops. Given their recent success, his wife, Sarah, had been discussing improvements like installing indoor plumbing and possibly electricity. It was the weekly trip to town for mail and supplies that brought the crash to Tom's farm, not ticker tape or desperate phone calls. The banker who had granted Tom's tractor loan gave him a phony smile and said they might want to talk about adjusting the payment schedule to reflect the state of the economy. Although the conversation was courteous, even friendly, there was a subliminal message that Tom's financial status had deteriorated overnight. Cautious discussions about what was happening in the cities and what it might mean for rural communities replaced the weather and crop prices that had previously dominated conversations at the general store. In private, the storekeeper, who gave credit to the majority of his farming clients, was concerned about the number of accounts that might become challenging to collect. However, knowing that rural communities relied on mutual trust and support, he kept his worries to himself. Sarah Henderson felt the impact of the crash through a gradual tightening of the household budget that required constant small adjustments. The Chicago-based magazines she subscribed to ended up being an unnecessary expense. New kitchen curtain plans were put on hold indefinitely. The family's routine gradually vanished, along with the little comforts that had made farm life more enjoyable, such as store-bought cookies for the kids, a new dress for church, and sporadic outings to the county seat for entertainment. The rhythm of rural life served as a sort of buffer against the sharp fluctuations of the urban economic crisis. Regardless of the state of stock prices, farmers still had to milk cows twice a day. In accordance with natural cycles that had little to do with human economic systems, crops still had to be planted in the spring and harvested in the fall. During a period when many city dwellers felt totally disoriented, this routine offered both stability and perspective. However, in ways that earlier generations of farmers might not have noticed, the crash also revealed rural America's growing reliance on the larger national economy. Tom's corn was now used in commodity markets that spanned the continent, not just to feed his family and the neighborhood. Individual farms experienced the repercussions of those markets' contraction with unexpected force and speed. The tensions of the larger financial system started to be reflected in the local bank, which had previously appeared to be such a pillar of community stability. The bank president was torn between the human needs of his community and the increasingly strict requirements of banking regulations and economic reality. He knew most of his customers personally and had granted loans based on character as much as collateral. Small-town business owners found that their clients' spending habits had changed in minor but important ways. The owner of the hardware store observed that farmers were fixing their equipment more frequently rather than replacing it. Instead of buying ready-made clothing, the dress shop discovered that women were buying fabric to make their own clothes. Although these were not significant changes, they did reflect a move towards self-sufficiency and a waning faith in future prosperity. The Henderson Children's one-room schoolhouse served as a window into the impact of the crash on rural families. Youngsters started to wear older clothing, bring simpler lunches, and engage in fewer activities that cost money. The teacher, who frequently boarded with local families, turned into an unofficial social worker who was able to identify which kids might be lacking proper clothing or food. After urging farmers to modernize and expand their operations during the 1920s, agricultural extension agents found themselves providing a variety of advice in late 1929. Efficiency and conservation became more important than expansion and innovation. Farmers were now urged to diversify and make sure they could provide for their families regardless of market conditions, after previously being urged to focus on cash crops. A lifeline for information and emotional support, the rural telephone system was still relatively new in many places. Party lines buzzed with conversations about who was struggling, who might need help, and how communities could support their members through uncertain times. The local exchanges operator took on the role of an unofficial community coordinator, bringing together those in need of help and those who might be able to offer it. Church congregations discovered that they were taking on more responsibilities as networks of practical and spiritual support. While prayers for economic recovery were offered during Sunday services, the real work took place in fellowship halls and church basements, where local communities arranged clothing exchanges, food drives, and unofficial job placement services. The minister frequently turned into a financial advisor, assisting families in making tough choices regarding debt and expenditure. Country doctors found that their patients were delaying medical care that wasn't absolutely necessary, paying for services with labour or produce instead of money, and using folk medicine and home remedies more and more. The doctor's rounds grew longer and more intricate as he struck a balance between his knowledge of his patients' financial constraints and professional medical judgment. The local newspaper, which had chronicled the community's prosperity during the boom years, began to focus more on practical advice and community cooperation. Once praising modernisation and progress, editorial pages now highlighted the benefits of self-reliance, thrift and camaraderie. Reports of lavish parties gave way to stories about collaborative efforts and community service projects in social columns. However, the reaction of rural America to the crash also demonstrated advantages that urban regions occasionally lacked. Farming communities had always been aware of economic uncertainty. They lived in constant fear that their prosperity could be drastically impacted by uncontrollable market forces, illness, and weather. They had developed resilience and adaptability as a result of this experience, which helped them when the overall economy collapsed. The customs of rural life, such as quilting bees, barn raisings, and harvest cooperatives, gained new importance as economic necessities. When resources became limited but labour and camaraderie were plentiful, communities that had appeared to be moving away from these antiquated customs found their value again. During this time, children who grew up on farms learned lessons about community cooperation and self-sufficiency that would shape their entire outlook on life. They witnessed their parents handle tough choices with grace, adjust to uncontrollable situations, and hold on to hope for better days while navigating the realities of the present. In the months after the crash, the ability of regular Americans to innovate, adapt, and maintain their dignity in the face of unimaginable adversity was made evident. In late 1929 and early 1930, millions of people were subtly reimagining their everyday lives with a creativity born of necessity, but it wasn't as dramatic or newsworthy as breadlines and bank failures would later become. Eleanor Murphy, a secretary in an insurance office in Detroit, found that her small investment portfolio suddenly had far less value than her clerical skills. Those who stayed had to perform the duties of 2 or 3 people as companies started to lay off employees. Even though Eleanor's days grew longer and more demanding, she was thankful for her stable job at a time when many others were losing theirs. She increased her typing speed, learned shorthand, and became indispensable by taking on tasks that had previously been split among several employees. Her evenings, which she used to spend with friends at restaurants or movies, were now devoted to household engineering, figuring out how to stretch her pay to pay for things that used to seem doable. She discovered how to make economical and nourishing meals, how to repair rather than buy new clothes, and how to find entertainment that didn't require her to spend money she needed for groceries and rent. The apartment complex where Eleanor lived turned into a miniature example of urban adaptation. Once courteous strangers, neighbours started to work together in little but significant ways. Alterations were provided by a person with a sewing machine. After losing his job as a shoe salesman, another tenant started fixing shoes for the building's occupants. A woman whose husband was on business established a small laundry service, drying her clothes on the building's roof and in the bathtub of her apartment. The Kowalski family in Chicago found that in order to thrive in the shifting economic climate, their modest grocery store had to change. Stefan Kowalski had established his company by offering a community of working-class families high-quality goods and amiable service. He adjusted by providing credit, taking barter agreements, and carrying less costly substitutes for the name-brand goods that had been his staple as his clients' incomes grew less consistent. In ways that surprised both of them, Anna Kowalski, who had previously concentrated on running the home while Stefan operated the store, joined him as a business partner. Despite having to make tough choices regarding pricing and credit due to economic pressure, she found a knack for bookkeeping and customer service that allowed the store to keep its ties to the community. Their kids gained hands-on experience in business and the realities of financial hardship by learning to work in the store after school. An unofficial economy built on cooperation and innovative problem-solving emerged in the area surrounding the Kowalski store. Mrs. O'Brien began taking in laundry and doing repairs after her husband was fired from the steel mill. The Rossi family grew a garden in their backyard and started selling vegetables. An unofficial garage was established in the alley behind his apartment building by Mr. Johnson, a laid-off mechanic who fixed cars and bicycles for neighbours who paid him with food, small loans or promises of future work. Children displayed the extraordinary resilience that frequently defines young people facing adversity as they adjusted to the changing circumstances. They learned to find amusement in small pleasures, created games that didn't require store-bought toys, and gradually realised that their family's less fortunate circumstances meant they had to be more responsible and less demanding than they might have been in more prosperous times. Families who believed that education was the key to better opportunities for their kids placed an even greater value on education. Even in situations where immediate income would have been useful, parents who had previously thought about letting older children drop out of school to pursue employment opportunities now insisted that education was an investment that couldn't be compromised. In addition to being educators, teachers also became social workers and community counsellors, assisting families in overcoming the psychological and practical difficulties brought on by unstable economic conditions. As people looked for free entertainment and education, libraries saw a resurgence. Once mostly used by academics and researchers, the reading rooms were now open to families searching for inexpensive evening activities. Library programs grew to include useful workshops on subjects like cooking, budgeting, and home repair, and librarians became informal counsellors on everything from household management to job hunting tactics. Congregations of religious people became more and more significant as hubs for both practical and spiritual support. Food pantries, clothing drives, and job placement services were arranged by churches, synagogues, and other places of worship. Religious communities became test sites for the type of mutual aid that would eventually be codified in government programs, and religious leaders found themselves advising families on matters of both financial and spiritual concern. Local businesses that survived the initial shock of the crash did so by developing closer relationships with their customers and communities. Men began exchanging information about job openings at the corner barbershop, which evolved into an unofficial employment agency. Regular patrons were given credit at the neighbourhood diner, which also served as a gathering spot for those planning community service initiatives. In order to provide the social services that larger corporations were unable or unwilling to provide, small businesses learned to operate on thinner margins. Specifically, women found that the crisis had created new chances for initiative and leadership. Whether through formal employment or the unofficial economy of food preparation, small-scale manufacturing, and domestic services, many became the main providers for their families. Cooking, sewing, and managing the home, skills that had been viewed as women's work in prosperous times, all of a sudden became important economic assets. Though subtle, the cultural shift was significant. What could be referred to as conspicuous competence replaced the conspicuous consumption that had defined the 1920s. People took pride in their capacity to get by on less, to come up with innovative solutions to real-world issues, and to preserve their sense of self and community despite less favourable circumstances. Once centred on social activities, neighbourhood organisations started to focus on practical needs. Cooperative buying groups were established by women's clubs in order to obtain better deals on household goods and groceries. Fraternal groups for men developed into networks for exchanging job openings and planning volunteer projects in the community. Potluck dinners, amateur theatrical productions, and other recreational activities that prioritised participation over consumption replaced costly entertainment as the primary social activity. Families split up by the pursuit of employment and opportunity were reunited by the postal service. Letters contained useful information about jobs, living conditions in various cities, and survival tactics that had worked in other communities in addition to personal news. In times of uncertainty, the custom of sending and receiving letters offered emotional support that kept people connected and hopeful. The new reality even affected fashion. Instead of replacing their entire wardrobe, women learned to update it with accessories and alterations. Men carefully repaired and maintained their suits to extend their lifespan. Classic styles and practical considerations became the focus of fashion magazines that had previously encouraged constant change and novelty. In the immediate aftermath of the crash, Americans showed greater resourcefulness, community spirit, and adaptability than the 1920s prosperity had demanded. Qualities that had always existed but had been obscured by the ease and optimism of the boom years were brought to light by the crisis. Shock can be absorbed by culture and turned into something that makes sense of the experience. American culture underwent a subtle but profound transformation in the months after the crash, not immediately, not drastically, but with the kind of slow change that only becomes apparent in hindsight. Exuberant jazz, upbeat dance tunes, and songs that celebrated youth and prosperity, the music that had characterized the 1920s, started to sound a little out of step with the prevailing sentiment in the country. Having always been keen observers of public opinion, musicians and songwriters began to produce music that represented a wider range of emotions. The blues-influenced melodies that acknowledged struggle while retaining hope replaced the brassy confidence of earlier jazz. Radio programming was remarkably sensitive to the shifting circumstances of its listeners. Programs that provided helpful advice, amateur talent competitions involving regular people, and serialized dramas that addressed family issues and community collaboration gradually supplanted shows that had previously concentrated on glitzy lifestyles and pricey entertainment. The radio evolved into a mirror reflecting the experiences of its listeners, rather than a window into an idealized world. Hollywood, which had made its name on glitzy fantasies and escapist entertainment, started making movies that addressed viewers who were facing financial instability. Movies about regular people dealing with extraordinary challenges joined the late 1920s sophisticated comedies and romantic dramas. While audiences still desired entertainment, they also desired stories that took into account the realities of their everyday lives. The times started to be reflected in literature in both overt and covert ways. Stories about successful businesses and affluent socialites gave way to stories about community collaboration and family resiliency in popular magazines. Fiction that examined the psychological and social effects of economic upheaval was added to the adventure tales and romantic fantasies that had dominated magazine stands. Newspapers now offer readers helpful advice for navigating uncertain times rather than just reporting on events. Once, investment-focused financial pages started to provide guidance on debt management and budgeting. Stories about family resourcefulness and community cooperation started to appear on social pages that had previously documented lavish parties and costly entertainment. The advertising industry, which had mastered the art of generating consumer goods desire, had to come up with new tactics for audiences that prioritized necessity over luxury. Instead of focusing on status and novelty, advertisements started to highlight practical benefits, value, and durability. It was necessary to reframe the psychological appeals that had worked so well in prosperous times for consumers who were becoming more frugal with their spending. While still emphasizing beauty and style, fashion magazines started to highlight affordability and adaptability. Features on how to update existing wardrobes, sew at home, and take care of clothing counterbalanced articles about pricey designer clothing. The fashion industry found that readers might be more interested in originality and inventiveness than in the newest styles from New York or Paris. Sports continued to be popular, but their cultural connotations changed. Heroes and entertainment from professional sports persisted, but amateur and community sports that prioritized involvement over spectatorship gained popularity. Basketball teams, local baseball leagues, and other community sports initiatives gained importance as places to socialize and have fun in ways that would become increasingly clear in the years that followed. Art reflected the shifting times. In the affluent 1920s, artists who had been experimenting with abstract and experimental forms started producing more approachable art that was more closely related to everyday life. While artistic expressions that addressed broader audiences about common experiences of challenge and adaptation replaced the avant-garde, it did not vanish. While theatre continued to be a significant entertainment medium, it started to tackle new issues and themes. Productions that examined family dynamics, community relationships, and the psychological effects of economic change joined plays that had previously concentrated on sophisticated urban life and social satire. As more people looked for creative outlets and entertainment that didn't require large sums of money, community theatre groups became more active. Education began to emphasize practical skills alongside traditional academic subjects. To help students deal with an uncertain economic future, schools added courses in small business operations, household management, and other subjects to their vocational programs. There was renewed emphasis on, and support, for the idea that education should not only refine culture, but also prepare students for success in the real world. Community organisations found that their function had broadened to encompass cultural programming and practical assistance, in addition to social activities. Home economics and financial management lectures were arranged by women's clubs. Seminars on business development and job training were sponsored by men's fraternal organisations. Congregations expanded their traditional spiritual mission to include community education and social services. Even the definition of leisure was changing. Leisure in the affluent 1920s had frequently meant spending money on entertainment, dining out, and the newest technology or fashions. Participation became the new definition of leisure, creating rather than merely consuming, playing games rather than merely watching, and producing music rather than merely listening to it. There was a resurgence of entertainment at home. Reading aloud, playing cards, and getting together around the piano for casual concerts were all enjoyed again by families. Cooking from scratch, needlework, woodworking and gardening, skills that had seemed outdated during the jazz era, regained their status as both useful necessities and sources of fulfillment. Individual success, material accumulation, and competitive achievement, values that had characterized American culture during the boom years, were not lost, but they were replaced by a fresh appreciation of collaboration, frugal living, and community cohesion. From getting ahead to getting through, and from making it big to making do, the cultural narrative started to change. In order to reflect the new realities, language itself changed. The terms economy, thrift, conservation, and cooperation, which had seemed meaningless in prosperous times, gained new significance and urgency as they entered common speech. The language of mutual support and careful management replaced the language of plenty. Children's culture was particularly inventive in its adaptation. Versions of games and toys that could be made at home using readily available materials took the place of those that had previously depended on manufactured materials. Themes of family collaboration, civic duty, and finding joy in small pleasures rather than far-flung adventures or pricey belongings started to appear in children's literature. The new culture was not wholly grim or gloomy. Americans had always been exceptionally adept at finding humour in trying situations, and in the years after the crash, a certain type of comedy emerged that recognised adversity without allowing it to defeat it. Jokes about frugal spending, ingenuity, and surviving on less became a means of coping with challenging situations while preserving spirits. During the modernising 1920s, folk traditions that had appeared to be fading gained new significance. Songs, tales, and traditions that stressed communal values and common sense were brought back to life and modified for the modern era. During uncertain times, the cultural legacy that had appeared antiquated during the jazz era offered continuity and stability. As national consumer culture became less accessible to many families, regional cultures gained importance. After being eclipsed by national brands and mass-produced entertainment, local customs, regional cuisine, and community practices once again gained importance as sources of continuity and identity. During this time, cultural institutions that were able to adapt to new ways of serving their communities, while retaining their fundamental qualities, were the ones that survived and prospered. Museums offered free or low-cost educational programs. Concert halls served as places for the community to come together. Libraries now offer both cultural and practical resources as part of their expanded services. The cultural change even started to show in the way communities looked. Simpler, more functional storefronts replaced the ornate commercial displays that had defined the boom years. As people looked for free or low-cost places to relax and socialise, public spaces were kept up and used more frequently. American society would ultimately undergo a fundamental transformation as a result of the cultural shifts that started in the months after the crash. A more complex culture was replacing the individualistic consumer culture of the 1920s, one that preserved American inventiveness and optimism while embracing lessons about collaboration, environmental preservation, and the value of community support in trying times. This cultural change wasn't quick or consistent. Communities varied in how and how quickly they adapted. However, the general trend was evident. American culture was growing more realistic, grounded, and centered on the kinds of principles that enable societies to withstand adversity, while preserving their core identity and optimism for the future. Americans were experiencing what many still hoped would be a brief economic adjustment as 1930 got underway, rather than the start of a 10-year transformation. Although the crash's immediate panic had passed, the underlying changes it had sparked were beginning to take hold and would alter American society for many generations to come. Ordinary people were already establishing the unofficial networks and adaptations that would eventually impact official government programs, even as the legislative and policy responses to the crash were still in their infancy. Local job-sharing agreements, neighbourhood mutual aid organisations and community food cooperatives were all developing naturally out of the pressing needs of those attempting to support their families and communities. A family doctor in Columbus, Ohio, named Dr. James Harrison, found himself treating not only physical ailments, but also the mental anguish brought on by unstable economic conditions. He had never seen so many patients suffering from depression, anxiety, and insomnia. However, he also noticed that people were adjusting to their altered circumstances with incredible inventiveness and resilience. Dr. Harrison started to realise that his responsibilities went beyond providing standard medical care. He ended up acting as an informal social worker for families whose issues were as much financial as medical, advising them on financial choices that had an impact on their health, and putting patients in touch with local resources. Professionals across the nation were replicating his experience, finding that the crash had dissolved the conventional lines between various forms of support and service. The business community was gaining knowledge that would impact American trade for many years to come. Businesses that made it through the initial shock found that community ties and customer loyalty were more valuable than they had thought during the boom years. Companies that had only concentrated on increasing profits had to adjust to a new environment where enduring connections and community standing were more important than immediate profits. Particularly local banks were learning that their contribution to the community went well beyond straightforward business dealings. During uncertain times, bank presidents found themselves acting as unofficial economic advisors, coordinators of community development and sources of stability. Banks that recognized their role as community institutions rather than solely as profit-making businesses were the ones that made it through. Fundamental issues regarding their function in preparing youth for an uncertain future were starting to be raised by educational institutions. The practical and vocational programs of schools that had previously concentrated on academic preparation for white-collar jobs were being expanded. Curricula that prioritized theoretical knowledge over practical skills were being re-examined by universities. The crash made clear how inadequate academic education is at preparing people for economic uncertainty. Students and their families were calling for more hands-on training, a greater focus on skills that would be useful in any economic climate, and improved readiness for the kind of resilience and adaptability that the shifting economy appeared to demand. Labour groups were shifting their priorities from wage talks and working conditions to more general issues like job security and the well-being of the community. As the number of unemployed and underemployed workers started to rise, union leaders found themselves fighting not only for their existing members but also for these newcomers. Work itself was being redefined. The employment expectations and career pathways that had appeared stable in the 1920s were turning out to be more brittle than anyone had expected. Employees were being taught to acquire a variety of skills, to think of their careers in terms of flexibility rather than straight-line advancement, and to see job security as something they had to create rather than something their employers would offer. As a result of shifting social norms and economic necessity, women's roles in families and communities were growing. Women who had never thought of working outside the home were learning how to make money. Women who had previously worked were staying in the workforce longer or going back to work when their family's financial situation demanded it. As everyone had to contribute in whatever way they could due to economic pressure, the traditional division of labour within families was becoming less rigid. Men were forced to learn skills that had previously been viewed as the domain of women. Women's roles were extended beyond traditional household management, and children were given greater responsibility. Community and religious groups were creating new services and programs that would eventually serve as models for social programs run by the government. Churches were setting up systems for food distribution, family counselling, and employment networks. Cooperative businesses, skill-sharing initiatives, and networks of mutual support were being established by community organisations to help people retain their dignity while getting aid. A more realistic view of technology's role in social and economic stability was tempering the technological optimism that had defined the 1920s. Instead of just making life more exciting or opulent, people were learning to value innovations that made life more economical and efficient. Technology as a useful tool replaced technology as a spectacle. A change in agriculture was starting that would eventually change rural America. Farmers were learning to think of themselves as part of larger economic systems rather than as independent operators, to diversify their crops and sources of income, and to use scientific methods to improve efficiency rather than just increase production. New perspectives on agricultural policy and rural development were necessary as a result of the crash's demonstration of the interdependence of the rural and urban economies. Farmers were coming to understand that the health of the larger economy, which bought their goods and met their needs, was just as important to their success as their own hard work. Lessons learned from the crash regarding the significance of community self-sufficiency and economic resilience were starting to be reflected in urban planning and community development. Communities were starting to consider how to preserve vital services and economic opportunities during times of diminished prosperity, and cities were re-evaluating development patterns that had prioritized growth over sustainability. Values and expectations were changing more fundamentally as a result of the cultural changes that had started right after the crash. The 1920s individualistic success culture was giving way to a more nuanced view of success that encompassed not only material success, but also family stability, personal resilience, and community service. These changes weren't happening consistently or without opposition. Many Americans still held out hope that the crash was merely a brief disruption of regular prosperity rather than a significant change in the state of the economy. However, the changes people were making in their daily lives were establishing new norms and expectations that would have an impact on American culture long after the economy had improved. Eventually, the social programs, business practices, and cultural values that would define American society for the remainder of the 20th century would sprout from the seeds sown during this time of adaptation and adjustment. Formal social safety nets would develop from the unofficial networks of support. Corporate policies would eventually adopt the business practices that prioritized community connection. Instead of being the exception, educational methods that struck a balance between theoretical knowledge and real-world experience would become the standard. Most significantly, Americans were learning that security and prosperity were not something to be taken for granted. But they were also learning that their society had reserves of creativity, resilience, and support for one another that could enable them to deal with uncertainty while preserving their core beliefs and aspirations for the future. As we come to the end of this pivotal time, it's important to consider how the everyday experiences of the 1929 crash and its immediate aftermath continue to impact American life in both overt and covert ways, some reverberating into our own era and others lasting for decades. The lessons learned from the crash stayed with the generation that experienced it as adults. They became the parents who prioritized financial stability over financial opportunity, insisted that their kids acquire practical skills, and saved money instead of spending it. These were the grandparents who maintained well-stocked pantries, who didn't discard anything that might come in handy later, and who defined success not by material possessions but by security. These values were complexly internalized by their children, who grew up during the Great Depression. By emphasizing consistent work, prudent spending, and long-term planning, some people adopted the lessons of caution and thrift and became the cornerstone of America's post-war prosperity. Others rebelled against what they perceived as overly cautious behavior, and they went on to become the risk-takers and entrepreneurs who propelled American innovation in the mid-1900s. Modern American social and economic policy was ultimately built on the institutional reforms that started in the months after the crash. Formal social safety nets developed from unofficial community support networks. Business strategies that prioritized community service and customer relationships evolved into accepted methods of corporate governance. American public education was modeled after educational innovations that struck a balance between academic and practical training. The regulatory frameworks that arose as a direct result of the crash included federal insurance programs, securities oversight, and banking regulation. However, the informal adaptations made by regular people in the immediate aftermath of the crisis served as the basis for these official policies. A fundamental shift in American values that affected everything from family structures to artistic expression was a result of the cultural shifts that started in 1929. A more complex culture emerged from the consumer culture of the 1920s, one that incorporated lessons about the value of community, conservation, and mutual support while retaining American optimism and inventiveness. This era gave rise to literature, music, and art that reflected themes that would reverberate across American society. The value of family and community ties, the dignity of routine labor, the fortitude of individuals confronting extraordinary adversity, and the potential for finding fulfillment and meaning in situations that did not involve material abundance. Communities' responses to the crash varied by region. which led to long-lasting differences in American social and political culture. Communities that established robust customs of mutual aid and community collaboration served as the cornerstone for collective action and the support of social programs. American traditions of entrepreneurship and personal accountability have persisted because of regions that prioritized individual adaptation and self-reliance. Modern macroeconomic policy eventually grew out of the economic theories and methods that arose from the crash's analysis. For many years, government policy was shaped by the realization that economic systems needed active management as opposed to straightforward laissez-faire methods. It became a fundamental premise of American political discourse that the well-being of individuals and communities was linked to the stability of the economy as a whole. The spectacular but unworkable technological advancements of the boom years were frequently outperformed by those that arose during the period of economic constraint in terms of durability and usefulness. Post-crash innovation's emphasis on effectiveness, robustness, and real-world use became a defining characteristic of American technological advancement. Additionally, the crash had a long-lasting impact on Americans' perceptions of risk and security. The relationship between opportunity and danger was better understood by the generation that experienced the immediate aftermath. They improved their ability to spot early indicators of economic instability and strengthened their resolve to keep reserves and backup plans in place in case of emergencies. Libraries that extended their services, churches that created social programs, and schools that balanced academic and practical education were among the community institutions that successfully adjusted to the post-crash environment. These institutions became models that impacted institutional development across the United States. Americans learned from the crash that their most valuable institutions were those that could change to meet the needs of the community in both prosperous and challenging times. The crash's global ramifications and the US response to it created trends that would shape US foreign policy for many years to come. A fundamental tenet of American foreign policy is the recognition of the link between global and domestic economic stability. Everything from trade policy to international development initiatives was impacted by the realization that American prosperity was partially dependent on the state of the world economy. Long-lasting alterations in American gender roles and family structures were also influenced by the crash and its aftermath. Long-term shifts in perceptions of women's potential and opportunities were influenced by the economic necessity that forced women to assume larger roles in both families and communities. More adaptable views of gender norms and family duties resulted from the experiences of men whose traditional roles, as the main breadwinners, were called into question by economic conditions. Although not entirely understood at the time, the crash's effects on the environment were also noteworthy. Early recognition of the significance of sustainable resource use was aided by the emphasis on efficiency and conservation that resulted from economic necessity. Patterns that would later impact agricultural and environmental policy were established by the local food production and consumption that became necessary during times of economic hardship. Most significantly, the crash showed that American society had extraordinary reserves of fortitude, ingenuity, and camaraderie that could be called upon in emergency situations. As models for how communities could handle future difficulties, the unofficial networks and adaptable tactics that developed in the months after the crash became an enduring component of American social infrastructure. The tales of Dr. Harrison, the Kowalski family, Eleanor Murphy, and Tom and Sarah Henderson weren't particularly noteworthy or unique. They symbolized the experiences of millions of Americans who learned that they could adjust to situations they never would have thought possible, finding dignity and meaning in situations that contradicted their fundamental beliefs about safety and prosperity. Their experiences were ingrained in the collective memory of Americans, helping to foster a national awareness that the welfare of the community and individual success were closely related, that prosperity could not be taken for granted, but could be restored with hard work and collaboration, and that the most valuable assets of any society were the moral fibre, inventiveness, and camaraderie of its members. Think about how the 1929 crash story relates to your own life in both overt and covert ways, as you curl up deeper under your blanket and feel the soft weight of sleep starting to take you over. The circumstances that the people we met tonight, Eleanor learning to stretch her salary, Tom Henderson renegotiating his farm loans, the Kowalskis adjusting their small business, and Dr. Harrison deepening his understanding of community service, had to deal with were unprecedented for them, but they were all familiar to anyone who has ever experienced economic uncertainty. Their narrative serves as a reminder that community support and personal resiliency are not merely historical oddities, but rather essential needs. Anyone managing the intricacies of contemporary economic life can still benefit from the unofficial networks of support for one another, the innovative responses to shifting conditions, and the harmony between individual initiative and group responsibility that developed in the wake of the crash. The 1929 crash was more than just a historical occurrence. It was a manifestation of human adaptability and vulnerability. Fragility was brought about by the same forces that brought about prosperity, but the same ingenuity and collaboration that enabled people to weather the crisis also set the stage for stability and expansion in the future. As you fall asleep, you may dream of farmers looking through their account books by lamplight, of ticker tape machines clicking out their cryptic messages, or of families huddled around radio sets that provided both reassuring entertainment and upsetting news. These dreams link you to an ongoing American narrative concerning the interplay between personal aspirations and the well-being of the community, material wealth and personal safety, and the promises of advancement and the realities of human frailty. We can learn from the 1929 crash that economic systems are ultimately human constructs that represent human relationships, values, and decisions. Those who survived the crash learned that their most valuable assets were not their money, but rather their abilities, connections, and ability to support one another. The significance of these resources has not changed since 1929. You will be carrying on the narrative that started long before the crash, and will continue long after our present economic difficulties are resolved. When you wake up tomorrow and examine your own financial status, make your own financial decisions, and engage in your own community networks. The crash serves as a reminder that prosperity is a state that needs ongoing care and attention rather than a destination. Security comes from building the institutions, connections, and abilities that will enable us to deal with any situation that may arise, not from amassing wealth. The crash's most significant lesson, though, may be that people are incredibly resilient, inventive, and adaptive when they cooperate. Anyone dealing with uncertainty or change can learn from the unofficial support systems, innovative solutions to real-world issues, and the harmony between individual initiative and group collaboration that arose following the crash. You can rest easy knowing that you're a part of the ongoing human narrative of adaptability, fortitude, and camaraderie. Although the difficulties you encounter are personal, you're connected to everyone who has ever had to adjust to situations beyond their direct control by the resources you have. Creativity, relationships, community connections, and the collective knowledge of others who have encountered comparable difficulties. The fact that people have always managed to survive, adapt, and even flourish in situations that at first glance seemed insurmountable may be the most consoling realization of all. The people of 1929 had no idea how their story would turn out, but they handled it with honour, ingenuity, and camaraderie, which enabled them to rise above the rubble of what they had lost and create something better. Your ability to adjust, support, and receive support from the communities you're a part of is how their story lives on in yours. Sweet dreams, and may you rest in the knowledge that we still possess the human ability to bounce back and the resiliency that kept our forebears going. Thomas Jefferson was born on April 13th, 1743, at Shadwell, a plantation in the Virginia Piedmont. His father, Peter Jefferson, was a surveyor and landowner renowned for physical strength and an adventurous spirit. His mother, Jane Randolph, came from a prominent family. Growing up amid rolling hills and dense forests, young Thomas embraced the frontier ethos even as he absorbed the genteel expectations of the colonial gentry. He delighted in full horseback rides, the hush of mountain trails, and the hum of intellectual debate courtesy of visiting tutors. By the 1750s, Virginia's plantation economy thrived on tobacco cultivation, with an enslaved workforce forming its backbone. Peter Jefferson owned enslaved labourers, and Thomas grew up witnessing the institution's daily operations, an uneasy inheritance that would later spark internal conflict in his adult years. But as a child he balanced field observations with classical studies. His father died when Thomas was 14, leaving him a sizable estate, but also the burden of paternal absence. This responsibility shaped him, instilling a drive for self-reliance and scholarly achievement. Around age 17, Jefferson enrolled at the College of William and Mary in Williamsburg. He immersed himself in philosophy, mathematics, and the law, studying under influential mentors like George Wythe. Late-night reading sessions at the Royal Governor's Palace Library fostered his fascination with Enlightenment thinkers, John Locke, Montesquieu, and others. Their calls for reason over tradition resonated with Jefferson, who scoured texts on government, science, and ethics. He also cultivated his violin skills, joining small music gatherings that balanced his rigorous academic schedule. After concluding his college years, Jefferson read law with Wythe, forging a bond that melded legal rigour with ethical inquiry. This training hammered into him the notion that laws must be grounded in rational principles, not arbitrary decrees. Meanwhile, he kept track of tensions brewing between the colonies and Britain, attending assemblies where taxation and representation roiled the gentry. Even then, Jefferson's reflective nature showed he was not the most boisterous voice, but his private letters revealed a keen sense of injustice at Parliament's intrusions. By 1767, he began practicing law. After being admitted to the bar, he frequently represented small landholders in property disputes or merchants caught up in customs enforcement. Observers noted his calm demeanour, meticulous arguments, and persuasive writing. He built a reputation as a reliable advocate who valued clarity over theatrics. That skill set would soon extend to political life, as colonial unrest over the Stamp Act and Townshend duties escalated. Parallel to his legal career, Jefferson oversaw the expansion of Monticello, his future architectural masterpiece perched on a hill near Shadwell. He had begun designing the house in his early 20s, referencing Palladian styles gleaned from books. The property's vantage offered sweeping views, symbolising for Jefferson both intellectual curiosity and the potential of the new world. He adored the notion of designing living spaces with geometric harmony, installing hidden staircases, symmetrical wings, and carefully proportioned rooms. Monticello was not just a home, but a living laboratory for architecture, horticulture, and personal reflection. In 1769, he won a seat in the Virginia House of Burgesses, marking his formal entry into public affairs. He arrived in a tense climate. Radical voices called for boycotts of British goods. Jefferson, though quietly spoken, sided with the emerging patriots. He penned resolutions decrying British overreach. Though initially mild in tone, over time his pen would sharpen as London doubled down on the colonial authority. Around this era he courted Martha Wells Skelton, a young widow famed for musical talent and a gentle spirit. They married on New Year's Day at 1772, forging a partnership that would shape Jefferson's personal life. She joined him at Monticello. Though her health was fragile, they spent tranquil moments reading or playing duets, Jefferson on violin, Martha on harpsichord. Their bond was tender, yet overshadowed by the mortality rates of the period. Over their decade together, Martha bore children, but only 2 daughters survived to adulthood. Her eventual passing left Jefferson in deep mourning and likely influenced his future emotional reserve. Early in the 17th century, Jefferson found himself on the brink of a more significant colonial crisis. The Boston Tea Party erupted, the British closed the port of Boston, and the call for intercolonial unity grew louder. Jefferson's pen, influenced by his legal background and Enlightenment convictions, would soon craft arguments that soared beyond local assemblies. Fate was guiding him toward the epicenter of revolutionary debate, where he had become a pivotal voice championing independence and articulating a new model of governance. For now, though, he was a rising Virginian notable, poised, methodical, and quietly determined, with Monticello as both sanctuary and symbol of evolving ideals. Jefferson's political instincts emerged as colonial tensions escalated into outright conflict. In 1774 he drafted A Summary View of the Rights of British America, a pamphlet addressing colonial grievances. Though less famous than later texts, it signalled a decisive shift, arguing that Parliament had no authority to govern the colonies without their consent. This stance, radical for its time, circulated widely. Some older patriots found it brash, but for Jefferson, it was a matter of logical extension. If reason and natural rights were universal, British claims to dominion flouted moral law. Virginia recognised Jefferson's talents, sending him in 1774 to the Second Continental Congress in Philadelphia. The environment crackled with possibility. Delegates from 13 colonies debated whether to petition the crown or brace for independence. Jefferson's stoic presence, overshadowed by the fiery rhetoric of John Adams or the gravitas of Benjamin Franklin, masked his deep convictions. He served on committees, drafting formal statements. As skirmishes around Lexington and Concord flared into the Revolutionary War, the push for full independence intensified. In June 1776, the Congress appointed a 5-man committee to draft a declaration asserting the colony's break from Britain. Despite his relative youth, Jefferson was chosen, with Adams and Franklin among the others. They recognized his gift for articulate prose, honed by years of reading Enlightenment treatises. Holed up in a second-floor apartment, Jefferson wrote feverishly for 2 weeks. He produced a text that merged Lockean philosophy with a distinctly American context, championing life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. The phrase soared beyond local grievances to a universal principle of individual rights. Adams and Franklin made slight edits, and the Congress, after heated debate, adopted a final version on July 4, 1776. Thus Jefferson's words became the bedrock statement of a nascent nation, although the final text moderated some of his vehement attacks on slavery. Speaking of slavery, Jefferson's contradictory stance glimmered even then. He condemned the slave trade in an early draft of the Declaration. That passage was cut under pressure from Southern delegates. He personally owned enslaved individuals at Monticello. Over time, he penned theoretical critiques of slavery as morally corrosive, yet he never comprehensively freed his own. This paradox, rarely resolved, would haunt his legacy. Despite disclaiming the system as an abominable crime, his economic reliance on it ran deep. Following the Declaration's adoption, Jefferson returned to Virginia to help craft the state's new constitution and overhaul its legal codes. He championed disestablishment of the Anglican Church, arguing religious freedom was a cornerstone of liberty. He also sought to reform inheritance laws that concentrated wealth in certain families. Such measures, including the Statute for Religious Freedom, would become pillars of Jefferson's vision of a Republican society, a place where personal conscience reigned and inherited privilege dwindled. Yet implementing them stirred resistance from tradition-bound legislators. During the war, Jefferson served as Virginia's governor from 1779 to 1781, a tenure overshadowed by British invasions. The conflict tested him in ways that writing never had. He faced logistical chaos, troop shortages, meagre supplies, and loyalist uprisings. British forces under Benedict Arnold raided Richmond, nearly capturing Jefferson at Monticello. Critiques of his governorship circulated, branding him ineffective or hesitant under pressure. This damaged his reputation, but the war's chaos left no easy solutions for any leader. In 1781, after stepping down, Jefferson retreated to Monticello, battered in spirit. The personal realm also dealt him blows. Heartbreak at the death of his wife Martha in 1782, she had endured multiple difficult pregnancies, and her final days saw Jefferson nearly inconsolable. Her deathbed request that he not remarry bound him in sorrow for weeks. He burned their correspondence, an act reflecting deep grief and a desire for privacy. The father of 2 surviving daughters, he turned inward, focusing on writing notes on the state of Virginia, a comprehensive look at his region's geography, economy, and mores sprinkled with philosophical musings. That text, published years later, revealed both his intellectual scope and the racial theories that many modern readers find troubling. By war's end in 1783, Jefferson felt the weight of personal loss and the uncertainties of the new Confederation. He took a seat in the Continental Congress, forging ahead with legislative tasks. The faint outlines of a more stable federal government were forming, and so we see Jefferson, father of the Declaration, parted from his wife, uncertain about the new nation's trajectory, but steadfast in pursuit of reason-based governance. His next chapter beckoned, a diplomatic role in Europe, giving him a vantage on global politics that would shape his future as Secretary of State and, eventually, President. For now, though, he was a man in flux, bridging heartbreak, revolutionary ideals, and the complexities of forging a stable republic from scratch. In 1784, Congress appointed Thomas Jefferson as a minister to France, succeeding Benjamin Franklin in representing the fledgling United States abroad. Arriving in Paris, Jefferson found the city teeming with Enlightenment fervour, intellectual salons, and noble flamboyance. Despite missing Monticello's quiet hills, he savoured the chance to cultivate ties with European thinkers and push for commercial treaties beneficial to the US. He immersed himself in French culture, attending theatre, frequenting scientific demonstrations and forging friendships with luminaries like the Marquis de Lafayette. This diplomatic post sharpened Jefferson's global perspective. He observed how Europe's monarchical structures stifled personal freedoms, reinforcing his belief that the American experiment in republican governance was unique and precious. At the same time, he recognized that Europe's manufacturing base dwarfed that of the US. He lobbied European states to accept American exports, especially tobacco and timber, hoping to reduce reliance on British markets. Negotiations proved slow, but Jefferson's calm intellect helped cultivate goodwill. While in Paris, Jefferson also served as a cultural conduit. He introduced French elites to American plants and produce, shipping seeds for vineyards or pecan trees. In return, he noted advanced French architecture and engineering, particularly the building of canals and mechanized flour mills. Letters home brimmed with ideas for implementing such innovations in the new United States, reflecting his unwavering desire to see his homeland flourish. He also studied the nascent politics swirling in France, though few predicted how rapidly the monarchy would topple in the coming years. On a personal note, Jefferson's time in France was laced with paternal obligations. He brought his daughter Patsy, later joined by younger daughter Polly, to ensure they had a European education. He also maintained a retinue that included enslaved individuals from Monticello, including Sally Hemings, whose presence stirred controversies that would ripple through subsequent centuries. Historians debate the specifics of their relationship, but many conclude that she bore children fathered by Jefferson. While details remain partly opaque, the power imbalance underscores the moral complexities overshadowing his public championing of liberty. In 1789, as the French Revolution erupted, Jefferson initially celebrated the wave of reform. He saw parallels with America's recent independence struggle, welcoming calls to curb aristocratic privilege. Yet the revolution's escalation, when moderate hopes gave way to the reign of terror, alarmed him. Before that radical shift, he had already departed France. Recalled to serve as the first Secretary of State under President George Washington in 1790. His Paris sojourn ended with a mixture of admiration for French Enlightenment and unease at the extremes their revolution might unleash. Returning to the US, Jefferson joined Washington's cabinet tasked with shaping foreign policy. This role put him at odds with Treasury Secretary Alexander Hamilton, who championed a strong federal government and close ties with Britain. Jefferson, conversely, favoured robust state autonomy and warmer relations with France. Their clashes anchored the birth of America's first party system. The Federalists, led by Hamilton, advocated centralization, while the Democratic Republicans, led by Jefferson, pushed for agrarian-based democracy and suspicion of concentrated federal power. During this cabinet period, Jefferson navigated multiple crises, tensions with Britain over frontier forts, uncertain alliances with post-revolutionary France, and domestic strife like the Whiskey Rebellion. He championed free trade and a minimal navy, resisting Hamilton's push for a standing army. Deep philosophical differences turned personal, prompting Jefferson to leave the cabinet in 1793. Soon he built a political network, harnessing sympathetic newspapers to shape public opinion. This dynamic signalled the future of American politics, where partisan alignments would drive policy discourse. By 1796, the schism was public. Jefferson found himself running for president against John Adams, though somewhat reluctantly. He lost narrowly and became Adams's vice president, a job lacking much real power. From the Senate's vantage, Jefferson observed Adams's presidency enacting laws like the Alien and Sedition Acts, which Jefferson deemed tyrannical. Furious, he covertly authored the Kentucky Resolutions, suggesting states could nullify unconstitutional federal statutes. The move introduced a heated debate over federal-state relations. Critics labelled it subversive, but Jefferson saw it as safeguarding the spirit of '76. Thus, by the cusp of the 1800 election, Jefferson embodied a Republican champion for agrarian liberties, suspicious of Federalist centralization. Yet he also carried personal baggage from his enslaver background and the complexities of his private life. The stage was set for a pivotal showdown in US politics, with the country's future direction at stake. In a swirl of partisan editorials and backroom deals, the election would test whether the fledgling republic could survive a peaceful transition of power or devolve into rancor. Jefferson's calm but determined approach once again pressed him into a central role, bridging Enlightenment ideals and the gritty realities of partisan brawls. The election of 1800 brought turmoil. John Adams sought re-election, Hamilton's Federalists loomed, and Jefferson's Democratic Republicans consolidated around him. The campaign was vitriolic, filled with accusations. Federalists called Jefferson an atheist radical. Republicans branded Adams a monarchist. In an era before direct popular ballots, electors cast votes for president and vice president in a complicated procedure. A tie emerged between Jefferson and his running mate, Aaron Burr, each receiving the same number of electoral votes. The House of Representatives, controlled by Federalists, had to break the tie. Days of tense balloting ensued. Ultimately, with Hamilton's reluctant nod, Jefferson triumphed. The ordeal spurred the 12th Amendment, ensuring future presidential and vice presidential candidates had distinct ballots. The pursuit. Thus, Jefferson assumed the presidency in 1801. His inaugural address famously extolled unity. "We are all Republicans, we are all Federalists," signifying a desire to heal partisan wounds. He scaled back certain Federalist measures, cutting the army budget, abolishing some taxes, and releasing those imprisoned under the Sedition Act. He aimed for a wise and frugal government, believing the US should remain primarily agrarian, suspicious of large cities and banks. This pastoral vision resonated with many frontier settlers who saw the new president as their champion. One early success was the Louisiana Purchase in 1803. Napoleon, embroiled in European wars, unexpectedly offered to sell France's vast North American holdings. Jefferson hesitated, aware the Constitution provided no explicit power for land deals of this magnitude. Yet the chance to double the nation's territory overshadowed strict constitutional scruples. For $15 million, the US acquired a domain stretching from the Mississippi River to the Rocky Mountains. This bold stroke ensured control of the Mississippi's crucial port of New Orleans and opened a frontier for expansion. Westerners rejoiced, but Federalists balked, claiming it diluted the eastern states' political power. Still, Jefferson proceeded, blending principle with pragmatic advantage. To explore these new lands, Jefferson commissioned the Lewis and Clark expedition. Meriwether Lewis, his former secretary, and William Clark led a team from the Missouri River to the Pacific coast. Their 1804 to 1806 journey mapped routes, documented flora and fauna, and engaged with indigenous nations. Jefferson eagerly awaited their findings, seeing it as a scientific quest paralleling his Enlightenment ideals. The expedition's success fueled national pride and curiosity about the continent's vast potential. Yet it also signified new tensions with tribal communities as more settlers pressed westward. Domestically, Jefferson faced controversies. He disliked the existence of the Bank of the United States but tolerated it when expedient. He slashed federal budgets, forcing some in the Navy to protest that the nation's sea defences weakened. Furthermore, the issue of slavery persisted. Jefferson's personal writings described it as a moral and political hazard, yet he neither freed most of his own enslaved individuals nor championed federal abolition. Indeed, the 1807 law banning the importation of enslaved Africans was a partial measure. Some historians argue Jefferson missed a critical chance to push for more sweeping reforms. Foreign affairs proved trickier. Britain and France waged relentless war in Europe, ignoring US neutrality, seizing American merchant ships, and impressing US sailors into their navies. Incensed, Jefferson tried economic warfare, championing the Embargo Act of 1807, halting nearly all US exports. He reasoned Britain and France needed American goods. Instead, the measure devastated US ports, invited smuggling, and turned public opinion against him. The fiasco illustrated the limits of peaceable coercion. Eventually, the unpopular embargo was repealed, tarnishing Jefferson's last year in office. In 1809, he handed the presidency to his close ally, James Madison, quietly retiring to Monticello. His 2 terms shaped the US, expanded territory, a stable political identity, but also heightened regional tensions. His approach, a mix of lofty Republican ideals and occasional pragmatic contradictions, left a complex imprint. People revered him as a philosophical statesman, but criticized his moral inconsistencies. He parted from Washington, D.C., worn from the tribulations of governance, yet proud he had preserved a measure of individual liberty, and doubled the nation's size without large-scale war. Back at Monticello, the next chapter in Jefferson's life would revolve around the pursuit of knowledge, founding a university, and hosting endless visitors intrigued by the sage of the Revolution. Yet deeper fissures over slavery and states' rights would soon overshadow the era, complicating his cherished vision of a harmonious agrarian democracy. For now, though, he retreated to the place he loved, surrounded by inventions, fields of crops, and the quiet pursuit of reason, staying active in public discourse through letters that carried enormous influence in the young republic's intellectual circles. Retirement for Thomas Jefferson did not equate to seclusion. Back at Monticello after 1809, he embraced the role of Sage of Monticello, receiving statesmen, foreign visitors, and curious travellers. He corresponded widely, shaping discourse on American identity and preserving his Revolution-era repute. The estate itself reflected his restless creativity, expansions to the house, pavilions, and a labyrinth of gardens for experimental horticulture. Visitors often found him in his library or tinkering with mechanical gadgets like a polygraph machine that duplicated his handwriting. His thirst for innovation remained undimmed. However, Monticello's finances were precarious. Jefferson indulged in architectural whims, financed extended family, and endured the fluctuating price of tobacco. Debts mounted, especially as he refused to scale back a gracious lifestyle. Slavery underpinned Monticello's operations, with over 100 enslaved individuals performing the labour. Jefferson supervised them, recording births, tasks, and schedules with methodical detail. Yet behind these ledgers lay human lives subjected to forced servitude. He recognised the moral quagmire, but rationalised it with incrementalist arguments or deferrals to future generations. This tension complicated his public image as a champion of liberty. One of his crowning retirement achievements was founding the University of Virginia. Jefferson felt older institutions clung to religious influences or archaic curricula. He envisioned a secular campus emphasising modern languages, science, and a broad-based liberal education. Persuading the Virginia legislature to back it required political finesse. He personally designed the campus layout, with a central rotunda reminiscent of the Roman Pantheon, flanked by academical village pavilions. Construction began in Charlottesville, near Monticello, around 1817. Even in his 70s, Jefferson frequently visited the site, checking architectural details, conferring with builders, and selecting faculty. He aimed to cultivate enlightened citizen leaders for a republic that demanded knowledge-based self-governance. Meanwhile, national issues still beckoned. As an elder statesman of the Democratic-Republican Party, Jefferson provided advice to Madison and later to Monroe. He supported the Louisiana Purchase's expansion further, welcoming new states into the Union. However, the War of 1812 with Britain tested his convictions about limited government and a small military. He lamented that some Federalist enclaves seemed willing to undermine national unity, especially in the Northeast. Letters show him torn between localism and the emergent sense of a broader national identity. As the US overcame that conflict, Jefferson expressed relief that Europe's meddling was lessening. A parallel development was his rekindled friendship with John Adams. The two had been friends turned adversaries turned icy correspondents for years. But in retirement, both recognized a mutual bond shaped by the Revolution's intensity. Through letters, they revisited old debates, monarchy versus republic, the role of religion, the fragility of democracy. Their exchange soared with philosophical reflection, spiced with humour about advanced age. The revival of their friendship stands as a testament to the capacity for bridging old political rifts. In these letters, Jefferson revealed his abiding optimism that the American experiment, though imperfect, would endure if guided by reason and virtuous leadership. Yet personal sorrow recurred. Jefferson outlived several of his children, enduring repeated heartbreak. The Monticello household was no quiet domain. Grandchildren ran about. Extended relatives sought financial aid, and guests arrived unannounced to glean a moment with the iconic founder. He wore the mask of a benevolent patriarch, but diaries hint at bouts of melancholy. The precarious economy pressed him to mortgage properties, and he relied on lines of credit that threatened to upend the estate. The image of Monticello as a microcosm of Republican enlightenment concealed a precarious ledger balancing. As Jefferson neared 80, he took pride in the University of Virginia's nearing completion. He personally selected some library materials, established faculty guidelines, and wrote about its potential to transform the American education. In 1825, the university opened to its first class of students. Jefferson's dream had become real, a secular institution dedicated to free inquiry, unencumbered by rigid religious dogma or stale tradition. He believed it would foster the next generation of leaders to safeguard the Republic's ideals. By 1826, Jefferson felt time slipping. Freed from daily policy fights, he dedicated his final energy to ensuring the university's stability. People noticed his health fading, but he refused to slow. He yearned to see July 4th, 1826, the 50th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence. That day arrived. In a poetic twist, John Adams and Jefferson both passed away on that date, with Jefferson dying in the early afternoon. The synergy of these two revolutionaries departing on the nation's half-century mark cemented a legend. Thus, Thomas Jefferson's retirement was no quiet twilight but a culminating chapter of architectural innovation, educational reform, and reflection on a revolution's legacy. He left behind a complicated estate weighed by debt, a family overshadowed by the institution of slavery, yet also a shining new university and a trove of letters that would shape America's self-perception for generations. In him, old illusions of an agrarian utopia mingled with the unstoppable push of a modernizing republic, capturing the contradictions that still define the American ethos. In the immediate wake of Jefferson's death, admirers and critics clashed over his legacy. Many hailed him as the pen behind the Declaration of Independence, the mind that doubled the nation's size via the Louisiana Purchase, and the visionary who championed religious freedom. Others lambasted his inconsistencies, a self-proclaimed egalitarian who held enslaved labourers, an Enlightenment thinker who let personal finances descend into chaos, a champion of states' rights who, ironically, used federal power for expansion. Monticello, the physical embodiment of Jefferson's intellect, soon faced financial turmoil. His heirs struggled to pay his debts. They sold land and eventually auctioned off furniture and enslaved individuals, fracturing the community that had sustained the plantation. Monticello changed hands multiple times, deteriorating until the early 20th century, when the Thomas Jefferson Foundation acquired and restored it, symbolically reassembling his architectural dream as an American heritage site. This restoration also reignited debates about the everyday realities of enslaved families who once toiled there, culminating in renewed emphasis on their stories, a dimension historically muted in the veneration of Jefferson. Meanwhile, the broader American public constructed a mythic image of Jefferson. In the 19th century, as political parties shifted, references to Jeffersonian democracy emerged, praising his emphasis on small government, minimal taxes, and the righteousness of rural life. Andrew Jackson's supporters invoked Jefferson as a figure who'd champion the common man. But historians recognized that Jefferson's own approach to governance was more nuanced than populist idealists claimed. He recognized the necessity of compromise and occasionally invoked strong federal measures, especially in foreign affairs. The early 20th century saw the progressive era adopt a different aspect of Jefferson, the intellectual founder who believed in educated citizenry. Debates around the founder's intentions soared, with Jefferson's letters cited by all sides. Archival releases of his personal correspondence lent more profound insight into his moral grappling with slavery and his dynamic shift from localist to expansionist. The public began to appreciate that the founders were not monolithically consistent paragons, but flawed statesmen shaped by urgent demands. In scholarship, the 1970s and beyond propelled a fresh wave of inquiry, focusing on Jefferson's relationship with Sally Hemings. DNA evidence in the late 1990s pointed strongly to him, fathering Hemings's children. This revelation forced a national re-evaluation of the so-called Sage of Monticello. Some were scandalized, others found it wholly unsurprising. In retrospect, it underscored the complexities swirling under his polished philosophical veneer. For a man who wrote, "All men are created equal," reconciling these two realms, intellectual champion of liberty and personal practitioner of slavery, was never straightforward. Academic attention also delved deeper into his political philosophy. Jefferson's notion of an empire of liberty entailed agrarian expansion across the continent. Yet it set the stage for native displacement and further entrenchment of slave labour in new territories. While he personally doubted the morality of forcibly taking indigenous lands, he accepted the unstoppable momentum of frontier settlers. This acceptance shaped federal policy that stoked tensions for generations, culminating in forced relocations. Today, some re-evaluate Jefferson's role in establishing moral frameworks that facilitated expansion at others' expense. In popular memory, Jefferson's Memorial in Washington, D.C., opened in 1943, still stands as a testament to his rhetorical brilliance. Visitors read excerpts from the Declaration of Independence and letters on the rotunda's walls, underscoring his luminous call for equality and freedom of conscience. The monument, ironically, does not portray the full tangle of contradictions. Yet, more incisive interpretive programs now incorporate nuance, describing his progressive achievements and moral failings side by side. Amid these controversies, Jefferson's intellectual achievements remain uncontested. His articulation of natural rights and the notion that legitimate government stems from the consent of the governed carved a philosophical bedrock for modern democracies worldwide. Educators and politicians continue citing him to justify policy, from religious tolerance to public education. Meanwhile, the University of Virginia stands as a living reminder of his conviction that knowledge fosters responsible governance. Its rotunda, overshadowing the lawn, keeps the spirit of Enlightenment learning alive. Hence, 2 centuries on, Thomas Jefferson remains as complicated as the era he shaped. A luminous author of democracy's founding creed, overshadowed by glaring contradictions on race and personal conduct. His life prompts reflection on how lofty ideals can clash with ingrained social structures and personal entanglements. For many Americans and observers abroad, grappling with Jefferson is akin to grappling with the nation's own layered identity, built on noble declarations, yet intimately entangled in unresolved injustices. The conversation he started continues, bridging history and contemporary debates on liberty, equality, and the messy realities in between. Thomas Jefferson's life invites reflections on how visionary ideals intersect with the flawed scope of practical living. He exemplifies the possibility that one can be intellectually gifted, deeply principled, yet remain entangled in personal contradictions. Observing his journey reveals lessons on leadership, creativity, compromise, and moral blind spots, each a facet that resonates in modern times, where we juggle personal convictions with structural constraints. At Monticello, his architectural flourishes highlight how creativity can transform personal space into a canvas of experimentation. Secret passages, rotating bookstands, and advanced ventilation remind us that even domestic life can become a playground of innovation. We can learn that invention can change any environment, including home and office. But Monticello also underscores how comfort can rely on unseen labour. The estate's grandeur hinged on enslaved men and women, forced to cater to Jefferson's designs. This reality cautions that technological or aesthetic progress can coexist with ethical failings. Jefferson's public service, from drafting the Declaration to guiding foreign policy, underscores the power of well-crafted language. He harnessed rhetorical precision to unify disparate colonies under ideals that, centuries later, remain a moral yardstick. Even if we lament his hypocrisy, we cannot dismiss how effectively words shape collective identity. In an age of digital media, Jefferson's example affirms that carefully chosen language can galvanize or fractiously divide. His success in bridging disputes among the founders suggests the value of measured compromise. At the same time, the ordeal of the 1800 election warns us that partisanship can nearly fracture a young democracy. One cannot ignore the deeper moral debate, how a man proclaiming universal rights upheld the structure of slavery. Modern readers might view that as an irredeemable contradiction. Alternatively, one might interpret it as a historical caution that even well-intentioned reformers can remain captive to entrenched economic and social norms. Jefferson's story prominently highlights the difference between personal moral clarity and institutional inertia. It compels us to question our complicities in modern systems that might conflict with our professed values. Additionally, Jefferson's championing of religious freedom stands out. He insisted that each person's beliefs lay beyond governmental reach, a stance that shaped not just American but global norms on religious liberty. The Statute for Religious Freedom in Virginia, though overshadowed by the Declaration's fame, seeded the principle that government cannot coerce spiritual conviction. Today, as debates on religious expression swirl worldwide, his early push for disestablishment remains relevant. Another subtle dimension is Jefferson's approach to educational frameworks. Founding the University of Virginia mirrored his conviction that an informed populace anchors a stable republic. He favoured broad curricula, from ancient languages to modern sciences, rejecting church oversight. That model resonates in ongoing dialogues about academic freedom, the role of public universities, and how to equip citizens for complex global realities. His notion that education fosters self-rule might be more pertinent than ever. In his final years, weighed down by debts, Jefferson exemplified how personal miscalculations can overshadow public triumphs. The man who shaped a nation wrestled with monetary woes, culminating in Monticello's partial liquidation after his death. The story underscores that bright minds can still falter in everyday management. For modern professionals approaching midlife, the caution is clear. Brilliance in some arenas does not inoculate against practical pitfalls. Jefferson's demise, coinciding with John Adams's on July 4th, 1826, lent a mythic close to their entwined sagas. Observers then marvelled at Providence's timing, interpreting it as a sign of national destiny. The solemn passing of two revolutionary architects on the Republic's half-century mark remains a striking historical coincidence. Yet behind that dramatic symbolism lies the more tangible truth. They were aging patriots who parted with an America still in flux, fragile, expanding, and grappling with unsolved tensions. The rhetorical arcs they set forth would guide and haunt subsequent generations in deciding how, or whether, to embody the pure ideals of 1776. Thus, Thomas Jefferson endures as a mosaic, liberation's poet, contradictory slave owner, visionary statesman, flawed caretaker of finances, and father of an institution championing reason. His life story holds up a mirror to the interplay of aspiration and compromise, the swirl of high-minded principle amid pragmatic gambles. For many, that reflection remains instructive, inviting us to measure our convictions against the structures we inhabit. In confronting Jefferson's complexities, we do not just revisit a founding father, we confront the universal tensions of forging a just society in an imperfect world, and that conversation, spurred by the man from Monticello, remains as vital as ever. You're settling in for the night, probably checking your phone one last time, adjusting your pillow just so, maybe wondering if you remembered to set your alarm. But imagine for a moment that you're living 4,000 years ago, and your bedroom is a cramped wooden hut that smells like smoke and wet wool. Your bed, a pile of straw that's seen better days, and your alarm clock is the rooster next door who apparently never learned the concept of sleeping in. Welcome to the Bronze Age, when getting a good night's sleep was about as reliable as your Wi-Fi during a thunderstorm. You'd think that after a long day of hacking away at copper veins deep underground, these ancient miners would collapse into bed like exhausted teenagers. But here's where things get interesting, and a little weird. These weren't your typical 9-to-5 workers. They had developed sleep patterns that would make a modern sleep specialist scratch their head and possibly recommend therapy. Picture this. You're a Bronze Age miner named, well, let's call you Copper Arm. Names were simpler back then. You've just spent 12 hours underground in what can only be described as a very expensive cave, breathing air that would make a coal plant jealous, and your back feels like you've been carrying a mammoth uphill. Naturally, you'd want to sleep for about 14 hours straight, but instead you're lying on your straw bed staring at the ceiling, which is probably just more straw, completely unable to drift off. Your mind is racing with thoughts like, did I remember to shore up that tunnel? And, was that creaking sound the mine settling? Or is it about to become my tomb? These weren't exactly the kind of counting sheep thoughts that lead to peaceful slumber. The Bronze Age mining communities had discovered something that modern science is only now catching up to. When your daily survival depends on not being crushed by tons of rock, your brain doesn't exactly embrace the concept of letting its guard down. Sleep became this strange dance between exhaustion and hypervigilance, like trying to nap while riding a roller coaster. What's fascinating is how these ancient miners adapted. They didn't have sleep studies or melatonin supplements, or those white noise machines that sound like gentle rain but somehow cost more than your monthly coffee budget. Instead, they developed their own peculiar strategies that were part practical, part superstitious, and entirely human. Some miners would sleep in shifts, not because they were working around the clock, but because they'd discovered that sleeping alone made every little sound feel like impending doom. So they'd rotate who was on watch, even while sleeping, taking turns being the designated light sleeper. It was like having a buddy system for unconsciousness. Others developed what we might call preparation rituals that would make your bedtime routine look minimalist. They'd spend an hour arranging their tools in specific patterns around their sleeping area, not for easy access, but because the familiar ritual helped calm their overactive minds. Imagine explaining to your spouse that you need to arrange your laptop, coffee mug, and reading glasses in a perfect triangle before you can possibly fall asleep. But perhaps the most intriguing adaptation was how these miners learned to embrace what we'd now call fragmented sleep. Instead of fighting their tendency to wake up every few hours in a panic, they built their rest around it. They'd sleep for a few hours, wake up naturally, usually convinced something terrible was about to happen, spend an hour or two doing quiet activities like mending tools or planning the next day's work, then settle back down for another sleep cycle. This wasn't insomnia, it was evolution in action. Their bodies and minds were adapting to a lifestyle that required constant alertness even during rest. They were literally rewiring their sleep patterns to match their dangerous profession, creating a survival strategy disguised as a sleep disorder. And you thought your habit of checking your phone at 2 a.m. was problematic. Now here's where the story takes a turn that would make your afternoon coffee break look like child's play. You see, these Bronze Age miners had discovered something that modern workplace efficiency experts are still trying to figure out: the strategic underground nap. Picture yourself back in Copper Arm's well-worn boots, deep in a mine shaft that's lit by oil lamps that flicker more than your grandmother's old television. The air is thick, your muscles ache, and you've been swinging that bronze pickaxe for hours. Logic would suggest that the last thing you'd want to do is fall asleep surrounded by unstable rock walls and toxic fumes. But logic, as you're about to discover, wasn't exactly the miner's strong suit. These crafty underground workers had figured out that a well-timed 20-minute nap in the depths of the mine could be the difference between productive afternoon digging and accidentally pickaxing your own foot. But here's the catch, and this is where things get delightfully weird. They couldn't just curl up anywhere. Oh no, that would be too easy. Underground napping had rules, serious rules. The kind of rules that would make your office handbook look like a grocery list. First, you had to find what they called a singing spot, a place in the mine where the acoustics were just right. Not too echoey, which meant unstable rock, not too muffled, which could mean dangerous gas pockets, but just right, like some sort of geological Goldilocks situation. These spots were highly coveted, and miners would actually trade shifts and rations for access to the premium napping locations. Imagine the workplace politics. Listen, Tinbeard, I'll give you my extra bread ration and cover your morning shift if you let me have the Tuesday 2 p.m. slot in the good sleeping alcove. It was like booking a conference room, except the stakes were your sanity, and the conference room could potentially collapse on you. But the weirdness doesn't stop there. These miners had developed a buddy system for underground napping that was part safety protocol, part superstition. One person would sleep while another kept watch, not for cave-ins or dangerous gases, but for what they called the dream thieves. Now, before you start picturing some sort of Bronze Age sleep bandits sneaking around stealing dreams, let me explain. The miners believed that sleeping underground could lead to prophetic dreams about the location of rich ore veins. These dreams were considered so valuable that there were actual cases of miners trying to steal each other's sleeping spots to intercept these geological visions. It was like corporate espionage, but with more dirt and fewer PowerPoint presentations. The watching partner had a specific job. If the sleeping miner started mumbling about copper or tin or gold in their sleep, the watcher was supposed to memorize every word. Some watchers even developed their own shorthand for recording these drowsy proclamations. Imagine waking up from your nap to find your coworker frantically scribbling notes about your sleep-talking session. You said something about shiny veins near the singing water, your partner would whisper urgently. Do you remember what that means? And you'd be standing there, still groggy, trying to figure out if you'd just solved the mind's productivity problems or if you'd simply been dreaming about your lunch again. The really fascinating part is that this system actually worked, not because the dreams were genuinely prophetic, but because the process of sleeping underground had actually trained these miners to be incredibly observant about subtle geological signs. Their subconscious minds were processing details they'd noticed during their waking hours, slight changes in rock colour, variations in airflow, unusual sounds or echoes. So when they dreamed about promising locations, they were actually accessing a kind of intuitive knowledge they'd built up through months or years of underground experience. It was like having a geological GPS system powered by REM sleep and Bronze Age intuition. But here's the mildly stressful part that would keep you on edge. Not everyone's dreams were welcome. If a miner's underground naps consistently led to dry holes or dangerous cave-ins, they'd be banned from the good sleeping spots. Imagine the pressure of knowing that your dream quality could affect your career prospects. Performance reviews were literally based on your subconscious performance. Sorry, Copper Arm, but your last 3 dream tips led us to solid rock and a small flood. You're relegated to the noisy alcove near the ventilation shaft until further notice. It was like being demoted for your sleep performance. Talk about workplace stress following you into your dreams. You'd think that people who spent their days in near total darkness would relish the opportunity to sleep in actual comfortable darkness. But Bronze Age miners, as you're beginning to understand, weren't exactly conventional in their approach to rest and relaxation. Instead of embracing the darkness, they turned bedtime into what can only be described as a competitive sport. And like most competitive sports, it was simultaneously ridiculous and intensely serious. Picture this. You're back in your straw-filled hut after another day of underground adventures, and instead of simply lying down and closing your eyes like a reasonable person, you're participating in what the mining community called darkness challenges. These weren't official competitions with prizes and ceremonies. They were the kind of informal contests that emerge when people have too much time, too much stress, and not nearly enough entertainment options. The basic concept was simple. See who could fall asleep fastest in complete darkness. But like everything else in Bronze Age mining culture, the execution was wonderfully complicated. First, there were the preparation rituals. Each miner had their own pre-sleep routine that they swore was the key to rapid unconsciousness. Some would count their breathing in specific patterns, not the gentle 4-7-8 breathing you might have learned in yoga class, but intense mathematical sequences that would make your high school algebra teacher proud. Others would mentally catalogue every tool in their collection, every support beam in their section of the mine, every pebble in their daily path. One popular technique involved what they called reverse mining, mentally digging their way out of the mine tunnel by tunnel from their deepest point to the surface. It was like counting sheep, except the sheep were geological formations and the counting could take hours. But here's where the competitive element kicked in. Miners would actually time each other's descent into sleep. They'd use water clocks, basically ancient hourglasses filled with water instead of sand, to measure who could achieve unconsciousness most efficiently. The current record holder in most communities was usually treated with the kind of respect we might reserve for Olympic athletes. Did you hear? Stonejaw fell asleep in under 3 drips last night. 3 drips. I can barely get comfortable in under 10. This timing system led to all sorts of creative strategies. Some miners would deliberately exhaust themselves during the day, performing extra tasks or taking on additional shifts, thinking that extreme fatigue would guarantee rapid sleep. Others went the opposite direction, trying to achieve the perfect balance of tiredness without crossing into that overtired zone where your brain starts acting like a caffeinated squirrel. The really dedicated competitors developed what we might recognise as early meditation techniques. They'd spend their evening hours practicing what they called mind darkening, essentially training their thoughts to slow down and fade to black on command. It was mindfulness meditation disguised as a sleep competition, and it actually worked surprisingly well. But then there were the cheaters. Oh yes, even Bronze Age sleeping competitions had their scandals. Some miners would secretly consume fermented beverages before the challenge, figuring that alcohol-induced drowsiness should count as legitimate sleep speed. Others would claim they'd fallen asleep when they were actually just lying very still with their eyes closed, hoping the timekeeper wouldn't notice the difference. There were heated debates about whether these tactics were within the spirit of the competition. That's not real sleep, Copper Arm. Real sleep means dream activity. You were just pretending. Prove it, Bronzetooth. You can't measure dreams with a water clock. These arguments would sometimes go on for hours, which kind of defeated the entire purpose of a rapid sleep competition. The most elaborate cheating scheme involved miners who would practice falling asleep during their lunch breaks, essentially training for the evening competitions like athletes preparing for the Olympics. They'd find quiet spots in the mine, set up their own timing systems, and work on perfecting their sleep-onset technique during work hours. This led to the somewhat stressful situation where supervisors had to watch for miners who were too good at falling asleep. If you could doze off too quickly during the day, you might be suspected of practicing for the evening competitions instead of focusing on your actual job. Why were you able to fall asleep so fast during lunch break, Tin Hand? Are you training for tonight's darkness challenge when you should be thinking about copper extraction? Imagine having to defend your natural sleepiness as evidence that you weren't being competitive about bedtime. It was like being too good at relaxation for your own good. The competitions also created an unexpected side effect. Miners became incredibly sensitive to sleep disruption. A snoring neighbour, a creaking roof beam, or an unusually active mouse could completely ruin your competitive sleep time. This led to elaborate pre-competition rituals involving soundproofing attempts, neighbour negotiations, and what can only be described as Bronze Age white noise machines, usually involving controlled water dripping or rhythmic tool tapping. And just when you thought it couldn't get more complicated, the communities started developing seasonal variations of the challenges, with different rules for winter sleeping versus summer sleeping, new moon versus full moon nights, and pre-mining versus post-mining sleep sessions. It was the kind of thing that started as simple fun and evolved into a complex subculture with its own rules, strategies, and social hierarchies. Because apparently, even sleep needed to be optimized for maximum efficiency and competitive advantage. Who knew Bronze Age miners were the original life hackers? Just when you thought Bronze Age sleep habits couldn't get any stranger, we encounter what might be the most peculiar phenomenon of all, the singing sleepers. And no, this isn't about miners who hummed lullabies to help themselves drift off, though that would be charmingly normal compared to what actually happened. You're lying in your Bronze Age bed. Remember, it's still that pile of straw that's definitely seen better days. And from somewhere in the darkness comes a sound that's part melody, part moan, and entirely mysterious. It's your neighbour, Bronzebeard, engaging in what the mining community called sleep singing, a phenomenon that was part medical condition, part social ritual, and entirely fascinating to everyone who witnessed it. Sleep singing wasn't like the occasional snoring or sleep talking that you might be familiar with. These weren't random mumbles or unconscious vocalizations. The singing sleepers produced elaborate melodic compositions while completely unconscious, often lasting for hours and featuring complex harmonies that they couldn't reproduce while awake. The weird part, as if it wasn't weird enough already. The songs seemed to follow the rhythm of mining. The melodies matched the tempo of pickaxe swings. The harmonies echoed the sounds of copper being separated from stone, and the overall compositions had a distinctly geological quality that somehow made perfect sense if you'd spent enough time underground. Imagine trying to explain this to your modern sleep specialist. Well, doctor, I seem to be composing symphonies in my sleep, but only ones that sound like mining equipment, and I can't remember any of it when I wake up. The mining communities didn't treat this as a medical oddity to be cured. They embraced it as a form of entertainment and in some cases divine communication. Families would actually adjust their sleeping arrangements to be closer to their household sleep singer, and neighbours would sometimes request specific songs by leaving symbolic objects near the singer's bed. Want to hear the copper vein discovery song? Leave a small piece of copper ore by the sleeper's head, hoping for the safe journey underground melody. A mining tool placed just so might do the trick. It was like having a prehistoric jukebox that operated on unconscious request fulfillment. But here's where things got mildly stressful for the sleep singers themselves. They started feeling performance pressure even while unconscious. Some singers reported anxiety dreams about not producing good enough nocturnal concerts, or nightmares about forgetting the melodies their communities had come to expect. Bronzebeard might wake up feeling exhausted, not from physical labour, but from the psychological pressure of being the neighbourhood's primary source of nighttime entertainment. Imagine the responsibility of knowing that your sleep quality directly affected everyone else's enjoyment of their evening. Did you hear Bronzebeard's performance last night? Usually his underground flooding song is much more dramatic. I hope he's not coming down with something. The phenomenon created its own social dynamics. Sleep singers became informal community leaders, their unconscious musical choices influencing group decisions about mining locations, safety protocols, and even interpersonal conflicts. If the sleep song featured harmonies about avoiding a particular tunnel, the mining crew might genuinely consider changing their plans. It was like having a focus group that operated entirely through dream state musical compositions. The practical challenges were considerable. Sleep singers couldn't control their nocturnal performances, which meant they might launch into a rousing mining anthem, just when everyone else was trying to fall asleep. This led to the development of singer schedules, informal agreements about when different sleep singers would be allowed to perform. Bronzebeard gets the first part of the night, Copper Voice takes the middle shift, and Tin Throat handles the pre-dawn slot. That way everyone gets some quiet sleep time and some musical entertainment. But scheduling unconscious performers is about as reliable as predicting the weather using tea leaves. Singers would sometimes sleep through their designated performance windows, leaving their audiences disappointed. Other times they'd have particularly energetic nights and sing right through someone else's scheduled quiet time. The communities developed surprisingly sophisticated ways to manage these challenges. Some groups appointed sleep conductors, people whose job was to gently influence the singers' performances through subtle, environmental cues. They'd adjust the temperature, introduce specific scents, or create gentle background sounds that might encourage certain types of songs. It was like being a DJ for unconscious performers, trying to create the right atmosphere for the kind of musical dreaming that would benefit the entire community. The most talented sleep conductors could allegedly influence not just the style of the songs, but their content. Want songs about successful mining ventures? Create an environment that feels prosperous and secure. Need melodies that would calm pre-mining anxiety? Focus on comfort and safety cues. Of course, this system was about as reliable as you'd expect when dealing with unconscious minds, environmental manipulation, and Bronze Age technology. Sleep conductors would spend hours preparing the perfect conditions for inspiring mining-themed lullabies, only to have their featured singer produce 3 hours of what sounded like rocks falling down a mountain. I specifically arranged everything to encourage the peaceful underground journey composition, and instead we got 4 hours of avalanche in a copper mine. What am I doing wrong? The pressure on both singers and conductors led to the development of backup entertainment systems, storytellers, musicians and other performers who could fill in when the sleep singing didn't meet community expectations. Because apparently even unconscious entertainment needed understudies. By now, you've probably realised that Bronze Age miners had turned sleep into something resembling a complex logistical operation. But just when you think you've got a handle on their nocturnal peculiarities, we encounter what might be their most ambitious sleep-related innovation, the Great Sleep Migration. Picture this. You're copper arm again, and you've just discovered that your usual sleeping spot, that carefully chosen corner of your hut where the straw is just the right density and the roof doesn't leak too much, is no longer providing quality rest. Maybe the sleep-singing neighbour has changed their repertoire to something that sounds like rocks having an argument. Maybe the local mouse population has decided your sleeping area is prime real estate. Or maybe you've simply outgrown your current sleep environment the way you might outgrow a favourite coffee shop that suddenly starts playing music that makes your teeth hurt. The logical solution would be to adjust your sleeping arrangements within your existing space. Add more straw, negotiate with the neighbour, declare war on the mice. But Bronze Age miners, as you've learned, weren't particularly interested in logical solutions when creative ones were available. Instead, they developed a system of seasonal sleep migration that would make modern minimalists weep with envy and digital nomads nod with understanding. The concept was beautifully simple. Instead of trying to perfect one sleeping location, why not rotate through multiple sleeping spots throughout the year, following optimal sleep conditions the way birds follow favourable weather patterns? This wasn't just about comfort, though comfort was certainly part of it. The miners had observed that different sleeping locations seemed to produce different types of dreams, different quality of rest, and different levels of preparation for the next day's underground work. Some places were better for deep restorative sleep. Others seemed to encourage the kind of light, alert rest that kept you ready for unexpected mine emergencies. The migration routes weren't random. Mining communities developed elaborate maps of optimal sleeping locations, complete with seasonal ratings, dream quality assessments, and detailed notes about environmental factors that affected rest quality. The sleeping alcove behind Stonejaw's hut is excellent for deep winter rest, but avoid it during the rainy season unless you enjoy the sound of water dripping directly onto your forehead every 37 seconds. The elevated platform near the mine entrance provides superior ventilation for summer sleeping, but the sunrise light makes it unsuitable for anyone who values sleeping past dawn. These sleep migration maps became highly valued community resources, passed down through families and traded between mining settlements like precious commodities. A detailed sleep location guide could be worth several days' wages, and experienced sleep migrants were consulted like travel advisors. I'm thinking of trying the rocky outcrop near the eastern mine shaft for my autumn sleep rotation. What's your assessment of the wind patterns and rodent activity in that area? The migration system created its own social dynamics. Popular sleeping spots would become overcrowded during peak seasons, leading to reservation systems and waiting lists. Prime locations might be booked months in advance, with miners planning their sleep schedules around availability rather than personal preference. Some entrepreneurs, yes, Bronze Age miners had entrepreneurs, started offering sleeping location rental services. They'd scout new spots, test them for optimal sleep conditions, and then lease them to other miners for premium rates during high-demand periods. For just 3 extra copper pieces per moon cycle, you can have guaranteed access to the sheltered grove with a natural sound dampening and built-in morning sun alarm. No mice, no leaks, no snoring neighbours. Premium sleep location with a satisfaction guarantee. But the migration system also created unexpected challenges. Miners would sometimes get so attached to particular seasonal sleeping spots that they'd refuse to migrate when conditions changed. They'd stubbornly remain in summer locations well into winter, suffering through cold and discomfort rather than give up their favourite sleep environment. This led to the development of migration counsellors, community members who specialised in helping miners make healthy transitions between seasonal sleeping locations. They'd provide emotional support for miners who are having trouble letting go of unsuitable sleeping spots, and practical advice for adapting to new sleep environments. I understand your attachment to the moss-covered boulder formation, Tintooth, but it's been flooding regularly for 3 weeks now. Perhaps it's time to consider the elevated platform option we discussed. The most dedicated sleep migrants would maintain detailed journals documenting their experiences in different locations, noting factors like dream quality, morning energy levels, and overall satisfaction ratings. These journals became valuable references for future migration planning and were sometimes shared with other miners seeking optimal sleep solutions. According to my records, the Hollow Tree sleeping spot provides excellent dream recall but poor neck support. The cave entrance location offers superior protection from weather but tends to produce anxiety dreams about cave-ins. The meadow area is perfect for summer but becomes completely unsuitable once the seasonal flooding begins. Some miners took the migration concept so seriously that they'd spend more time travelling between sleeping locations than actually sleeping in them. They'd become so focused on finding the perfect sleep environment that they'd exhaust themselves with constant relocation logistics. The communities eventually had to establish migration limits to prevent miners from wearing themselves out with excessive sleep location optimization. Too much time spent searching for perfect rest could actually cause worse sleep quality than just settling for good enough. It was like the Bronze Age version of analysis paralysis, except instead of endless research about mattress types and thread counts, it involved geographical surveys and seasonal weather pattern analysis. And just when the system seemed to be working smoothly, some innovative miners started experimenting with micro-migrations, changing sleeping locations multiple times within a single night to optimize different phases of their sleep cycles. Because apparently even migration needed to be optimized for maximum efficiency. Now we're approaching what might be the most extraordinary aspect of Bronze Age mining sleep culture, the systematic attempt to industrialize dreaming. Yes, you read that correctly. These ancient miners tried to transform their dream lives into a kind of underground think tank, and the results were equal parts brilliant and completely bonkers. You're settling into your current migration location. Let's say it's the early autumn rotation, so you're probably in that nice spot near the stream with the natural windbreak, and instead of simply hoping for good dreams, you're participating in what the mining community called dream crafting. This wasn't just about encouraging helpful dreams, it was about manufacturing specific types of dreams for specific purposes. The concept emerged from the observation that miners who dreamed about their work often came up with creative solutions to underground challenges. Someone might dream about a new way to shore up unstable tunnels, or visualize a more efficient method for extracting ore from difficult veins. These work-related dreams seem to access a kind of problem-solving capability that conscious minds couldn't always achieve. Naturally, mining communities decided to systematize this process. Dream crafting involves elaborate pre-sleep preparation rituals designed to encourage specific types of dreams. Want to dream about finding new copper deposits? Spend your evening handling copper samples, studying geological formations, and mentally rehearsing successful mining scenarios. Hoping for dreams that would solve structural engineering problems? Focus your pre-sleep attention on support beams, tunnel design, and architectural challenges. It was like programming your unconscious mind to work on specific projects while you slept. the communities developed specialized roles for dream crafting support. Dream preparers would help miners set up their pre-sleep environments with appropriate visual, tactile, and olfactory cues. Dream recorders would be standing by when miners woke up, ready to capture and document any potentially useful dream content before it faded from memory. Quick, copper arm. You're mumbling something about twisted metal bindings and spiral support structures. Can you remember any details about the dream? And you'd be lying there, still half asleep, trying to reconstruct a complex engineering vision, while someone frantically takes notes about your drowsy mumbling. The most ambitious dream crafting experiments involved group dreaming sessions. Multiple miners would prepare to sleep together, focusing on the same challenges and hoping to generate complementary dreams that could be combined into comprehensive solutions. It was like forming a dream-based research and development team. Tonight we're all going to focus on the flooding problem in the eastern tunnels. Bronzebeard, you concentrate on drainage solutions. Tin Hand, focus on waterproofing materials. Stonejaw, see if you can dream up some kind of early warning system for water detection. The success rate for these group dreaming projects was about what you'd expect when trying to coordinate unconscious minds working on complex technical problems. Occasionally the miners would awaken with innovative, complementary solutions that seamlessly blended together like a puzzle. More often, they'd produce a collection of unrelated dreams about fish, childhood memories, and that embarrassing incident with the pickaxe from 3 summers ago. But the occasional successes were impressive enough to keep the system going, and some mining communities became quite sophisticated in their dream crafting techniques. They developed what we might recognize as early versions of lucid dreaming training, teaching miners to recognize when they were dreaming and to maintain some level of conscious control over their dream narratives. The goal was to stay focused on work-related problem-solving even while asleep. Remember, when you realize you're dreaming, don't get distracted by flying or other dream nonsense. Focus on the tunnel ventilation challenge. Use your dream state to visualize solutions that might not occur to your waking mind. This created some mildly stressful situations where miners felt pressure to be productive even while unconscious. Imagine the anxiety of knowing that your sleep performance was being evaluated not just for rest quality, but for creative problem-solving output. Sorry everyone, my dreams last night were completely useless. I spent the whole time dreaming about a giant copper-coloured rabbit that kept giving me mining advice that made no sense. I don't think we can use dig tunnels like carrot burrows as a viable engineering strategy. The communities eventually had to establish dream failure forgiveness policies to prevent miners from developing sleep anxiety that would actually reduce their dream productivity. Some of the most dedicated dream crafters started keeping detailed dream journals, documenting not just the content of their dreams, but the pre-sleep preparation techniques that seemed to produce the most useful results. These journals became valuable community resources, like recipe books for generating specific types of dreams. For dreams about ore quality assessment, I recommend spending the evening examining different metal samples while thinking about colour variations and density testing. Avoid eating fermented foods before sleep, as they seem to introduce random elements that distract from metallurgical focus. The most successful dream crafters developed personal specializations, becoming known for their ability to generate specific types of problem-solving dreams. Some became specialists in structural engineering dreams, others focused on geological survey dreams, and a few became known for their uncanny ability to dream about workplace safety solutions. These specialists would sometimes be consulted by other mining communities facing similar challenges. They'd travel to different settlements, learn about local mining problems, and then attempt to dream up solutions that could be implemented by the visiting community. It was like having Bronze Age consulting services powered by REM sleep and unconscious creativity. But the system also produced some wonderfully unexpected results. Miners who were trying to dream about technical solutions would sometimes come up with innovations in completely unrelated areas. Someone focusing on tunnel support might dream up new food preservation techniques. A miner concentrating on ore extraction might wake up with ideas for improved textile manufacturing. The community started maintaining unexpected innovation logs to capture these accidental discoveries, leading to a kind of Bronze Age cross-pollination of ideas between different industries and crafts. And just when the dream crafting system seemed to be reaching peak sophistication, some innovative miners started experimenting with dream trading, attempting to share their dreams with other people through detailed storytelling and visualization exercises. This suggests that even unconscious creativity required optimization for maximum distribution and collaborative efficiency. As you're drifting towards sleep in your modern bed, with your climate control and blackout curtains and probably a dozen different apps designed to optimize your rest, it's worth considering what happened to all this Bronze Age sleep innovation. Did these elaborate systems simply disappear when mining techniques evolved, or did they leave traces that still influence how we think about rest and dreams? The answer, as you might expect, is wonderfully complicated. Some of the Bronze Age sleep practices evolved into traditions that persisted for thousands of years. The concept of sleep migration, for instance, influenced the development of seasonal living patterns in many cultures. The idea that different environments produce different qualities of rest became embedded in various folk wisdom traditions about optimal sleeping conditions. Dream crafting techniques found their way into religious and spiritual practices where directed dreaming became associated with divine communication and prophetic vision. The systematic approach to dream incubation that Bronze Age miners developed can be traced through various mystery traditions, shamanic practices, and even early medical applications where dreams were used for diagnostic purposes. The competitive aspects of Bronze Age sleep culture evolved into more formal sleep-related customs and ceremonies. Various cultures developed rituals around bedtime, sleep quality assessment, and dream sharing that echo the miners' systematic approach to rest optimization. But perhaps the most significant legacy was the fundamental idea that sleep could be actively managed and optimized rather than simply endured. Bronze Age miners were among the first people to treat sleep as a skill that could be developed, a resource that could be managed, and a tool that could be used for specific purposes. This conceptual framework laid the groundwork for later developments in sleep medicine, dream research, and what we now call sleep hygiene. The miners recognized that environmental factors, social dynamics, and psychological preparation could dramatically affect sleep quality, which was remarkably sophisticated for its time. Their understanding that different types of rest served different purposes, that deep sleep, light sleep, and various dreaming states each had distinct benefits, predated modern sleep science by thousands of years. They were essentially conducting primitive sleep studies, using themselves as test subjects and developing practical applications for their discoveries. The social aspects of their sleep innovations were equally influential. The idea that individual sleep quality could affect community well-being, that sleep patterns could be coordinated for group benefit, and that sleep-related skills could be shared and taught became embedded in many cultures' approaches to rest and community living. Even some of their more unusual practices left lasting influences. The concept of sleep singing evolved into various traditional lullaby practices and bedtime musical customs. The idea of sleep location optimization influenced architectural approaches to bedroom design and the development of sleeping spaces in different cultures. Their systematic approach to managing sleep-related anxiety, recognizing that worry about sleep quality could actually interfere with rest, became a cornerstone of later therapeutic approaches to sleep disorders. Bronze Age miners were essentially practicing primitive cognitive behavioral therapy for sleep problems, but perhaps most importantly, they established the precedent that sleep was worth paying attention to, worth investing effort in, and worth treating as a serious aspect of human health and productivity. This wasn't just about getting enough rest. It was about getting the right kind of rest, in the right environment, with the right preparation and support systems. Modern sleep research continues to confirm many intuitive findings. We now know that sleep environments do significantly affect rest quality, that social factors can influence sleep patterns, that pre-sleep routines can improve sleep onset and quality, and that different types of sleep serve different physiological and psychological functions. The contemporary interest in sleep optimization, sleep tracking, and sleep-related wellness products reflects the same basic impulse that drove Bronze Age miners to develop their elaborate sleep management systems. We're still trying to solve the same fundamental challenge: how to get the kind of rest that sustains our demanding, often stressful lives. Of course, we have advantages that Bronze Age miners couldn't have imagined. We understand sleep physiology, we have effective treatments for sleep disorders, and we can create sleep environments that are safer and more comfortable than anything available 4,000 years ago. But we may have lost some of their wisdom about the social and psychological aspects of sleep. Their recognition that rest is not just an individual activity, but a community resource, that sleep quality affects not just personal performance but group well-being, and that the journey towards sleep can be as important as the sleep itself, offers insights that remain relevant today. As you settle into your sleep routine tonight, you're participating in a tradition that stretches back to those ancient copper miners who refused to accept poor sleep as an inevitable part of difficult work. They understood something that we're still learning: that good sleep is not a luxury but a necessity, not a passive experience, but an active skill, and not just about rest, but about preparing for whatever challenges tomorrow might bring. Their legacy lives on in every person who takes time to create a comfortable sleep environment, who develops bedtime routines that work for their individual needs, and who recognizes that rest is an investment in productivity and well-being rather than time lost from more important activities. So tonight, as you adjust your pillow and settle into your carefully chosen sleep position, you're honouring thousands of years of human innovation in the art of rest. You're the beneficiary of countless generations of people who refused to accept that sleep was simply something that happened to them, rather than something they could actively improve. Your memory foam mattress and your smartphone sleep tracking apps would probably amaze the Bronze Age miners, but they'd immediately understand your desire to optimize your rest for tomorrow's challenges. They'd recognize the familiar human impulse to turn even unconsciousness into an opportunity for improvement and innovation. And maybe, in their honor, you could take a moment to appreciate not just the sleep you're about to enjoy, but all the creativity, experimentation, and stubborn determination that made it possible. From their underground napping experiments to your white noise machine by the bed, it's all part of the same ongoing human project, the quest for rest that truly restores. Sweet dreams. The Bronze Age miners would be proud of how far we've come and how much we still have in common with those ancient seekers of perfect sleep. After all, some things never change. We all just want to wake up feeling like we can face whatever the day might throw at us, whether it's a dangerous mine shaft or a challenging Monday morning. And in that universal desire for restorative rest, we're connected across thousands of years to those ingenious sleep-obsessed miners who turned bedtime into an art form and dreaming into a collaborative enterprise. Rest well, knowing you're part of a very long tradition of people who take their sleep seriously and aren't afraid to get creative about it. Have you ever noticed that sometimes a person you get along with begins to make small demands that appear reasonable? This was Britain's relationship with the American colonies after 1763. Britain had just finished the French and Indian War, which sounded like a war between two groups but was more like a neighbourhood brawl that involved most of the world. The British won, which was great for English speakers but disastrous for the French. However, winning wars is costly. Britain reviewed its bank account as if it were a credit card statement, following an extravagant holiday shopping spree. Britain knew who should pay for all those muskets and fancy uniforms. Meanwhile, the colonists saw their lives as reasonable. Everyone would mind their own business as they sent tobacco and other goods across the ocean. Britain sent back tea and manufactured goods. It was akin to a prosperous long-distance partnership. Britain then became involved in the daily details of trade. The Sugar Act of 1764 taxed molasses and sugar. You may wonder, what's the big deal about sugar taxes? However, molasses was not only used in cookies. Molasses played a crucial role in the production of rum, which was considered the most valuable commodity in the colonial economy. Taxing molasses was like taxing happiness. The colonists grumbled about the tax but believed it would be temporary. The Stamp Act of 1765 required tax stamps on almost all colonial paper. Buy a newspaper? Stamp duty. Need a will? Stamp duty. Are you enjoying a game of cards? It's stamp tax. Britain seemed to believe that the abundance of trees was excessive and required regulation. The colonists had a philosophical disagreement with the arrangement, which made things fascinating. They'd been managing themselves well, but now someone 3,000 miles away was telling them how to spend their money. It would be like your distant cousin rearranging your furniture because they helped you move. Britain's response to no taxation without representation was, but we're representing you. We're British, you're British, it's all very British and representational. This logic didn't convince colonists. When two people argue about one thing but are upset about another, things escalate. The Townshend Acts of 1767 taxed tea, paint, paper and glass. By now, Britain was taxing so much that colonists wondered if breathing was next. The colonial response of boycotting British goods worked better than expected. British merchants suddenly found their warehouses filled with unwanted items, such as 40 pounds of potato salad left over from a party that had no guests. Tensions were so high in 1770 that a knife could cut them. British soldiers kept order in colonial cities, but armed soldiers made people nervous. Hiring a bouncer for your book club may be technically beneficial, but it can significantly alter the atmosphere. The Boston Massacre occurred in March 1770, but calling it a massacre is like calling a small accident a major transportation disaster. British soldiers shooting into a crowd killed 5 colonists, which was tragic and unnecessary, but not a systematic slaughter. However, it gave the colonists something to be upset about, and anger is a powerful organising force. You're probably seeing how the story will end, but we're just beginning. After the Boston Massacre, Britain considered retreating. To maintain dignity in this relationship, they repealed most of the Townshend Acts, keeping only the tea tax. It was akin to expressing regret over a disagreement, yet asserting triumph over a minor issue. A couple of years were quiet. Britain resumed pretending the empire was running smoothly while the colonists returned to their daily lives. The situation resembled a state of artificial tranquility, as everyone chose to overlook the pressing issue of taxation, which was disguised by a powdered wig and held strong opinions. In 1773, Britain committed a strategic error, but it was more akin to making a blind decision. The British East India Company monopolised colonial tea sales under the Tea Act, making tea cheaper for consumers. One might assume that cheaper tea would be popular, but that was not the case. Principle, not price, was the issue. Local merchants' complete removal from the tea business presented colonists with a promising future. What prevented Britain from monopolising everything else if they could monopolise tea? It was like watching someone rearrange your furniture while claiming to help. The colonial response was swift and either brilliantly theatrical or completely insane. On December the 16th, 1773, colonists dressed as Native Americans boarded British ships in Boston Harbour and dumped 342 chests of tea into the water. Their action was culturally insensitive and unconvincing. The Boston Tea Party was likely the most expensive tantrum ever. Boston Harbour briefly held the world's largest cup of weak tea, worth $1.7 million today. Britain's response to this aquatic protest was typical of someone who'd just seen their expensive tea turned into harbour seasoning. King George III and Parliament decided Massachusetts needed manners and were the ones to teach them. Britain's Intolerable Acts of 1774 said, "You want to act like children? Fine, we'll treat you like children." They grounded a city by closing Boston Harbour until the tea was paid for. Instead of colonial courts, British officials accused of crimes would be tried in Britain, which was like saying, from now on, when we break the rules, we'll judge ourselves. The Quebec Act, passed around the same time, extended Quebec's borders into the Ohio Valley, annoying most American colonists. Britain seemed to have thought, you know what this needs? More complications. However, Britain's plan backfired almost poetically. Instead of isolating Massachusetts and making an example of them, the Intolerable Act warned other colonies they could follow. It was akin to observing the neighbourhood bully target one child, and suddenly recognising that you could be the subsequent victim. At the First Continental Congress in Philadelphia in September 1774, delegates from 12 colonies, Georgia was undecided, discussed their options. 12 groups of people agreeing on anything is difficult, let alone 12 groups spread across 1,000 miles of 18th century transportation infrastructure. The Congress stopped importing and exporting colonial goods to Britain. They also agreed to meet again if things didn't improve, politely saying, "We're serious about this, and we'll prove it by having more meetings." Colonists were organising militias, which should have worried Britain more than it did. Farmers, shopkeepers and blacksmiths spent their weekends learning to march in straight lines and shoot muskets accurately. The militia movement was practical and psychological. It meant colonists were ready to defend themselves. It was a big mental shift to think of themselves as people who might need to defend themselves against their own government. By 1774, Britain and the American colonies were stockpiling weapons and making grievance lists. If this were a marriage, lawyers would be involved. You're familiar with the moment when someone utters something they cannot retract, and everything shifts within the argument. It happened on April 19th, 1775, in two small Massachusetts towns that most people in Britain and the American colonies had never heard of. General Thomas Gage, the British commander in Boston, was ordered to suppress the colonial rebellion by seizing weapons and arresting the leaders. He took a leisurely evening stroll with 700 of his closest friends to retrieve the colonists' military supplies from Concord, 20 miles from Boston. The plan was simple: march to Concord at night, grab the weapons, arrest Samuel Adams and John Hancock if they were there, and return for breakfast. It was the kind of plan that looks great on paper, but falls apart in practice. The colonists had a fantastic neighbourhood watch system. Paul Revere, William Dawes, and other riders patrolled the countryside to warn of the British. Revere's midnight ride is legendary, but he was captured halfway to Concord, proving that even famous historical events don't always go as planned. British troops arrived at Lexington at sunrise to discover 70 colonial militiamen on the village green. The militia was armed but outnumbered, making this a tense neighbourhood dispute rather than a military conflict. Who fired the first Lexington shot is unknown. It could have been a British soldier, a colonial militiaman, or a musket accident, which happened more often than you'd think with 18th century firearms. We know that 8 colonists died and 1 British soldier was wounded after the smoke cleared. British troops continued to Concord, where things improved initially. They managed to move most of the valuable military supplies, but they also destroyed some. Their day went awry when they returned to Boston. The colonial militia kept busy while the British searched Concord. With word of the Lexington fighting spreading, militia units converged from all directions. The British encountered the Concord militia as well as nearby farmers and shopkeepers armed with muskets who then fled. The retreat from Concord to Boston became a day-long battle. The British found it unsporting for the colonial militia to hide behind trees and stone walls, shoot at officers, and not line up in neat formations to be shot at. It was like a game where the other side changed the rules. The British limped back into Boston with 273 casualties to 95 colonial losses. More importantly, they learned that colonial militia were different from European armies. The colonists didn't understand that war should be gentlemanly. The colonies heard Lexington and Concord news faster than small-town gossip. Connecticut and New Hampshire militia marched toward Boston within days. The British were besieged in their own stronghold, which was unexpected. In May 1775, the Second Continental Congress met in Philadelphia and faced a simpler but more complicated situation than the first. Since the shooting had begun, they didn't have to debate armed resistance's legitimacy. They were running a war without realizing it, making it more complicated. Congress appointed a committee, as politicians do in confusing situations. They appointed several committees, but the most important one organized the colonial military forces into an army. After some debate, they chose George Washington, a Virginia planter with military experience and a good horse. Washington accepted the appointment with the reluctant grace politicians have perfected since. That he didn't feel qualified for the job but would do his best was either humility or political theatre. Probably both. The Battle of Bunker Hill in June 1775 showed that colonial forces could defeat professional British troops with good defence and enough ammunition. After inflicting heavy casualties on the British, the colonists retreated. A defeat that felt like a victory was exactly what colonial morale needed. The American colonies were in open rebellion against Britain by 1775, though nobody wanted to call it that. Admitting you've made a big decision can be harder than choosing it. In early 1776, the American colonies were fighting Britain, organising their own government and printing their own money, but they were still trying to reconcile. It was like someone who moved out of their parents' house, got a new apartment, and started a new job but insist they're staying with friends until things work out at home. In January 1776, Thomas Paine published Common Sense and said what everyone was thinking. In the 18th century, most political writing sounded like it was meant to put people to sleep, but Paine could explain complex political ideas in simple language. Common Sense argued that independence was necessary and desirable. Paine noted that kings were usually useless or harmful. It was absurd to think that one person should rule millions of others based on their parents. It was like entrusting your finances to someone whose great-grandfather was good with money. It sold 150,000 copies in 3 months, which was like going viral in 1776, but with radical political theory instead of funny cat videos. Taverns and town squares suddenly hosted whispered conversations. Meanwhile, the war spread beyond Massachusetts. The American invasion of Canada seemed like a good idea at the time, but it taught you why most military adventures are bad. The invasion failed spectacularly, proving that winter, distance, and hostile populations stop armies. In the south, the British were finding their optimism about loyal colonists supporting them wrong. While rallying loyalist support in North Carolina, most people preferred to stay home and avoid being shot, which was probably wise. Back in Philadelphia, the Continental Congress struggled to wage war while seeking peace. It was like planning a wedding while divorcing, possible but difficult. King George III unexpectedly pushed for independence. In December 1775, he declared the American colonies in open rebellion and no longer under his protection. He meant, fine, if you want to act like you don't need me, then you really don't. The king hired German mercenaries, Hessians, to fight the colonists, which was like bringing in armed strangers to settle a fight with your kids. This gesture made reconciliation less appealing. Even moderates in Congress thought independence might be the only option by spring 1776. You can't negotiate with someone who's declared rebellion and hired foreign soldiers to shoot you. Thomas Jefferson was chosen to write the Declaration of Independence because he was a good writer and because the other committee members had more important tasks. Jefferson, who was 33, wrote one of the most important documents in history while still paying off student loans. Jefferson's initial draft was longer and more accusatory. His inflammatory language, including blaming King George for the slave trade, was edited out by Congress for political reasons and because slaveholders were hypocritical. The final declaration, approved on July 4, 1776, was a political masterpiece that was both philosophical and practical. It stated why the colonies were declaring independence, listed their grievances against Britain, and announced their intention to form a new nation. The most famous line, "We hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal," changed politics and philosophy. In a world where most people were ruled by divine kings, the idea that government should be based on consent was radical. In 1776, all men meant something different than it does today. Women, enslaved people, and Native Americans couldn't vote. Despite its promissory note status, the Declaration was a start. The Declaration signing wasn't as dramatic as paintings suggest. Many delegates signed a formal copy in August, but some waited until November. John Hancock's large signature was likely more about habit than defiance. Public reaction to independence was mixed. Patriots held bonfires, bell-ringing and readings. In a new nation that had declared their former government illegitimate, loyalists worried about their future. Many wanted to know if they'd finally stop arguing about taxes. The Declaration of Independence turned the colonial rebellion into a national liberation war. No turning back, independence or defeat, no middle ground. Declaring independence was simple. Winning independence required defeating the world's strongest military force, which was like challenging the neighbourhood bully to a fight and discovering that he was a professional wrestler with several angry friends. The UK response to the Declaration of Independence was swift and overwhelming. Their largest expeditionary force, over 30,000 troops and a massive fleet, targeted New York City. They wanted to capture the most important colonial port, split the rebellion in half, and end this nonsense before it got out of hand. While commanding the Continental Army, George Washington learned that it was like herding cats, except the cats were armed, had strong opinions about military hierarchy, and went home when their enlistments expired. The army consisted of Continental regulars, state militia, and volunteers who came and went as needed for farm work. Washington's first major battle as a commander, the Battle of Long Island in August 1776, nearly ended the revolution before it began. British General William Howe outmaneuvered Washington's army, trapping them on Brooklyn Heights with their backs to the East River. Most military professionals call being trapped with a river behind you and a superior enemy force in front of you a problem. Washington solved it with one of the most daring retreats in history, evacuating 9,000 troops across the East River at night without the British noticing, like sneaking out of a party while the host was distracted, but with cannons. The retreat from New York became a disaster that tested independence supporters' loyalty. Washington's army disintegrated as soldiers deserted, enlistments expired, and militia units returned home. He had less than 3,000 troops left by December, and most of their enlistments expired on New Year's Eve. During this dark period, volunteer Thomas Paine wrote The Crisis, which began with the famous line, "These are the times that try men's souls." He meant that things were bad, but giving up wasn't an option. The British capture of Fort Washington in November, taking nearly 3,000 Americans, was the lowest point. Its main goal was to stop British ships from sailing up the Hudson River, but it proved that building a fort in the wrong place is worse than none. By Christmas 1776, the revolution was tenuous. The British and Hessians controlled New York and were about to defeat Washington's army. Many colonists who supported independence were beginning to doubt their decision. Washington decided desperate times required desperate measures. He led his remaining troops across the ice-choked Delaware River on Christmas night to surprise 900 Hessian soldiers in Trenton. The crossing was dangerous due to a winter storm, and many soldiers didn't have proper shoes, leaving bloody footprints in the snow. According to military historians, it was audacious, but insane. The attack on Trenton worked well because the Hessians didn't expect anyone to attack in a blizzard the day after Christmas. The Americans took nearly 1,000 prisoners and needed military supplies, but they also won battles. Washington won again at Princeton a week later, convincing many that independence wasn't hopeless. Morale rose, enlistments rose, and the revolution stumbled into 1777. The British had a new 1777 strategy that looked great on paper but ignored North American geography. To divide the rebellion and isolate New England, 3 armies were to converge on Albany, New York. About 8,000 troops under General John Burgoyne would march south from Canada. Another force would move east from Lake Ontario. General Howe marched north from New York City. Albany would be their meeting place to shake hands and watch the revolution fall. The plan had one minor flaw. It required precise coordination between armies separated by hundreds of miles of wilderness with no reliable communication, in an era when the fastest way to send a message was to give it to a horseback rider and hope he didn't get lost or shot. Burgoyne began his march south in June 1777 with confidence and a large baggage train that included his wardrobe and tons of champagne. He was the kind of general who thought maintaining standards during a war was admirable, but too difficult to do while marching through forests. General Horatio Gates and the New England militia surrounded Burgoyne's army near Saratoga. October found Burgoyne trapped, outnumbered, and low on supplies. He gave up his army on October 17th, 1777. The victory at Saratoga changed the war, but not because it won American independence. There were still years of fighting. Instead, it convinced France that the Americans might win, making supporting them worth annoying Britain. The American victory at Saratoga had far-reaching effects. Diplomats in European capitals saw the American rebellion as a threat to British power, not a colonial tantrum. Nothing pleased European powers more than British problems. France, in particular, watched the American situation with the same interest as a neighbour fighting with their spouse. After secretly giving the Americans money and weapons since 1776, they were ready to reveal their support. The Franco-American alliance of February 1778 was one of the most unlikely diplomatic partnerships. France was an absolute monarchy with a rigid class system, while America fought for democracy and individual liberty. They teamed up like a vegetarian and a butcher who disliked the same restaurant. However, shared enemies make strange bedfellows, and both countries wanted to lower Britain. France could avenge their humiliating defeat in the 7 Years' War, while America gained a powerful ally with a navy that could challenge British control of the seas. As expected, the British declared war on France, turning the American Revolution into a global conflict. Spain joined France in 1779 and the Dutch in 1780. Britain suddenly found itself fighting colonial rebels in most of Europe, which was like fighting everyone at the bar in the 18th century. This global expansion benefited America in unexpected ways. British resources allocated to crushing the American rebellion had to be spread across theatres. To defend British Caribbean and Mediterranean possessions, ships that could have blocked American ports were needed. The American war was a frustrating stalemate. British forces abandoned the northern colonies after the Saratoga disaster and focused on the south, where Loyalist support was stronger. British strategy in the south started well. Over 5,000 Americans were captured in 1778 and 1780 in Savannah and Charleston. Their new strategy seemed promising at first. However, like many invading armies, the British assumed that controlling cities meant controlling the countryside. American militias and hit-and-run irregulars ruled the areas between British strongholds. Francis Marion, known as the Swamp Fox, was famous for attacking British supply lines from the South Carolina wetlands before retreating into terrain regular armies couldn't navigate. Before the term, it was guerrilla warfare, and it plagued the British occupation of the South. The British found their loyalist supporters fewer and less reliable than expected. After British military rule, which often involved requisitioning supplies, quartering soldiers, and treating civilians as enemies, many colonists switched sides. The Battle of King's Mountain in October 1780, where American militia surrounded and defeated Loyalist troops, changed the Southern campaign. The victory showed that American forces could win decisive battles without Continental Army regulars, convincing many fence-sitters to join the rebellion. In late 1780, General Nathanael Greene took command of American forces in the South and devised a counterintuitive but effective strategy. He used constant movement and carefully chosen battles to wear down British forces instead of defending territory. Greene famously said, "We fight, get beat, rise, and fight again." It wasn't a heroic military philosophy, but it worked. The British could win battles, but not Greene's attrition war. British General Cornwallis chased American forces across the Carolinas in 1781 in a futile attempt to win a decisive battle. His army was shrinking due to casualties, disease and desertion, while the Americans were multiplying with each defeat. Cornwallis realised the South couldn't be pacified while Virginia supplied and reinforced the rebellion. He marched his army north into Virginia to cut off American supplies and force a final battle. Cornwallis established a base at Yorktown, Virginia, to receive British naval support for his army. This reasonable plan relied on Britain controlling the seas, a safe assumption for most of the war. All of America's diplomatic patience paid off in 1781. The French fleet under Admiral de Grasse arrived in American waters to aid the final push for victory. Washington saw a rare opportunity when Cornwallis fortified Yorktown. Cornwallis would be trapped like Burgoyne at Saratoga if the French Navy controlled Chesapeake Bay, while American and French ground forces besieged Yorktown. Secretly transporting American and French forces from New York to Virginia was difficult, but it worked. Cornwallis was surrounded by 16,000 American and French troops in late September 1781, and French ships controlled his escape route. The American Revolution ended with the 3-week siege of Yorktown. Cornwallis surrendered his army on October 19, 1781, ending Britain's last major American force. The British band supposedly played The World Turned Upside Down during the surrender ceremony, which would have been symbolic. They probably played something more conventional, but the sentiment was right. War is often easier to win than to end. After Yorktown, everyone knew British defeat was inevitable, but turning military victory into political independence required delicate diplomatic manoeuvring that made actual fighting seem easy. British political denial after Cornwallis's surrender was masterful. The Prime Minister, Lord North, said he felt like he had been shot in the chest after losing an army. British officials maintained the war would continue. That optimism lasted about as long as expected. British public opinion, which had never supported the American war, decisively opposed a losing war. Members of Parliament asked uncomfortable questions about why they were spending so much to fight people who clearly didn't want to be Empire partners. Lord North's government fell in March 1782, replaced by a peace-minded ministry. Negotiations were easier because Lord Rockingham, the new Prime Minister, opposed the American war from the start. 18th century peace talks were complicated, making modern diplomatic negotiations seem simple. France, Spain and the Dutch also had territorial demands and agendas. France sought former war territory. Spain wanted Gibraltar back from Britain and had North American ambitions that conflicted with American interests. Dutch traders wanted their rights back. Everyone wanted to gain from the peace settlement. Benjamin Franklin, John Adams, and John Jay were smart people who agreed on the goal but disagreed on almost everything else on the American negotiating team. Franklin wanted to work with France. Adams was suspicious of everyone, and Jay believed France was trying to limit American expansion. Americans benefited from these personality differences. European diplomats never knew which American they would meet, which kept them off balance and prevented coalitions against American interests. Due to their complexity and 18th century communication, the negotiations took over a year. London-Paris messages took days to arrive, and government instructions to negotiators often arrived after circumstances had changed. American territorial boundaries were a major issue. The British were willing to recognise American independence, but they weren't sure how much territory to include. The British thought the Americans' ambition to control the Atlantic Ocean and Mississippi River was unusual for a former colony. The Americans got most of what they wanted through skillful negotiation, and Britain's decision to grant generous territorial concessions to keep America friendly after the war. It was like giving someone a nice farewell gift to remember you by. On September 3rd, 1783, the Treaty of Paris ended the American Revolution and recognised US independence. From the Atlantic to the Mississippi River and Canada to Florida, the new nation was one of the world's largest on paper. Britain agreed to withdraw all its military forces from America, but it took years. Some British posts in the Northwest Territory weren't evacuated until the 1790s, causing tensions but not threatening American independence. The peace process was complicated by other issues addressed in the treaty. Repaying American debts before the war to British merchants was reasonable but difficult to enforce. American state governments ignored the oath to treat wartime British loyalists fairly. The peace treaty's announcement was celebrated but underwhelming in America. Many people were used to war after 8 years and didn't know what peacetime was like. The Continental Army was quickly disbanded because Congress couldn't pay the soldiers and because Americans were wary of standing armies. Washington's emotional farewell to his officers at Fraunces Tavern in New York ended a shared experience that had united 13 colonies into one nation. In America and Europe, Washington's commission resignation and return to private life were notable. If Washington voluntarily gave up power, he would be the greatest man in the world according to King George III, who had spent 8 years trying to defeat him. After the American Revolution, the hard work of nation-building began. The 13 former colonies had won their independence, but they had to figure out how to govern themselves, pay their debts, and build a society from the diverse regions, cultures, and interests of the new United States. After years of roommates, the end of the war was like moving into your own apartment, exciting and liberating, but also quiet and full of unanticipated responsibilities. The colonists were too busy fighting British rule to plan ahead. Peacetime governance was failing under the Articles of Confederation, which had ruled the nation during the war. The federal government couldn't tax, regulate, or enforce its laws. It was like managing a household where no one agreed on who paid the bills or made the rules. A story for another night. Rest and contemplate how a group of colonial subjects became citizens of an independent nation with only determination, good government ideas, and stubborn persistence from believing you're right. The revolution that began with tea tax debates ended with the creation of a new nation based on the radical idea that people could govern themselves. It was imperfect. It would take generations to guarantee equality to all Americans, but it was a start. Sometimes starting is the hardest. Picture England in the 1500s, a damp, sheep-filled kingdom sitting off the coast of Europe, watching Spain haul shiploads of gold back from the Americas. While Spain was becoming incredibly wealthy from its New World adventures, the English were still trying to figure out basic matters, such as not executing so many of their monarchs. But sometimes underdogs are just getting warmed up. Elizabeth I, a woman, sat on the throne, capable of engaging diplomatically in the morning and authorising a pirate raid by tea time. She looked at Spain's treasure fleet sailing past and thought the English deserved a share of that wealth. Enter the Sea Dogs, which sounds innocent, but was actually England's cheeky name for their officially unofficial pirates. These were men such as Francis Drake, who had the audacity to sail around the entire world just to prove it could be done, stopping along the way to liberate Spanish treasure. When Drake came home with a ship so loaded with stolen Spanish gold that it nearly sank, Elizabeth didn't arrest him. She knighted him. The Spanish, understandably, were getting tired of this behaviour. So in 1588 they decided to send a little reminder called the Spanish Armada, 130 ships packed with soldiers, heading straight for England's shores. You might expect this to be where England gets its comeuppance. David versus Goliath, except Goliath has cannons and centuries of naval experience. But here's where geography becomes destiny, and where England's terrible weather finally worked in their favour. Picture the Spanish admiral who had spent months planning this invasion, his ships loaded with troops, feeling confident. Then he hits the English Channel and discovers that English weather isn't just unpleasant, it's actively hostile. The wind starts howling, the seas turn nasty, and suddenly those massive proud warships are being tossed around violently. The English, meanwhile, had smaller, more nimble ships that danced around the Spanish fleet. They'd dart in, fire their cannons and zip away before the Spanish could respond. It was naval guerrilla warfare and the Spanish weren't ready for it. But the real hero of this story wasn't English bravery or cunning, it was the weather. A massive storm scattered the Spanish fleet, sending ships crashing into rocks, running aground and generally having the worst day in naval history. The Spanish called it El Viento Protestante, the Protestant wind. Even God, it seemed, had picked sides. When the dust settled, Spain's seemingly invincible navy was in tatters, and little England had proven that sometimes, being small and scrappy beats being big and powerful, your underweight friend somehow winning an arm wrestling contest against the gym's bodybuilder, improbable but undeniably impressive. This victory not only protected England from invasion, but also signalled the arrival of a new player in the global arena. The Spanish Empire, which had seemed as permanent as the sunrise, suddenly looked vulnerable. And England, that soggy little island that nobody had taken seriously, started getting some intriguing ideas about what it might accomplish on the world stage. The age of Spanish dominance was beginning to crack, and through those cracks English ambition was starting to grow. Persistent, unstoppable, and surprisingly resilient. The foundation was being laid for what would become the largest empire in human history. After beating the Spanish Armada, England had confidence but still relatively little money compared to its European neighbours. They needed a business plan, and unfortunately, the business plans of the 1600s often involved what we'd politely call morally questionable practices. Enter the merchant companies, organisations with grand names such as the Company of Merchant Adventurers. These weren't your typical corner shops. They were massive trading corporations with royal charters that basically said, go forth and make money, and don't ask too many questions about how. The East India Company was the crown jewel of these operations, and calling it just a trading company understates its true nature. Founded in 1600, it started as a simple idea: sail to Asia, buy spices and silk, and sell them back home for enormous profits. It became the world's first global corporation, except with more cannons and fewer HR departments. You have to understand, spices back then weren't just about making food taste better, they were incredibly valuable. Pepper was literally worth its weight in silver, and nutmeg was so precious that wars were fought over tiny islands that grew it. The Dutch had monopolised much of the spice trade, charging whatever they wanted, and the English decided they should get in on that business. But the East India Company wasn't content to just trade. They started hiring their own armies, making their own treaties, and essentially running their own foreign policy. A modern corporation deciding to start conquering countries, that's basically what happened, except with sailing ships and elaborate uniforms. The company's expansion into India perfectly demonstrates how ambition can snowball beyond anyone's original intentions. They'd started by just wanting to set up trading posts along the coast, little fortified compounds where they could store goods and conduct business. But India in the 1600s was a complex patchwork of competing kingdoms, and the Mughal Empire, which had been holding everything together, was starting to weaken. Into this power vacuum stepped the East India Company. They'd make alliances with local rulers, provide military support, and gradually become indispensable. Before anyone quite realised what was happening, the company wasn't just trading in India, it was running large chunks of it. The Battle of Plassey in 1757 was one of those moments that seemed minor at the time but changed everything. Robert Clive, a company official who'd started as a clerk and worked his way up to general, defeated the Nawab of Bengal with a much smaller force. This unexpected victory paved the way for unprecedented power. But victory came with consequences nobody had thought through. Suddenly the East India Company was responsible for governing millions of people across vast territories. They'd gone from being merchants to being rulers, and they were completely unprepared for this transformation. The wealth flowing back to Britain was staggering. Bengal alone was generating revenues that dwarfed many European kingdoms' entire budgets. The taxes that had previously benefited local rulers were now contributing significantly to British coffers, and the company's shareholders were experiencing unprecedented wealth. Naturally, the foundation of this wealth rested on systems that were fundamentally extractive and frequently cruel. The company exploited their territories, prioritising profit margins over the well-being of the people under their control. Famines became more common and more deadly when local resources were diverted to company profits rather than local needs. Back in London, people were starting to notice that their little trading company had somehow acquired an empire. The British government wasn't entirely sure what to do with this situation. The company was generating enormous wealth for the country, but it was also making decisions that affected international relations and the lives of millions of people. This was the beginning of a pattern that would define the British Empire for centuries. Private ambition leading to public responsibility, commercial ventures growing into political control, and a small island nation finding itself responsible for governing vast populations across the globe, often without any clear plan for how to do it ethically or effectively. The stage was set for an empire that would span continents and reshape the world, built not through grand strategy, but through the accumulated decisions of merchants, soldiers and administrators, who often had no idea what they were creating. By the 1700s, Britain had stumbled into something resembling a strategy. Though calling it a strategy might be generous, it was more organised opportunism with excellent naval support. Britain had discovered that if you controlled the seas, you could control global trade, control the highways, and you don't need to own every town. You just need to control how people and goods move between them. This is where the Royal Navy enters our story with full force. By the mid-1700s, Britain was building ships constantly, everywhere, with the assumption that you could never have too many. They had honed their naval warfare skills to such an extent that any potential enemy found encountering a British fleet to be highly unwelcome. This naval strategy truly demonstrated its effectiveness during the 7 Years' War, 1756 to 1763. While European powers engaged in land battles, Britain pursued a distinct strategy. They'd swoop in, capture strategic ports and islands, disrupt enemy trade routes, and generally make life miserable for anyone who depended on maritime commerce. Take the capture of Quebec in 1759, which sounds straightforward but was actually extraordinarily daring. General Wolfe and his troops had to scale supposedly unclimbable cliffs in the middle of the night, surprise the French defenders, and capture one of the most important cities in North America. It was the kind of plan that should have failed spectacularly, but somehow worked perfectly, though both Wolfe and the French commander died in the battle. The result of all this naval dominance was that Britain started accumulating territories at an unprecedented rate. Gibraltar controlled access to the Mediterranean. Malta was perfectly positioned for Middle Eastern trade routes. The Cape of Good Hope controlled the sea route to Asia. It was strategic positioning on a global scale, with each acquisition making the next one more valuable. From a logistical perspective, governing a global empire with a sailing ship as your fastest communication method presents unique challenges. Messages between London and India took months, which meant that by the time headquarters heard about a problem and sent back instructions, the situation had usually either resolved itself or gotten spectacularly worse. This communication delay created a dynamic where British officials on the ground had enormous autonomy. They couldn't ask London for permission every time they needed to make a decision, so they often just made it and hoped it would be approved retroactively. Some officials used this freedom responsibly. Others discovered that power exercised 8,000 miles away from any oversight can corrupt absolutely. You'd have company officials essentially running their own kingdoms, making treaties, waging wars and collecting taxes, all while technically being employees of a trading company based in London. The system worked when these officials were competent and honest, but it created opportunities for abuse that were difficult to control from such distances. The American colonies served as a prime illustration of the potential pitfalls of this system. Strapped for cash after the costly 7 Years' War, the British government decided that the Americans should contribute to their own defence costs. This seemed reasonable from London's perspective. After all, British troops had just spent years protecting American colonists from French and Indian attacks. But the colonists had gotten used to managing their affairs, and suddenly being asked to pay taxes they'd had no say in imposing felt fundamentally unfair. The famous no taxation without representation wasn't just a catchy slogan. It was a fundamental complaint about the impossibility of governing an empire when communication took months and local conditions changed daily. The British response to American complaints was essentially, "We've been doing this successfully all over the world, just go along with it." But North America was different from India or the Caribbean. The colonists were mostly British descended, shared British legal traditions, and had enough economic independence to cause real trouble if they organised. When that trouble finally came, Britain discovered that naval supremacy, while excellent for controlling trade routes and capturing islands, was less useful for fighting a land war against people who knew the terrain and had the support of the local population. You could control the coasts, but controlling the interior required different tactics entirely. The loss of the American colonies was Britain's first major imperial setback, but it wouldn't be the last. The lesson was clear. Empires built on naval power and commercial advantage were vulnerable when local populations decided they no longer wanted to be governed by distant foreigners, no matter how powerful those foreigners might be at sea. After losing the American colonies, Britain was hurt and embarrassed, but determined to prove they could do better elsewhere. They were lucky to have India, which was becoming their most lucrative relationship, even if it was unexpectedly complex. By the 1800s, calling India the jewel in the crown wasn't just poetic language, it was an economic reality. The wealth flowing from the subcontinent was extraordinary. Cotton, spices, tea, opium, and manufactured goods were generating revenues that made Britain one of the wealthiest nations on earth. But this wealth came with responsibilities and complications that nobody had really planned for. The thing about governing 300 million people across a subcontinent is that it's incredibly complex. You're managing people who speak dozens of different languages, follow different religions, and have centuries of complicated relationships with each other, and you're expected to make a profit while doing it. The East India Company had grown from a trading organisation into essentially a parallel government, complete with its own armies, tax systems and legal codes. Company officials lived lavishly, building elaborate mansions and hosting parties that would have impressed European royalty. But they were also dealing with famines, rebellions, and the constant challenge of maintaining control over territories larger than most European countries. The Indian Rebellion of 1857 served as a significant awakening. A mutiny among Indian soldiers escalated into a widespread uprising throughout northern India, thereby forcing the company to fight for its own survival. The immediate trigger was rumours about ammunition cartridges being greased with cow and pig fat, offensive to both Hindu and Muslim soldiers. But the real causes went much deeper. The company had been gradually taking over more and more aspects of Indian life, raising taxes, changing traditional arrangements, and generally making life more difficult for local populations while getting richer themselves. Eventually, the changes created enough resentment to explode into open rebellion. The rebellion was brutal on both sides, with atrocities that shocked even people accustomed to colonial violence. When British forces finally regained control, the response was swift and decisive. The East India Company was dissolved, and the British government took direct control of India. Someone responsible needed to take charge. The new arrangement, known as the British Raj, was supposed to be more professional and less extractive than company rule. The idea was that government officials, unlike company employees, would prioritise beneficial governance over pure profit. In practice, it was more a change in management structure than a fundamental reform of a system designed to benefit outsiders at the expense of locals. This period saw the construction of massive infrastructure projects, railways, telegraphs, irrigation systems, and administrative buildings that still dot the Indian landscape today. The British built these not out of altruism, but because effective extraction requires effective infrastructure. Better roads and railways made everything work more efficiently, but the primary beneficiary was still Britain. The railway system perfectly demonstrates this dynamic. By 1900, India had one of the largest railway networks in the world, which was genuinely impressive and useful. Trains connected remote regions, facilitated trade, and made travel easier for millions of people. But the network was designed primarily to move raw materials from the interior to coastal ports and finished goods from ports to markets, a pattern that benefited British manufacturers much more than Indian ones. Imperial wealth was simultaneously transforming British society. Bengali fortunes enabled the construction of grand mansions in the countryside. Entire families could live comfortably on the pensions of relatives who'd served in India. Indian textiles, foods, and ideas were influencing British culture, despite Britain maintaining strict hierarchies that kept Indians subordinate within their own country. Everyone recognised the irony. British officials in India lived in luxury while promoting the civilising mission of empire, whereas back in Britain, industrial cities were filled with workers enduring conditions often worse than those faced by many Indians. The wealth that made Britain a global power was unevenly distributed even among the British themselves, but perhaps the most significant long-term impact was educational. The British introduced English language education partly to create a class of Indians who could serve as intermediaries between British administrators and the local population. The unintended consequence was creating a generation of Indian intellectuals who could read British political philosophy, including ideas about democracy, individual rights, and self-governance. This educated class began to ask uncomfortable questions. If these principles were beneficial enough for Britain, why weren't they beneficial enough for India? Ironically, the British were sowing the seeds of independence through the very educational system they had established to enhance the effectiveness of their rule. By the mid-1800s, Britain had achieved something unprecedented in human history. They had become so globally dominant that they were essentially playing geopolitics alone at the top. But success brought its own problems. When you're the world's dominant power, everyone else starts looking for ways to knock you down. Enter Russia, with all the subtlety of a freight train. The Russians were expanding south and east, methodically acquiring Central Asian territories. From Britain's perspective, such activity was deeply concerning, because Russian expansion toward Afghanistan meant Russian expansion toward India, and nobody was allowed to threaten the jewel in the crown. Thus began what Rudyard Kipling called the Great Game, a decades-long strategic competition between Britain and Russia that played out across some of the most inhospitable terrain on Earth. It was expensive, dangerous geopolitics with real consequences measured in empires. The problem was geography. The distance between Russian territory and British India was filled with mountains, deserts, and tribal territories that nobody really controlled. Afghanistan was the key piece. Whoever controlled Afghanistan could threaten India, but Afghanistan had an inconvenient habit of being completely unconquerable. The First Afghan War, 1839 to 1842, was Britain's attempt to install a friendly ruler in Kabul, and it went disastrously wrong. The plan involved marching an army through mountain passes to impose a government on people who really didn't want one. The retreat from Kabul became legendary for all the wrong reasons. Of the roughly 16,000 people who began the retreat, only one British officer made it back to tell the story. It was a military disaster that should have made everyone reconsider their entire approach to foreign policy. But here's the thing about imperial momentum. Once you're committed to defending everywhere, you can't really afford to look weak anywhere. So despite the Afghan disaster, Britain kept expanding, building naval bases, signing treaties with local rulers, and getting drawn into conflicts that seemed to multiply endlessly. The Crimean War, 1853 to 1856, was officially presented as a conflict to protect the Ottoman Empire from Russian expansion. However, its true purpose was to maintain the balance of power that secured Britain's global position. Fighting in the Crimean Peninsula was difficult and messy, and nobody looked particularly competent. This was also the war that introduced the world to Florence Nightingale and modern nursing, which tells you something about how badly things were going, that the most memorable outcome was improvements in medical care for wounded soldiers. The charge of the Light Brigade became famous poetry, but it was famous because 600 cavalry charging directly into cannon fire was such a spectacular example of military incompetence that people couldn't stop talking about it. Meanwhile, the cost of maintaining this global empire was becoming astronomical. Britain's imperial commitments were accumulating steadily, and each one required its army and navy to maintain. The Royal Navy alone was larger than the next two navies combined, and maintaining that supremacy meant constantly building new ships to keep up with technological advances. When ironclad warships replaced wooden ones, Britain had to replace its entire fleet. When steam power became standard, they had to build coaling stations around the world. It was a never-ending cycle of expensive upgrades. On land, Britain was maintaining garrisons from Gibraltar to Hong Kong, and each garrison needed supplies, reinforcements, and local support. The logistics of empire were mind-boggling. Coordinating military operations across multiple time zones when your fastest communication was still limited by the speed of telegraph cables that could be cut by anyone with determination and basic tools. When local populations decided they'd had enough of foreign rule, the Indian Mutiny had demonstrated how quickly things could go wrong. Every British colony now needs enough troops to maintain order, but not so many that the cost becomes prohibitive. It was a delicate balance that required constant attention and enormous resources. Back home, British society was dealing with the contradictions of empire in increasingly uncomfortable ways. While the wealth from India and other colonies funded British prosperity, it also raised moral questions that were difficult to dismiss. How do you reconcile believing in liberty and justice with ruling over hundreds of millions of people who had no say in their governance? Some British intellectuals convinced themselves that empire was actually beneficial for colonised peoples, a civilising mission that brought progress and enlightenment to backward societies. Others were more honest about the economic motivations but argued that the benefits justified the costs. Still, others began questioning whether the whole enterprise was sustainable or ethical. These debates were mostly academic for ordinary British people, who enjoyed imperial prosperity without having to think too deeply about where it came from. But they were becoming very real for the growing number of educated Indians, Africans and others who were beginning to organise and demand changes to the colonial system. By 1900, Britain's empire covered roughly a quarter of the Earth's land surface and ruled over 400 million people, which sounds impressive until you realise that managing that many people across that much territory was extraordinarily difficult. Trying to conduct an orchestra where half the musicians are in different buildings and none of them can hear the conductor. The first major crack in the imperial facade came from an unexpected direction. White settlers in South Africa who had the audacity to fight back. The Boer War, 1899 to 1902, was supposed to be a quick demonstration of British power, but it turned into a grinding conflict that revealed some uncomfortable truths about imperial warfare. Fighting Dutch farmers who knew the terrain and had good rifles turned out to be much harder than anyone had anticipated. The British response was to invent concentration camps, not the Nazi death camps, but the original version, where civilian populations were confined to control guerrilla warfare. It worked from a military standpoint, but the international criticism was severe, and the cost was enormous. Britain spent more money fighting a few thousand Boer farmers than they'd spent on most previous colonial wars combined. More troubling was what the war revealed about British society itself. Physical examinations of army recruits showed that a shocking percentage of young British men were unfit for military service, malnourished, diseased, and physically underdeveloped. The empire was so busy extracting wealth from other countries that it had neglected the health of its own population. World War I was supposed to demonstrate the empire's strength and unity, and in some ways it did. Troops from India, Canada, Australia, New Zealand and South Africa fought alongside British forces, and the combined imperial effort was genuinely impressive. But the war also accelerated changes that would ultimately undermine imperial authority. The thing about asking people to die for your cause is that it gives them certain moral authority to question it afterward. Indian soldiers who fought in Europe and Mesopotamia returned home with new perspectives on British power and new expectations about political rights. It's difficult to tell someone they're not ready for self-governance after they've spent 4 years fighting Germans in the trenches. The economic cost of World War I was staggering. Britain went from being the world's largest creditor to being deeply in debt, particularly to the United States. Running a global empire is expensive under the best circumstances, but trying to do it while simultaneously fighting the most destructive war in human history was financially devastating. The interwar period saw Britain trying to maintain imperial prestige on a reduced budget, which worked about as well as you'd expect. Although the Government of India Act of 1919 promised Indians greater self-governance, its actual reforms were so limited that they failed to satisfy almost anyone. Meanwhile, a lawyer named Gandhi was developing new methods of resistance that were specifically designed to make British rule look illegitimate and brutal. Gandhi's genius was understanding that the moral foundation of empire was already shaky. Most British people wanted to believe they were governing other countries for those countries' benefit, not just for British profit. By organising peaceful resistance that provoked violent responses, Gandhi made it impossible to maintain that comfortable fiction. When British authorities beat peaceful protesters with clubs or opened fire on unarmed crowds, the civilising mission started looking more like organised theft. In many ways, World War II was Britain's greatest achievement. Standing alone against Nazi Germany in 1940 required genuine courage and determination. But fighting that war required mobilising every possible resource, including the empires, and it became increasingly difficult to justify denying political rights to people whose contributions were essential to British survival. The Bengal famine of 1943, which killed between 2 and 3 million people, was a particularly dark moment. While Britain was fighting for freedom and democracy in Europe, imperial policies were contributing to mass starvation in India. It's challenging to maintain that you're fighting for universal human rights, while simultaneously presiding over preventable famine in your most important colony. By 1945, Britain had won the war but lost the economic foundation of the empire. The country was exhausted, broke, and dependent on American aid. The Royal Navy, which had been the backbone of imperial power for centuries, was increasingly obsolete in an age of air power and nuclear weapons. Maintaining global military supremacy was no longer affordable and, frankly, no longer possible. The people running Britain weren't stupid. They could see that the old system was unsustainable. The question wasn't whether to end the empire, but how to do it in a way that preserved British influence and prevented complete chaos in former colonies. Some British politicians hoped they could transition to a new kind of relationship, informal influence instead of formal control, economic partnerships instead of colonial extraction. The idea was to maintain the benefits of empire without the costs and moral complications of direct rule. It was an attractive theory, but it assumed that newly independent countries would want to maintain close ties with their former colonial masters, which turned out to be questionable. The end of the British Empire wasn't sudden. It was more a very long, very complicated process involving dozens of countries, hundreds of treaties, and countless opportunities for things to go spectacularly wrong. Britain had spent centuries acquiring territories. Giving them back would prove to be almost as challenging as taking them in the first place. India's independence in 1947 was both the inevitable beginning of the end and a case study in how decolonisation could go horribly wrong despite everyone's best intentions. Partition, the division of British India into India and Pakistan, was supposed to solve the problem of religious tensions between Hindus and Muslims. Instead, it created one of the largest forced migrations in human history, with millions of people fleeing their homes and somewhere between 200,000 and 2 million people dying in communal violence. The British government's role in partition was problematic. Lord Mountbatten, the last Viceroy of India, was given the impossible task of drawing borders that would satisfy everyone, which was roughly equivalent to being asked to divide a pizza in a way that makes everyone happy when some people want pepperoni and others are vegetarian. The irony is that Britain's departure from India was probably about 50 years too late to be graceful, and about 5 years too early to be properly planned. By 1947, British authority had already collapsed in much of the subcontinent, but the timeline for independence was so rushed that nobody had time to work out the practical details of creating two new nations from scratch. Meanwhile, other regions of the empire were coming to similar conclusions about British rule, albeit through different means. In Palestine, Britain found itself trying to balance promises made to the Jewish and Arab populations, while dealing with increasingly violent resistance from both sides. The solution was to give up and hand the problem over to the newly created United Nations, which worked about as well as you'd expect. The Suez Crisis of 1956 was the moment when Britain discovered that being a former superpower means you still think you deserve special treatment, but nobody else agrees. When Egypt nationalised the Suez Canal, Britain and France invaded to retake it, assuming they could still act unilaterally on the world stage. The United States essentially told them to sit down and behave themselves, and Britain discovered that their special relationship with America didn't include permission to start wars without asking first. The humiliation of Suez marked the psychological end of empire, even though formal decolonisation would continue for decades. Britain could no longer pretend to be an independent global power. They were now a regional power with global interests. The process of decolonisation accelerated through the 1960s, with African territories gaining independence in rapid succession. Some transitions were relatively smooth. Guyana's independence in 1957 was managed by Kwame Nkrumah, who had been educated in British universities and understood how to work within British political systems. Others, like Kenya, experienced brutal conflicts that left lasting scars on both sides. The challenge for Britain was figuring out what came next. Having spent centuries telling themselves that they governed other countries for those countries' benefit, how do you maintain any influence once those countries are free to choose their relationships? The answer was the Commonwealth, a voluntary association of former colonies that would maintain cultural and economic ties with Britain. The Commonwealth was an attempt to preserve relationships after the formal empire ended. Some countries, such as Canada and Australia, were pleased to maintain close ties. Others, such as Ireland, wanted nothing to do with Britain beyond basic diplomatic relations. Still others had more complex relationships that varied depending on who was in charge and what Britain had done lately. By the 1970s, the transformation was largely complete. Britain had gone from ruling a quarter of the world to being a medium-sized European country with some overseas territories and a lot of historical baggage. The economic benefits of empire had been replaced by the costs of managing decline, dealing with immigration from former colonies, maintaining expensive military commitments that no longer served clear purposes, and figuring out Britain's role in a world where they were no longer automatically important. We are still working out how the legacy of empire continues to shape both Britain and its former colonies. In Britain, imperial history remains a source of both pride and discomfort, pride in the achievements and global influence, and discomfort with the methods and consequences. In former colonies, the impacts vary enormously, but they include everything from legal systems and languages to borders and ethnic tensions that can be traced directly to colonial policies. Perhaps the most lasting legacy is the English language itself, which became the global lingua franca partly because the British Empire spread it across the world. Today, more people speak English as a second language than as a first language, and the internet has made English fluency essential for global participation in ways that the builders of empire never could have imagined. So, there you have it. The rise and fall of the British Empire, from a soggy island with big ambitions to a global superpower to a modern nation still figuring out its place in the world. It's a story about how geography, technology and human ambition can combine to create something unprecedented, and how even the most powerful systems eventually face the limits of their own contradictions. Sweet dreams, and remember, empires may come and go, but the really good stories about them tend to stick around. Eleanor Roosevelt's name evokes images of a dignified First Lady, championing human rights and redefining the role of women in politics. Yet her story begins in an era marked by hushed assumptions about what women could and should do, and her journey from shy orphan to global influencer was no predictable progression. Born Anna Eleanor Roosevelt on October 11th, 1884, she entered a family steeped in prestige, but also riddled with private heartbreak. Her mother, Anna Hall Roosevelt, was renowned for beauty and social graces, while her father, Elliott Roosevelt, was the charismatic but troubled younger brother of future President Theodore Roosevelt. Some narratives cast her parents in stark contrasts, her mother's aloof manner, her father's erratic behaviour. Yet Eleanor recalled them both with a child's longing, craving acceptance. Her mother's criticisms of her looks haunted her, and her father's struggles with alcohol often overshadowed his tender devotion. These paradoxes shaped Eleanor's earliest perceptions of self-worth. By age 10, she had lost both parents. Her mother died of diphtheria, and her father, long embroiled in personal turmoil, passed away 2 years later. Left without their protective presence, Eleanor moved in with relatives who maintained the typical decorum of New York high society. She was a timid child, overshadowed by cousins who found her seriousness perplexing. She found some solace in reading, stories of daring heroines and moral dilemmas. Her maternal grandmother, Mary Ludlow Hall, insisted on conventional decorum with the hope that Eleanor would bloom into a proper debutante. Instead, the girl quietly internalized a sense of duty and self-consciousness. She learned how to host teas and navigate social niceties, but she also developed an inner resolve. The gulf between the confident girls around her and her insecurities never fully disappeared, but she forged a methodical approach to self-improvement. At age 15, she was shipped to Allenswood Academy, a boarding school outside London. There, under the guidance of Marie Souvestre, an educator known for fostering independent thought, Eleanor found a nurturing environment for the first time since her parents' deaths. Souvestre saw potential in her seriousness and urged her to speak her mind. Gone were the constraints of superficial society gatherings. Instead, classes focused on world affairs, literature, and critical thinking. Eleanor travelled across Europe, absorbing cultural differences, forging friendships, and learning to question assumptions. The timid girl from New York high society was awakening to the world's complexity. Returning to the United States at age 18, she struggled to reacclimate to the rigid expectations of debutante life. Gowns, balls, and polite suitors filled her schedule, yet she yearned for deeper substance. Family members urged her to embrace tradition, marry well, produce heirs, and carry on the Roosevelt name with appropriate decorum. Internally, she felt her convictions hardening. There was a broader realm where she might be of use. She began volunteering in settlement houses, encountering immigrants grappling with poverty and discrimination. It was her first intimate brush with social injustice. Around this time, she reconnected with her distant cousin Franklin Delano Roosevelt, a dashing young man set on a political career. Their shared family name and ties to Theodore Roosevelt added a certain inevitability to their courtship. Yet their bond was more complex than a convenient match. Franklin admired her seriousness and warmth. She found in him a lively optimism that promised adventure. Despite concerns from his domineering mother, Sarah Delano Roosevelt, they married in 1905. Theodore Roosevelt, then president, gave away the bride, an event that overshadowed the couple's day with national headlines. Early married life plunged Eleanor into the complexities of the extended Roosevelt clan, dominated by Sarah's strict ideas about household and social status. As she bore children, eventually 6, one dying in infancy, Eleanor struggled to maintain her identity. She discovered that her new role often felt like a performance. The shy orphan recast as the society hostess and dutiful political wife. Yet beneath the formalities, she was observing, learning, and quietly resolving to find her voice. Her childhood taught her to survive loss and isolation. Marriage would teach her to navigate duty and compromise. By her mid-20s, Eleanor Roosevelt stood at a crossroads, respectable wife in a prominent family, yet privately aware of how little she truly belonged to herself. She'd endured tragedy and internalized criticism, and now balanced motherhood with a sense that she was meant for more. As her husband's political ambitions gathered momentum, she would face new tests of resilience and discover just how profound her influence could become. In her first years of married life, Eleanor Roosevelt found her space and autonomy overshadowed by the imposing figure of her mother-in-law, Sarah Delano Roosevelt. Sarah managed the household finances and even designed adjoining living quarters so she could oversee Eleanor's management of the children. This arrangement stifled Eleanor's independence, leaving her feeling perpetually monitored. Franklin seemed comfortable with his mother's involvement, and this tacit acceptance further isolated Eleanor. Nevertheless, she made the best of her circumstances. She immersed herself in child-rearing, determined that her children would experience a warmth she had too often lacked. Simultaneously, she sought outlets for her curiosity about social issues. Volunteering for the Junior League, she assisted in settlement work on Manhattan's Lower East Side, coming face to face with poverty and labor injustices. Observing the hardships of immigrant families, Eleanor recognized the stark gap between her privileged circle and those struggling at America's margins. Around 1910, Franklin's political career began. Elected to the New York State Senate, he moved the family to Albany. Though still reluctant to step into the public spotlight, Eleanor gleaned insights into legislative processes and networking. She watched as lawmakers engaged in negotiations, formed alliances, and faced seemingly insurmountable challenges. At social gatherings, she was the dutiful wife, exchanging pleasantries while quietly absorbing the undercurrents of power. Her vantage point revealed a system in dire need of empathetic leadership. Tragedy soon intervened. In 1912, Eleanor's world was rocked when her eldest daughter, Anna, nearly died of illness. Shortly thereafter, she endured her health scares and a complicated birth. The precariousness of life, combined with the relentless swirl of political obligations, frayed her nerves. Sarah's hovering presence exacerbated tensions, yet adversity stirred in Eleanor a growing resolve. She ventured beyond polite tea-room talk, forging links with progressive women seeking to address glaring social inequities. She admired activists who battled for child labour laws and workplace safety reforms. By 1913, Franklin was appointed Assistant Secretary of the Navy by President Woodrow Wilson, prompting a move to Washington, D.C. The capital's elite social scene revolved around formal receptions and ranking protocols, neither of which thrilled Eleanor. Still, she recognized the city as a crucible of national decision-making. She developed friendships with progressive-minded officials and activists, exchanging ideas about wages, education, and women's suffrage. World War I broke out in 1914, drawing America in by 1917. Washington became a hive of wartime mobilization. Hospitals overflowed, and soldiers returned with devastating injuries. Eleanor volunteered at the Red Cross canteens and naval hospitals, an experience that brought her face to face with war's human toll. She found it impossible to return to trivial chatter at lavish parties after seeing wounded veterans struggle to rebuild their lives. Even as she navigated demands for appearances by Franklin's side, she yearned to channel her growing empathy into concrete action. Meanwhile, her personal life took a shocking turn. In 1918, she discovered Franklin's romantic letters to Lucy Mercer, her social secretary. A betrayal rocked Eleanor's foundations. She confronted her husband, and while divorce was considered, Sarah Roosevelt threatened to cut off financial support. The scandal never fully reached the public ear, but it jolted Eleanor into rethinking her marriage. Although she remained married, the emotional bond between them changed. She began cultivating her identity separate from him, forging alliances and friendships that didn't revolve solely around Franklin's ambitions. As the war ended, Washington shifted back to peacetime routines. The Roosevelts returned to New York, where Franklin resumed his political climb. However, Eleanor's worldview had expanded. No longer content to linger in the background, she immersed herself in political clubs, particularly the League of Women Voters and the new Women's Trade Union League. She devoured reports on social conditions, labour rights, and civil liberties. She overcame her shyness when speaking in public, fueled by the conviction that she had something to contribute. This evolution coincided with the ratification of the 19th Amendment in 1920, granting women the right to vote. Energised by this milestone, Eleanor campaigned for Franklin when he ran as the Democratic vice presidential candidate that same year. Though they lost, the experience broadened her political network. She saw how campaigns were orchestrated, how messages were spun, and most importantly, how public opinion could be swayed toward progressive ideals if approached with authenticity. By the early 1920s, Eleanor Roosevelt had traversed heartbreak, war volunteerism, and political initiation. She had begun forging her path, shaped by the direct encounters with suffering and by her growing circle of reform-minded peers. Her marriage, once the axis of her existence, now became just one facet of a broader calling. As she discovered, adversity often planted the seeds of purpose. The once quiet, shy girl, now determined to stand on her own terms, guided by a conscience that refused to stay silent, was emerging. The 1920s brought both hardship and opportunity to Eleanor Roosevelt. Franklin's political career stalled when he lost the vice presidential race in 1920, but his future seemed boundless until polio struck him in 1921. That summer, during a vacation in Campobello, he suddenly found himself paralysed from the waist down. Doctors offered little hope for complete recovery. The family rallied, yet the crisis triggered another shift in Eleanor's life. Overnight, she transformed into Franklin's indispensable ally, juggling therapy regimens, household logistics, and public relations. Many within the Roosevelt clan believed Franklin's political days were over. Sarah Delano Roosevelt pressed him to retire quietly, but Eleanor discerned that relinquishing his ambitions would crush his spirit. She supported his determination to regain mobility, helping him navigate new routines. She also shouldered tasks Franklin previously handled, from correspondence to scheduling. Suddenly, she was more than a supportive spouse. She was a gatekeeper, an intermediary, and an architect of her husband's comeback. Her own organisational skills flourished. She managed Franklin's affairs and dedicated time to committees that advanced her interests. She joined the women's division of the New York State Democratic Committee, recruiting women voters and championing issues that aligned with social reforms. This dual role, family caretaker and political operator, displayed an emerging confidence. She shed the last vestiges of social timidity, speaking at rallies and forging alliances with party leaders. While some ridiculed her for lacking classic oratory flair, others appreciated her sincerity. In 1924, Franklin ventured back into politics by supporting Al Smith for the position of governor of New York. Behind the scenes, Eleanor arranged events, wrote letters, and networked on his behalf. She began to see how her initiatives merged with broader political machinery. The Women's City Club and the League of Women Voters offered her platforms to discuss labour issues and child welfare. Her voice carried an authenticity rooted in hands-on experience, and she found an audience eager for that perspective. Yet her personal journey wasn't all smooth. Living under the same roof as Sarah, she faced constant friction about how to manage Franklin's care. Moreover, echoes of the Lucy Mercer affair lingered, complicating the emotional bond with her husband. Their marriage, though stable in outward appearance, evolved into more of a partnership than a traditional romance. Trusted friends, such as journalist Lorena Hickok, entered her life, providing emotional support. Speculation about the nature of these friendships arose later, but at the time they served as lifelines, anchoring Eleanor's sense of self-worth. As Franklin's mobility improved incrementally, supported by crutches, braces, and daily exercises, his political aspirations reignited. He ran for governor of New York in 1928 and won. Suddenly, Eleanor had to navigate her new role as the governor's wife. She disliked the ceremonials of the executive mansion in Albany, but she saw an avenue to shape policy from within. She was no longer content with simply greeting dignitaries at receptions. Instead, she turned the governor's residence into a meeting point for activists and policymakers. Under her watch, progressive agendas on labour laws and social welfare found an informal forum. Meanwhile, she continued building her own reputation. She wrote articles for women's magazines, pushing readers to engage in civic matters. In one piece, she insisted that the success of democracy depended on informed citizens, especially newly enfranchised women. Her writing style was direct and personal, resonating with readers tired of lofty rhetoric. Critically, she believed that compassion and practical solutions, not empty slogans, made politics meaningful. By the close of the 1920s, the Roosevelts had become a formidable team. Franklin's charismatic optimism drew public admiration, while Eleanor's growing expertise on social issues injected substance into his political image. The 1929 stock market crash sent the nation reeling, intensifying scrutiny of leaders' efforts to alleviate economic despair. As governor, Franklin grappled with relief measures for the unemployed. Eleanor, for her part, travelled the state, visiting factories, tenements, and rural communities to assess problems firsthand. Her dispatches back to Albany shaped policy debates, ensuring that the voices of ordinary citizens didn't get lost in the shuffle of bureaucracy. It was during this period that Eleanor solidified her belief in the potential of government to uplift the vulnerable. While critics accused her of meddling in affairs beyond a spouse's domain, she brushed off the barbs. If democracy was to thrive, she reasoned, it needed more than figureheads. It needed informed advocates willing to engage directly with citizens' struggles. As the 1932 presidential election approached, Franklin emerged as the Democratic frontrunner. With the Great Depression tightening its grip, Americans craved leadership that promised hope and decisive action. Eleanor steeled herself for the next stage. Little did she know, the White House would offer an even broader platform, yet also test her capacity to balance public influence with private conviction. When Franklin D. Roosevelt won the 1932 presidential election, America was in the throes of the Great Depression. Lines for bread and soup stretched across city blocks, farms were foreclosed, and unemployment soared. Millions looked to the incoming president for salvation. Amid the frenzied national attention, Eleanor Roosevelt stepped into the role of First Lady with an approach that defied convention. Rather than focusing on high society receptions, she resolved to become the eyes and ears of the administration, travelling extensively to gauge people's realities. From the onset, she carved out an unprecedented public profile. She held weekly press conferences for female reporters, ensuring that women in journalism retained access to the political heart of the nation. This move sparked controversy. No First Lady had ever done something so openly proactive. Critics labelled her a meddler, but Eleanor persisted, explaining that women's voices deserved inclusion in national discourse. She believed that an administration ignoring half the population's perspective was doomed to fail. She also launched a syndicated newspaper column, My Day. In it, she chronicled her observations on policy, social conditions, and even personal reflections. While some columns offered daily glimpses into her travels or family life, others pushed readers to consider labour issues, civil rights, and youth programs. The column garnered a massive following. Americans, especially women, found an advocate in the White House who spoke plainly about societal injustices. Detractors howled about an overstepping spouse. But she refused to cede the platform. Her pen became a conduit for the unheard. Meanwhile, the Roosevelt administration rolled out the New Deal, an array of programs aimed at relief, recovery, and reform. While Franklin handled the sweeping political maneuvers, Eleanor visited factories, slums, and rural backwaters, reporting her findings back to him and other officials. Her input influenced initiatives like the National Youth Administration, which provided jobs and education for young people. Eleanor believed that social welfare wasn't about handouts, but about giving people the tools to regain dignity. She pressed agencies to ensure these programs reached women, minorities, and rural families often sidelined in bureaucratic distribution. Her activism caught attention outside Washington. Labour leaders praised her empathy, while some conservatives accused her of championing socialism. Unions, especially the newly formed Congress of Industrial Organizations, CIO, saw her as an ally willing to bring workers' grievances to her husband's ear. Civil rights groups, led by African-American leaders like Mary McLeod Bethune, found in Eleanor a rare White House ally who would openly address racial injustice. She famously defied segregation norms in 1938 by sitting in the middle aisle between black and white delegates at a Southern conference. Critics deemed it a publicity stunt, but for many African Americans, it was a symbolic stand by someone in power. In private, though, she battled frustration and loneliness. Franklin's polio limited his mobility, and the relentless demands of the presidency deepened the emotional gulf between them. The White House brimmed with staff and visitors, leaving little time for introspection. She relied on friendships with women like Lorena Hickok, who provided an emotional outlet she rarely found in her marriage. Historians later scrutinized these relationships, but at the time they served as islands of understanding and affection in a sea of political chaos. Despite the strain, Eleanor recognized her unique influence. She championed the arts through projects under the Works Progress Administration. Believing creativity spurred hope. She publicly supported progressive women in office, including Secretary of Labour Frances Perkins, the first woman to hold a US cabinet position. In doing so, she advanced the notion that women could excel in governance. Skeptics sneered at the idea of female leadership, but Eleanor's calm assurance, backed by real accomplishments, countered their doubts. She also found herself entangled in controversies around housing reforms, rural electrification, and migrant labour camps. In each case, her approach was consistent: travel to the sites, talk to affected families, and push her husband's advisors to craft solutions. If she couldn't persuade through formal channels, she sometimes appealed directly to the public through her column or radio addresses. She skillfully balanced between being a supportive First Lady and being an independent political actor. By the late 1930s, the Roosevelt administration confronted new challenges: fascism rising in Europe and a still wobbly economy at home. Through it all, Eleanor's schedule remained relentless. She believed in direct engagement, convinced that a leader unaware of suffering had no moral right to shape policy. Though she never held official office, her council influenced decisions that altered millions of lives. With war clouds gathering overseas, she would soon discover that her role required not just empathy, but a steely resolve to face a global crisis poised to test America's ideals. As the 1930s ended and World War II loomed, Eleanor Roosevelt sensed a shifting global landscape. She saw fascism trampling human rights in Europe and Asia, while America debated isolation versus intervention. Though Franklin initially focused on domestic recovery by 1940, it was clear the nation couldn't ignore international turmoil. Eleanor, never shy about voicing her stance, argued that America's moral responsibility extended beyond its borders. She wrote passionately in My Day, warning readers that democratic values needed defending, lest they perish in the onslaught of tyranny. When Franklin won an unprecedented third term in 1940, the Roosevelts steeled themselves for a tumultuous period. Eleanor accelerated her advocacy for civil rights and women's involvement in war preparedness. With men joining the military, she championed female workers to fill industrial roles. Touring factories, she highlighted the contributions of Rosie the Riveter types, urging Americans to shed old prejudices about a woman's place. Her stance was pragmatic. The nation required every capable hand to beat looming threats. Yet Pearl Harbor's bombing in December 1941 brought war to US soil, igniting frantic mobilization. Eleanor plunged into morale-building efforts, visiting troops, meeting with families of servicemen, and pushing for improved conditions in military camps. Eleanor believed that even small actions like providing decent food, medical care, and pay could demonstrate the country's commitment to those who served. Despite the War Department having its structures, her personal visits frequently revealed areas of concern, such as segregated facilities, limited mental health services, or insufficient resources in remote training sites. She penned frank memos to generals and even her husband, demanding improvements. On the home front, war fever sometimes fueled racism. Japanese Americans were forced into internment camps, a policy Eleanor struggled to reconcile with her belief in democratic principles. She quietly lobbied behind the scenes, but her opposition to the policy never gained enough traction to reverse it. Critics later labelled her sentence on internment as one of her greatest moral failures. Still, she strove to mitigate conditions by visiting camps and advocating for educational programs inside them, mindful that these efforts fell short of outright justice. Meanwhile, civil rights leaders urged the administration to address discrimination in defense industries. Eleanor became their conduit in the White House. Franklin issued Executive Order 8802, banning racial discrimination in defense contracts, partly due to her persistent urging. Though enforcement was patchy, it set a precedent. She continued her bold stands, like publicly supporting the Tuskegee Airmen and ensuring African American nurses were integrated into the Army Nurse Corps. Each symbolic action fanned controversy among segregationists, but to her, equality was non-negotiable, especially in a war purportedly fought for freedom. Abroad, Eleanor's reach extended through her goodwill tours. She travelled to Britain and the South Pacific, meeting soldiers and Allied leaders. Her presence was more than ceremonial. She asked probing questions about troop morale, supply lines and local tensions. Often, she cabled back suggestions for improvements. British Prime Minister Winston Churchill praised her empathy, even if some in his entourage found her activism unorthodox for a First Lady. She reassured war-weary civilians that American aid wasn't just strategic, it was driven by a genuine commitment to liberty. At home, she confronted a personal heartbreak. Her brother, Hall Roosevelt, struggled with alcoholism, echoing the family's tragic legacy. She tried to arrange support and discreet care, balancing private loyalties with public responsibilities. Her circle of intimate friends provided emotional ballast. Lorena Hickok remained a confidant, though war logistics limited their time together. Through letters, Eleanor confided her exhaustion, admitting that the public's expectations often felt insurmountable. As the conflict raged on, Franklin's health waned. His blood pressure rose and stress weighed heavily. Eleanor stepped in more assertively, bridging gaps in his schedule. She delivered radio addresses championing war bonds, visited hospitals treating wounded veterans, and comforted grieving families. Some cynics dismissed her as Madame Do-Good, but many others found solace in a leader unafraid to see suffering firsthand. By 1944, the Allied forces were making significant progress, yet victory seemed a complicated prospect. The war's devastation would require not just triumph over Axis powers, but a blueprint for peace. Eleanor's mind buzzed with questions about refugees, post-war reconstruction, and a reimagined global framework that might prevent future catastrophes. She saw glimpses of a potential role for the United States as a moral leader, though she worried domestic politics might hamper that vision. In the final year of the war, she began hinting that the world needed a robust international body to maintain peace, foreshadowing her eventual pivotal role in the United Nations. Franklin D. Roosevelt died in April 1945, mere weeks before Germany's surrender. The nation mourned a four-term president whose New Deal and wartime leadership had reshaped America. For Eleanor Roosevelt, the loss was both intimate and public. While she and Franklin had forged a practical partnership over the years, she grieved the passing of a companion who, despite all their marital complexities, had walked beside her through monumental transformations. When Harry Truman succeeded to the presidency, he recognized Eleanor's unique standing. At first, many assumed she would retreat from public life. Instead, she showed no sign of disappearing into widowhood. She considered her husband's death a passing of the baton, a moment demanding continued engagement. The war with Japan still raged, and global politics were in flux. She quietly rebuffed suggestions to retire, stating famously, "The story is over, but not the journey." In May 1945, VE Day, victory in Europe, arrived, overshadowed by the looming final battles against Japan. Eleanor immersed herself in relief efforts, focusing on wounded veterans returning from both theatres. She visited hospitals, consoled families, and championed bills aimed at their rehabilitation. While Truman's administration tackled the complexities of forming a post-war order, she used her platform to advocate for a strong, cooperative international community. One of Truman's defining acts was to appoint Eleanor to the first American delegation to the United Nations in 1945. Many in Washington questioned the choice. Could a former First Lady, albeit well-travelled, effectively navigate high-stakes diplomacy? Truman saw something others overlooked, her blend of empathy and pragmatism. The appointment signalled a fresh chapter for both the UN and Eleanor. She approached the role with disciplined study, brushing up on parliamentary rules, international law, and economic recovery proposals, attending the UN's early sessions in London and then at Lake Success, New York. She immersed herself in the complexities of post-war negotiations. Nations wrestled with forming stable governments in war-ravaged regions, setting up structures to prevent future conflicts. While seasoned diplomats haggled over boundaries and reparations, Eleanor centred her efforts on human rights. She found common cause with delegates from smaller nations, forging alliances that transcended Cold War lines just beginning to emerge. In 1946, she chaired the newly formed UN Commission on Human Rights. Initially, some delegates saw her as an American figurehead, polite but lacking intellectual heft. They swiftly learned otherwise. She steered discussions with firmness, ensuring smaller nations had their say. She insisted the Commission draft not just broad statements, but actionable principles. This laborious process required reconciling different cultural values, economic realities, and political ideologies. Hours of debate tested her resolve. She found an ally in French philosopher René Cassin, among others, who appreciated her unwavering focus on practical outcomes. The Commission's most famous product, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, emerged as a collaborative masterpiece, though it bore Eleanor's imprint. She reminded delegates that lofty words meant little unless everyday people could understand them. She pushed for language that was clear, universal, and free from legalistic clutter. Late-night sessions often ended with her scribbling revisions by lamplight, fueled by an unshakable belief that each article mattered to someone's dignity. Her experience among the poor and marginalised during the Depression shaped her commitment to ensuring each clause addressed fundamental human needs. Throughout these intense negotiations, she maintained a public speaking schedule, travelling to universities and women's clubs to explain the UN's mission. Detractors at home accused her of naivete, suggesting the Soviet Union's looming power rendered human rights talk meaningless. She countered that precisely because of geopolitical tensions, a moral framework was indispensable. She refused to let cynicism overshadow the potential of collective action. By 1948, the Commission finalised the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. The UN General Assembly's adoption of it marked a significant milestone. Though not legally binding, it set a moral standard. Eleanor delivered speeches describing it as a Magna Carta for all mankind, ensuring the public understood it as a tool to uplift the disenfranchised. International media credited her leadership, albeit sometimes grudgingly, as she had shattered prior assumptions about a First Lady's capabilities. In the aftermath, she found little time for rest. The world was shifting into the Cold War era. Economic reconstruction, decolonisation, and ideological battles now defined global relations. Even as she stepped away from the Commission, she continued to serve as a roving ambassador of sorts, championing human rights across continents. Eleanor saw her late husband's passing as an opportunity to forge her own unique legacy, rooted not in being a president's wife, but in shaping international norms at a pivotal moment in history. In the final decade of her life, Eleanor Roosevelt continued as an indefatigable voice for social justice, human rights, and democratic ideals. The Universal Declaration of Human Rights, adopted in 1948, remained her crowning achievement. However, she refused to rest on her past achievements. With the onset of the Cold War, critics claimed the UN's ideals would crumble under superpower rivalry. Eleanor believed otherwise, maintaining that shared principles could mitigate conflict, even if progress unfolded slowly. She returned to private citizenship in 1953, but stayed active in public discourse. Writing, lecturing, and advocating, she championed civil rights at home. When African American students integrated previously all-white schools under court orders, she lent moral support, reminding Americans that equality was part of their national fabric. Her columns remained unflinching, calling out racism, poverty, and the complacency of those who benefited from the status quo. Some saw her as anachronistic, others discovered in her words a beacon for an America struggling to reconcile its ideals with its realities. Her personal network still included political heavyweights, enabling her to press for reforms behind the scenes. She served under President John F. Kennedy as chair of the Presidential Commission on the Status of Women, established in 1961. At an age when many retire, Eleanor dissected legal codes, employment practices, and educational barriers hindering women. She demanded data, case studies, and policy recommendations, aiming to transform rhetoric into tangible steps. That the Commission's final report spurred legislative changes underscored her ability to channel moral vision into legal frameworks. Throughout the 1950s and early 1960s, she travelled the globe. Invitations poured in from countries wanting to meet the woman behind the Declaration of Human Rights. In India, she walked through villages discussing rural development. In Israel, she marvelled at kibbutz communities. In Africa, she observed newly independent nations grappling with post-colonial reconstruction. Where American ambassadors might exude formality, Eleanor embraced dialogues with everyday people. She returned from each journey energised, writing extensive notes for policymakers, cautioning against condescending attitudes toward emerging nations. Her willingness to learn from other cultures became a hallmark of her diplomacy. Time and again, she confronted critics who branded her a busybody. She was neither a scholar nor a government official. Why should she meddle in foreign or domestic affairs? She answered that democracy was every citizen's business, and moral responsibility didn't vanish with the end of official appointments. Observers noted that her brand of activism hinged on practical empathy, nurtured from her earliest volunteer days. Whether lecturing at a university or chatting with a rural cooperative, she asked questions and listened. Her convictions were firm, yet she respected the complexity of local struggles. She also mentored rising figures, both men and women, urging them to wield compassion as a strength, not a weakness. From civil rights activists in the American South to young diplomats in the UN, she encouraged them to merge policy with humanity. People she mentored often recalled her direct manner, no idle flattery, just pointed questions that forced them to clarify their own beliefs. Rarely did she scold in public, but in private, she offered candid criticisms designed to sharpen strategies. As her health began to decline in the early 1960s, she scaled back her demanding itinerary, though not her convictions. President Kennedy valued her counsel on international relations and domestic policy. She remained a fixture in press interviews, her voice steady even if her physical stamina waned. She firmly believed in transferring the responsibility to the next generation. In one of her final interviews, she expressed hope that the seeds planted by the Universal Declaration would bear fruit, even if it took centuries for humanity to fully embrace the ideals of justice, liberty, and equality. Eleanor Roosevelt died on November 7th, 1962. Tributes poured in from heads of state and ordinary citizens alike. Many lauded her as the First Lady of the World, a title first coined in recognition of her global humanitarian work. Over the coming years, her legacy would be revisited by historians, feminists, diplomats, and human rights advocates. Unlike fleeting political personalities, she left a lasting moral imprint that transcended partisanship and geography. Today, her words still resonate. Where, after all, do universal human rights begin? In small places, close to home. Her famous advocacy statement encapsulates the essence of her life. She believed real change took root in neighbourhoods, schools, and local governments, only then scaling up to national and international levels. Born into privilege, she grew into a figure who championed the powerless. Overcoming shyness and heartbreak, she constructed a role for herself that few imagined possible. And in that process, she altered the global dialogue on rights, dignity, and what it means to serve humanity. Imagine yourself on a Liverpool dock in 1838, watching what appears to be a sailing ship have an affair with a factory. Paddle wheels churn the water like enormous wooden washing machines. Smoke billows from tall funnels, and somewhere deep within this mechanical whale, coal fires burn hot enough to convert water into the steam that will take you across the Atlantic Ocean in just 18 days, rather than the customary 6 weeks. This marks the beginning of the steamship era, when travelling across the oceans became more like following a schedule rather than a prayer to the wind gods. One of the first specially designed steamships to frequently traverse the Atlantic, the Great Western was essentially a floating city with a very particular issue. How do you feed hundreds of people when the closest supermarket is thousands of miles away and won't be accessible for weeks? Prior to steamships, travelling by sea was similar to camping for wealthy people. You brought your own food, hoped it wouldn't go bad, and accepted that meals would consist of whatever the ship's cook could prepare using hardtack, salt pork and anything that wasn't mouldy. But everything changed with steamships. These were luxury hotels that just so happened to float, and luxury hotels require luxury dining. They weren't merely transport ships. The difficulty of the task was magnificent. Imagine attempting to stock a restaurant for 3 weeks, while your kitchen is always changing in 3 dimensions. You have limited storage space, no refrigeration other than what nature provides, and you are unable to go outside for fresh ingredients. Oh, and your patrons anticipate the same level of quality that they would find at the best restaurants in New York or London. This issue was resolved by ship designers using the same Victorian inventiveness that produced the Suez Canal and the London sewer system. They developed dining systems, inventive preservation techniques, and floating pantries that would make contemporary cruise ship designers swoon. In addition to overcoming distance, the steamship was also transforming the idea of what it meant to eat healthily while travelling. Launched in 1843, the SS Great Britain resembled a mechanical marvel crossed with a floating palace. It was the world's largest ship, measuring 322 feet in length, and its designers recognised that passengers were purchasing an experience rather than merely a ticket. In addition to reflecting the social structures of the era, the dining arrangements on these early steamships introduced new types of maritime hospitality that would shape ocean travel in the century that followed. The way that steamship dining addressed issues that had dogged maritime travel ever since people first tied logs together and aimed them toward the horizon was what made it so intriguing. Proper food storage and menu planning helped prevent scurvy, the vitamin deficit disease that made sailors' teeth into loose accessories. Multi-course meals that could compete with anything served on land replaced the boring diet of ship biscuits and salt beef. The true revolution, however, was not in what people ate, but rather in how dining became an integral part of the steamship experience. Like all communities, these ships were forming floating communities centered around communal meals. The ship's dining saloon developed into its social hub, where travelers from various backgrounds interacted, romances blossomed, and the simple act of sharing meals forged relationships that persisted long after the ship docked. Imagine yourself standing on that Liverpool dock as you fall asleep tonight, watching people board with their trunks and their expectations. The first meal service of a voyage that will redefine what it means to eat while travelling is already underway somewhere in the ship's belly as the whistle blows and the paddle wheels start their rhythmic churning. You're about to learn how these floating eateries catered to their patrons, serving everything from the most elaborate first-class feast to the most basic steerage meal, all while navigating the Atlantic Ocean's never-ending waves. You might not even realise you're on a ship when you enter the SS Great Eastern's dining saloon in 1860. Like a cathedral devoted to the art of eating, the room sprawls out in front of you. Long tables covered in immaculate white linen stretch into the distance like a royal banquet. Crystal chandeliers sway softly with the motion of the ship, and massive mirrors reflect gaslight off polished mahogany. During the Victorian era, these dining saloons were the answer to a very specific question. How can you create an atmosphere of refined elegance in a space that is surrounded by thousands of tons of cold seawater and is always in motion? Most people were unaware that the answer required more theatrical stagecraft. Every component, including the substantial furniture fastened to the deck, and the specially made fiddles, those elevated edges that prevented plates from slipping off tables, was thoughtfully arranged to preserve the appearance of stability and elegance. With 400 seats available at once, the Great Eastern's dining saloon was larger than the majority of eateries in New York or London. This one, however, had to operate while tilting, rolling, and occasionally lurching in ways that would cause a terrestrial maitre d' to go into cardiac arrest, in contrast to those land-based establishments. Ship designers used inventions that combined engineering prowess and magical thinking to overcome these obstacles. Wide, low tables with the characteristic raised edges that came to define dining at sea were constructed. Chairs were made to remain stationary in the event of choppy seas and were heavier than their cousins on shore. Thick carpets that absorbed sound and offered traction covered the floors, creating an acoustic space where diners could hear one another over the continuous hum of paddle wheels and steam engines. Lighting posed special difficulties of its own. Dining saloons were reliant on oil lamps and later gas fixtures, which had to be built to be safe even when the ship was pitching in severe weather, because candles were fire hazards on wooden ships. As a result, even basic meals felt refined and sophisticated thanks to the warm golden illumination. Many travellers recalled the entire experience more vividly than the places they were sailing toward because the food and passengers looked better and the whole thing took on an almost dreamlike quality. These dining saloons' social dynamics were meticulously planned out like a ballet. Based on their social standing, class of travel, and occasionally their nationality, passengers were given seats. Prominent passengers might find themselves dining with the ship's officers and exchanging tales that would eventually become part of maritime folklore at the captain's table, the most prestigious seating arrangement. The way these dining saloons managed the straightforward logistics of serving hundreds of meals at once, while the entire restaurant was constantly moving, was perhaps their most impressive feature. Waiters, also known as stewards, created methods that combined elements of martial arts and dance. They developed an almost supernatural ability to carry loaded trays across a rolling deck without losing a single dinner roll, as they learned to anticipate the movement of the ship and time their steps to its rhythm. There was nothing like the sound of a steamship dining saloon in full operation on land. The soft chatter of passengers, the clink of silverware, the rustle of stewards' feet on the plush carpet, and beneath it all, the steady hum of the engines that powered this floating eatery. As a reminder that this sophisticated social area was encircled by the vastness of the ocean, you may occasionally hear the distant sound of waves against the hull, or the cry of seabirds. Meals in the evening were especially magical events. In the midst of the trackless sea, the dining saloon turned into a cosy haven of civilization as the daylight dimmed and the lamps were lit. For a few hours, the difficulties and discomforts of sea travel would be replaced by conversation, delicious food, and the strange intimacy that arises when strangers share an extraordinary experience. Passengers were dressed to impress. Formal dining was expected on steamships. These dining saloons' menu cards are poetic odes to Victorian plenty. Each dish would be described in such a way that even the most basic preparations would seem like culinary masterpieces, and course after course would be listed in intricate script. This theatrical presentation, however, was based on a sophisticated understanding of what worked in maritime dining. Foods that could be prepared ahead of time, that travelled well, and that would retain their excellent flavour even after being served in a constantly moving room. Consider yourself in 1875 sitting down to dinner after becoming wealthy enough to reserve first-class passage on the RMS Britannic. With dishes like turtle soup, salmon with lobster sauce, roast beef with Yorkshire pudding, game pie, charlotte russe, and fresh fruit that somehow survived the journey from Mediterranean groves to your plate without wilting in the Atlantic spray, the menu in front of you reads like a love letter to Victorian excess. This was more than just dinner. It was a show of humanity's ability to overcome the inherent constraints of maritime travel. Every component on your plate symbolized a triumph over spoiling, and each expertly prepared dish was a protest against the ocean's attempt to turn your food into salted meat and hardtack. First-class passengers were purchasing temporary protection from the harsh realities of life at sea, not just a means of transportation. A contemporary supply chain manager would have been impressed by the logistics of these elaborate meals. Consider that fresh fruit. The ripeness of Spanish oranges, English apples, and French grapes had to be carefully chosen, packed to protect them from ship motion, and kept in specially ventilated compartments that allowed just enough air circulation to keep rot at bay, without allowing in the salt air that would destroy everything. The problems with meat were even worse. They didn't just throw that roast beef in the ship's pantry and hope for the best. It was a component of a well-planned system that also included traditional salt-preserved meats for longer voyages, live cattle kept in pens on deck, and cutting-edge preservation methods that stretched the limits of 19th century food science. Some ships even had their own ice houses, which were essentially floating refrigerators that allowed perishables to last far longer than they could have a generation ago. These luxurious steamships had wine cellars that were feats of engineering and taste. In order to maintain appropriate storage conditions, bottles needed to be fastened against the ship's continuous motion. The wine steward, who frequently held a highly esteemed position on board a ship, was knowledgeable about both wines and the unique difficulties of serving them in a constantly tilting environment. If handled improperly, a vintage Bordeaux that was excellent on land could become unfit for consumption while travelling across the Atlantic. First-class breakfasts, which catered to the international character of steamship travel, ranged from traditional English fare to continental delicacies and could last for hours. The ship's ovens, which had to work while the entire kitchen was rolling through ocean swells, baked fresh bread every day. Every morning the first-class corridors would fill with the aroma of freshly baked goods. a homely comfort that transformed the ship from a mechanical vehicle into a floating residence. However, the way first-class dining accommodated special dietary requirements and preferences was arguably its most remarkable feature. Wealthy passengers expected their shipboard meals to reflect the increasingly complex ideas about nutrition and health that were emerging in Victorian society. For passengers who were worried about their health, ships carried special preparations for invalids, kid-friendly meals, and even the earliest iterations of what we might now know as spa cuisine. First-class food was presented in a theatrical fashion. Each course became a miniature performance as silver-covered dishes arrived at tables and were simultaneously lifted by white-gloved stewards, resulting in dramatic reveals. At sea, hundreds of passengers were served meal after meal with the finest china, crystal, and silverware that would have been reserved for the most aristocratic homes on land. Protocols in the first-class dining saloon were as strict as those in the best hotels in London. The social graces that affluent passengers expected were taught to stewards in addition to food service. They knew how to clear courses in the right order, how to serve wine properly, and the delicate art of paying attention without being obtrusive. Many of these men brought land-based experience to the particular difficulties of maritime service, having previously worked in upscale homes or restaurants. First-class meals were scheduled according to patterns that represented both practical needs and social expectations. In order to allow passengers to wake up at their own pace, breakfast may be served from 8 to 10. Lighter fare was usually served at lunchtime. However, dinner was the focal point of the day, presented with such grandeur and ceremony that it was the culinary and social high point of life aboard ship. Passengers had to pack formal attire for what was effectively camping on water, because first-class dinner required evening dress. Women wore ornate gowns that had to be made to look elegant while taking into account the practicalities of life on a moving ship, while men showed up wearing white tie and tails. The end result was a fashion show every night that was on par with anything you might see at a grand ball or the opera. These sophisticated meals could become applied physics adventures depending on the weather. Even the most meticulously planned service could devolve into chaos when the ship encountered choppy waters. While novices frequently found themselves chasing their dinner rolls across the table or wearing their soup, seasoned travellers learned to time their movements to the ship's rhythm. However, even when the laws of gravity were momentarily suspended, the staff always managed to preserve an air of refinement and dignity. The lower levels of the ship were a different culinary universe, where the majority of passengers, emigrants, working-class travellers, and those seeking their fortunes in new lands, experienced steamship dining in ways that were both more basic and, in some ways, more authentic to the maritime experience. While first-class passengers were enjoying turtle soup and vintage wines, steerage passengers had to eat in cramped, utilitarian rather than aesthetically pleasing compartments that would have made contemporary airline seats appear roomy. Passengers used pewter utensils that could survive the rough treatment of shipboard life, ate from metal plates rather than china, and sat on benches rather than chairs in communal dining areas crowded with long wooden tables. However, don't think of this as a depressing experience. Steerage meals were filling, healthy, and frequently more interesting than what many passengers had experienced back home. Good food became one of the few consistent pleasures in their everyday routine, and ship cooks recognised that these travellers were frequently dealing with weeks of uncertainty and discomfort. Thick stews, freshly baked bread, hearty meat dishes, and straightforward desserts that were both comforting and nourishing with a focus, not elegance. Typically, steerage passengers' breakfast consisted of porridge, not the fancy oatmeal you might find in first class, but substantial, filling preparations that could keep hard-working people going for extended periods of inactivity. Bread, butter, and occasionally salt pork or bacon were served with this. Coffee or tea offered caffeine and warmth, two essentials when your quarters may be cold and your sleep is regularly disturbed by ship motion. Steel lunches were typically thick broths made with barley, vegetables, and whatever protein was on hand. In addition to being nourishing and filling, these soups could be made in bulk, and were comparatively simple to serve in inclement weather, when maintaining liquids in bowls became a skill and a matter of luck. The majority of meals were accompanied by ship's biscuits, a hardtack that had been refined over centuries of seafaring, and provided carbohydrates that could withstand any conditions the ocean might present. The substantial meal of the day for ordinary passengers was dinner, which frequently consisted of salt pork or beef, variously prepared potatoes, cabbage or other preserved vegetables, and occasionally fresh fish that the ship's crew had caught while at sea. Passengers from various backgrounds gathered around tables, exchanged stories, and developed the odd bond that arises when people share a remarkable experience during these communal meals. In actuality, serving first-class diners was easier than the logistics of feeding steerage passengers. Steerage could accommodate hundreds of people, all of whom needed to be fed effectively and affordably, while wealthy passengers might number in the dozens. Passengers rotated through the dining areas in groups that could fit the seating and serving personnel available, and meals were served in shifts. In steerage, water was a valuable resource that was mostly utilised for cooking and drinking, instead of the ornate table settings that were typical of first class. In order to make room for the next group of diners, passengers learned how to eat efficiently and clean their utensils quickly. In contrast to the formal service upstairs, this established a communal dining rhythm that was more personal and democratic. Many steerage passengers brought extra food such as nuts, dried fruits, preserved meats and other non-perishables to add variety to the ship's regular meals. The international nature of steamship travel was reflected in the informal networks of culinary exchange that were formed when travelling companions or new acquaintances shared these personal provisions. Steerage passengers had limited but adequate cooking facilities. Some ships gave passengers access to basic galleys where they could reheat food they had brought with them or make hot beverages. These communal kitchens developed into social hubs where people could exchange recipes, practice cooking, and create improvised fusion cuisine by combining the culinary traditions of various cultures. Special attention was given to the feeding of children in steerage. The ship's cooks were aware that young passengers had different nutritional needs and were more prone to travel-related illnesses like seasickness. Treats like sugar cookies or fruit preserves offered solace to homesick children who faced an uncertain future in foreign nations, while simple bland foods were available for those with sensitive stomachs. In steerage, the serving crew honed their own unique abilities. In contrast to first-class formal stewards, these employees had to be amiable, productive, and able to oversee sizable dining parties in confined spaces. By mediating between passengers who spoke different languages, resolving small arguments over seating, and upholding order in areas where tension and uncertainty could quickly degenerate into conflict, they turned into amateur diplomats. Steerage dining was more significantly impacted by weather than first-class service. Passengers would have to settle for cold food, bread, and whatever could be distributed without running the risk of getting hurt by flying plates or scalding liquids when the seas were rough, as it might be impossible to serve hot meals safely. Not only for comfort, but also as a practical measure to help passengers deal with the physical challenges of severe weather, the crew would frequently distribute extra rations of spirits during these times. Many steerage passengers had pleasant memories of their shipboard meals, despite the simpler fare and more basic accommodations. Eating together in that floating community and sharing food while travelling across the ocean, to start over was something that forged lifelong friendships and memories. Even though the meals were straightforward, they were infused with optimism, excitement, and the unique taste that comes from eating as one journeys toward an unknowable future. The true centre of maritime dining was located deep within a steamship's belly, beneath the crowded steerage compartments and elegant dining saloons, the ship's kitchens, or galleys as they were officially known. Combining the functionality of a professional restaurant kitchen with the space limitations of a submarine and the additional difficulty of functioning while continuously moving, these areas were marvels of compact efficiency. Imagine a kitchen that is about the size of a contemporary studio apartment and is set up to serve 200 to 2,000 people, 3 meals a day for weeks at a time. Every square inch was utilised, with storage compartments built into walls, cooking surfaces that could be secured during rough weather, and ingenious systems for managing everything from fresh water to food waste. It was similar to watching someone create a restaurant inside a running washing machine. On a large steamship, the head chef was a highly respected individual who was respected by both crew and passengers. An expert in food preservation, nutrition, psychology, and the odd physics of cooking in a constantly changing environment, this person was more than just a skilled chef. In order to address the particular difficulties of dining at sea, many head chefs on the great steamships were hired from the best restaurants in London, Paris, or New York. These galleys' cooking apparatuses were the pinnacle of 19th century technology. To avoid carbon monoxide poisoning, coal-fired ranges had to be built with efficient combustion and adequate ventilation. Despite the ship's motion, ovens had to keep their temperatures constant. To keep prepared foods warm without overcooking them, steam tables made use of the ship's power plant. Everything was designed to be safe, workable, and able to produce a lot of food in conditions that would be difficult for even the most seasoned chefs to handle. On steamships, storing food was like playing three-dimensional chess. Compartments that maximised air circulation and minimised temperature fluctuations were used to store fresh provisions. Meats that had been salt-preserved were hung in special areas that allowed for adequate ventilation without contaminating them. Containers used to store dry goods were made to withstand ship motion, while shielding their contents from moisture and rodents. In order to create floating farms that supplied fresh meat and eggs throughout the journey, some ships even carried live poultry and small livestock. Because feeding hundreds of people required constant preparation, the food service crew worked in shifts around the clock. While the majority of passengers were still asleep, bakers started working before dawn, making the bread for the day. In order to prepare elaborate meals, prep cooks had to spend hours chopping vegetables, making stocks, and doing the innumerable little chores. Despite the ship's continuous motion, the galley as a whole transformed into a choreographed dance of cooks, servers, and kitchen assistants cooperating during meal service. There were particular difficulties in managing fresh water for cooking. Large amounts of fresh water were transported by steamships for cooking and drinking, but each gallon needed to be carefully rationed and used effectively. Systems for cleaning utensils and dishes had to reduce water waste while upholding the hygienic requirements needed to keep people healthy in a ship's cramped quarters. To make the most of their valuable freshwater resources, some ships first cleaned with seawater and then rinsed with fresh water. Steamship galleys' waste management systems were engineering marvels. Food scraps needed to be disposed of properly to avoid attracting rodents or causing sanitary issues. To avoid contaminating the ship's water supply, grease and cooking oils needed to be handled carefully. Anything that could not be recycled or used again was either disposed of overboard in ways that would not interfere with the ship's ability to operate or fed to livestock that was transported on board. Controlling the galley's temperature was a never-ending struggle. These areas, which were deep inside the ship with little ventilation, produced massive amounts of heat from steam systems and cooking fires. Working in conditions that would make a contemporary restaurant kitchen seem refreshingly cool, cooks perspired in temperatures that could reach over 100 degrees Fahrenheit, even in moderate weather while donning bulky clothing to prevent burns. Steamship galleys' social structure was a reflection of both practical necessity and maritime tradition. With the authority of a ship's officer, the head chef oversaw the kitchen, making choices about menus, the use of ingredients, and meal timing that had an impact on the entire journey. One sous chef might specialize in roasted meats, another in soups and stews, and a third in the intricate desserts that are expected in first-class service. Systems that could work in spite of the ship's noise and the separation between the cooking and serving areas were needed for communication between the galley and dining areas. The intricate logistics of delivering hot food from the kitchen to the table, while upholding the passenger-expected presentation standards, were managed by hand signals, written notes, and timing systems. This communication was even more important during inclement weather, because safety concerns impacted all facets of food service. In steamship galleys, the night shift had a distinct personality. Skeletal crews kept the constant watchfulness needed to safely manage coal fires throughout the night, prepared the meals for the following day, and attended to slow-cooking dishes that would be ready for breakfast while passengers slept. The most intricate food preparation frequently took place during these quiet hours, including elaborate stocks that needed to simmer for hours, bread doughs that needed to rise for a long time, and desserts that needed to set overnight. Steamship galley menu planning struck a balance between passenger expectations and real-world constraints. Using ingredients that could withstand weeks at sea, efficient rather than adaptable cooking equipment, and storage systems that prevented the last-minute shopping that defined land-based restaurants, chefs had to produce a variety of intriguing meals. This restriction frequently resulted in creative pairings and methods that impacted culinary advancements well beyond the maritime realm. Steamship galley crew members acquired skills that made them employable long after their time at sea was over. They knew how to produce food on a large scale, manage resources effectively, and collaborate under pressure. Many went on to become prosperous hotel chefs, food service managers, or restaurateurs, bringing maritime efficiency to hospitality enterprises on land. Steamship companies realized that special occasions could turn a simple journey into a lifelong memory, and there's something magical about celebrating while surrounded by the vast emptiness of the ocean. These ships became floating stages for celebrations that blended maritime tradition with the unique intimacy that arises among travellers sharing an extraordinary experience, whether it was a passenger's birthday, Christmas Day in the middle of the Atlantic, or the customary ceremony of crossing the equator. On a steamship, Christmas took months of preparation and a great deal of imagination. Imagine trying to create a traditional holiday feast when your ingredients had to be selected and preserved weeks before departure. Your dining room was constantly in motion, and your guests included people from dozens of different countries with their own holiday traditions. In response to this challenge, the ship's chefs developed innovations that would shape holiday dining for many years to come. In 1875, the RMS Britannia's Christmas menu sounded like a celebration of preservation methods masquerading as festive plenty. Mince pies made with fruits candied and preserved using methods that stretched the limits of Victorian food science, plum puddings that had been maturing in the ship's stores since before departure, and roast goose that had been specially prepared and packed for the journey. The end product was a dish that represented outstanding accomplishments in maritime logistics and tasted traditionally familiar. Modern party planners would be impressed by the inventiveness needed to decorate for Christmas on a steamship. Since it was impossible to get fresh greenery, decorations had to be made of materials that wouldn't wilt or deteriorate after weeks at sea. Despite being surrounded by thousands of miles of frigid ocean, sterile dining saloons were transformed into festive spaces with paper flowers, fabric bunting, and creative arrangements made from the ship's own materials. Steamship New Year's Eve festivities developed their own distinctive customs. Because midnight is arbitrary when travelling across time zones at sea, people have come up with inventive ways to determine the exact start of the new year. While some ships observed the new year in accordance with the time zone of their departure port, others celebrated several times as they travelled across different meridians. As a result, passengers would frequently celebrate for hours on end, sipping champagne that somehow managed to stay perfectly chilled in spite of the lack of modern refrigeration. Birthdays, wedding anniversaries, and other private festivities gained particular meaning on steamships. Individual celebrations became shared experiences for all passengers due to the limited entertainment options and the close-knit community that formed during lengthy voyages. The ship's bakers became skilled at making unique cakes and desserts using few ingredients, and other travellers helped with the entertainment and decorations that turned these private milestones into group festivities. Crossing the equator is a tradition that has its own culinary traditions. The celebration of King Neptune's feast combined long-standing maritime customs with the pragmatic requirement to signal the halfway point of protracted voyages to Asia, Africa, or South America. The majority of passengers found these meals to be exotic, with dishes that reflected the international character of steamship travel, fish caught by the ship's crew, and tropical fruits obtained during recent port calls. When travellers from various nations were celebrating on the same ship during national holidays, it created intriguing problems. While British passengers expected the Queen's birthday to be properly recognised, American passengers might want to observe the 4th of July. Diplomatic meals that respected various customs without favouring any one nationality taught ship's officers how to handle these potentially delicate situations. One of the most eagerly awaited aspects of any steamship journey was the farewell dinner, which was served the final night before arriving at the destination port. In order to create memorable fare for passengers who had become temporary communities during their time at sea, the crew had the chance to demonstrate their best abilities by using up perishable ingredients that wouldn't survive to the next voyage. These meals frequently included fare that had been unattainable earlier in the journey, new goods brought in at recent port calls, complex dishes that could only be tried when the galley didn't have to budget for more days at sea. Although it may sound contradictory, seasoned steamship passengers created customs for commemorating the survival of exceptionally harsh weather. Passengers and crew would assemble for meals that commemorated their common experience of confronting nature's might and escaping safely once the threat had passed and the ship had returned to calmer waters. These were frequently straightforward events: hot soup, freshly baked bread, and anything else that could be made fast, but they carried emotional significance that went well beyond their culinary complexity. Steamships had to be considerate of the various religious beliefs of their international passengers when it came to religious observances. The ship's chefs developed the ability to create festive settings that could accommodate diverse worship customs while preparing meals that respected a range of dietary restrictions. The intricate cultural navigation needed on board these floating communities included Friday fish dinners for Catholic passengers, special preparations for Jewish travellers adhering to kosher dietary laws, an acknowledgement of Eastern Orthodox fasting periods. On steamships, crew and fellow passengers paid particular attention to the birthday celebrations of children. These young passengers, who frequently left home with their families in search of uncertain futures, were surrounded by a transient extended family of fellow travellers who helped to make their memorable special days. Shipbakers developed a skill for making easy yet delicious treats that could cheer up homesick kids who were struggling with life at sea. On steamships, the entertainment that went with special occasion meals represented the potential and constraints of life on board. In order to turn dining saloons into makeshift theatres, passengers staged their own musical performances, recited poetry, told stories, and invented diversions. These areas' acoustics, which were largely intended for conversation during meals, frequently produced surprisingly small performance spaces where unprofessional performers could showcase their skills to grateful audiences. Celebrations at ports celebrated the successful completion of ocean crossings and gave travellers a chance to talk about their experiences with newcomers getting ready for their own journeys. Major port cities like Liverpool, New York and Hamburg were transformed into stages for continuous maritime festivals, where the conclusion of one voyage served as the impetus for the next, thanks to these transitions, which produced an endless cycle of celebration and expectation. It's worthwhile to think about how those early steamships not only revolutionized transportation, but also profoundly changed how people relate to food, dining, and the idea of eating while travelling, as you curl up with your blanket and maybe take one last sip of tea. The necessity of feeding hundreds of people in floating metal boxes led to innovations that would eventually impact everything from airline meals to contemporary cruise ships, from restaurant service procedures to food preservation methods. The idea that meals on steamships could be more than just a means of subsistence was the most direct legacy of steamship dining. Eating while travelling was a survival strategy prior to the great steamships. You packed what you could, hoped it wouldn't spoil, and accepted that meals would be basic, repetitive, and frequently unpleasant. The groundbreaking notion that eating could be one of the joys of travel rather than one of its challenges was made possible by steamships. This change laid the groundwork for the modern field of hospitality management. Companies that operated steamships were among the first to realise that the customer experience encompassed all facets of service, from the time passengers boarded until they arrived at their destination. Hotel dining rooms, restaurant service standards, and the burgeoning tourism industry that would thrive in the late 19th and early 20th centuries were all impacted by the complex dining protocols established aboard these ships. The uses of food preservation methods developed on steamships extended well beyond dining on board. In order to transport produce over longer distances and prolong growing seasons by shipping foods from different climate zones, techniques for storing fresh fruits and vegetables during lengthy ocean crossings had an impact on agricultural distribution systems. The globalization of food that defines contemporary cuisine was facilitated by these inventions. The schedule and format of meals on steamships created trends that affected dining habits in newly popular tourist locations. Early airlines, resort hotels, and railroad dining cars all adopted aspects of steamship meal service, resulting in standardized methods for effectively serving large numbers of passengers while upholding standards for quality and presentation. What historians now acknowledge as one of the first truly global fusion cuisines was influenced by the international nature of steamship dining. Recipes were shared among crew members from different countries, passengers from different countries shared tables, and menu planning had to take into account a range of cultural preferences. Immigrant food customs, port city eateries, and the slow internationalization of urban dining, which would pick up speed throughout the 20th century, were all impacted by this cross-cultural culinary interchange. For generations, the hospitality industry was impacted by the professional standards established by staff training programs created for steamship dining service. Specialized skills were needed to manage large groups of diners with different expectations, serve meals efficiently in constantly moving environments, and maintain service quality under difficult circumstances. These skills led to workers becoming valuable employees in restaurants, hotels, and other service industries. Early models for modern supply chain management were established by the logistics systems developed to provide food to steamships. It took organizational abilities and methodical thinking to coordinate the procurement, storage, and distribution of thousands of ingredients across several ports, which had an impact on more general advancements in commercial food distribution and inventory control. Long into the modern era, commercial kitchen development was impacted by the kitchen design innovations that were first introduced aboard steamships. Advances in restaurant and institutional kitchen design were influenced by the need for small, effective layouts due to space constraints, the specialized equipment developed for cooking on ships, and the workflow patterns developed for producing large quantities of food under difficult conditions. The menu planning methods created for steamship dining created models for large-scale food service that affected institutional dining in schools, hospitals, and other places where a lot of people needed to be fed in an economical and efficient manner. Models that maintained their relevance long after steam power was replaced by diesel engines and jet aircraft were produced by striking a balance between variety and practicality, as well as between passenger expectations and operational constraints. Cross-class social mixing and attitudes toward public dining have changed as a result of the social aspects of steamship dining. Even though these ships upheld rigid social hierarchies, they also made it possible for members of various social groups to interact in ways that were not feasible in more conventional contexts. The modern era's broader social changes were influenced by the slow democratization of dining experiences. With its lavish buffets, specialty eateries, and 24-hour food service, modern cruise ship dining has its roots in the inventions made on the great steamships of the 19th century. The idea that a ship could function as a floating resort, with dining experiences as a major component of the total entertainment value, created trends that still affect leisure travel on the seas today. Despite its infamous reputation, airline meal service also adheres to the same standards set forth on those early steamships. Whether you're flying at 35,000 feet or steaming across the Atlantic, the difficulties of serving a large number of passengers effectively, safely, and palatable in a small space while traversing a potentially hostile environment are essentially the same. Early forms of hospitality industry research that would later develop into contemporary customer service analysis and menu engineering were established by the documentation practices developed aboard steamships, including detailed menu records, passenger feedback systems, and operational reports. These ships were some of the first companies to systematically research what their customers wanted and how to provide it on a regular basis. International maritime law regarding food safety, passenger welfare, and crew working conditions traces its origins to regulations developed during the steamship era. Legal precedents that still have an impact on maritime commerce were established as a result of the difficulty of overseeing food service in international waters, across multiple legal jurisdictions, and for passengers of different nationalities. Dining on steamships had a profound cultural impact that went well beyond the ships themselves. When immigrants crossed the Atlantic with sophisticated meal service, they returned home with higher standards and a wider understanding of cooking. Because of the cross-cultural interactions that took place on board these floating communities, port cities where these ships docked developed dining scenes and culinary customs that reflected the international nature of maritime travel. The psychological foundation for contemporary travel dining, the notion that meals eaten while travelling should be experiences that enrich rather than merely prolong the trip, was arguably most significantly established by steamships. The elaborate dining cars of luxury trains, the themed restaurants of contemporary theme parks, the celebrity chef venues aboard modern cruise ships, and the artisanal food courts in contemporary airports were all impacted by this idea. The need to reduce waste, increase efficiency, and use all available resources, the environmental consciousness that grew on steamships, established early models for sustainable food service that are now more relevant than ever in our current environmental era. Modern food service operations looking to lessen their environmental impact can learn from the closed-system thinking needed to run a ship's galley effectively. Labour organisation in the hospitality sector was impacted by the professional development programs and staff hierarchies that were first implemented on steamships. Professional standards that influenced restaurant and hotel operations for generations were established by the career progression from galley hand to head chef, the specific training needed for various roles, and the emphasis on teamwork under pressure. The early forms of hospitality industry economics that impacted pricing strategies and profit management across the service sector were established by the financial models created for steamship dining, which included inventory management, food cost calculations, and balancing passenger expectations with operational constraints. Among the first companies to systematically examine the connection between customer satisfaction and service quality in a way that could be quantified and enhanced were these ships. Their dining innovations moved to new locations and uses as steamships changed, and eventually made way for quicker, more effective modes of transportation. Steamship dining was transformed into even more intricate forms of hospitality theatre, by the great ocean liners of the early 20th century. These customs have been turned into floating entertainment complexes by contemporary cruise ships, where meals are expertly planned performances meant to leave a lasting impression. Even the most commonplace elements of contemporary travel dining have their roots in inventions made on those first steamships. Solutions initially created to feed passengers travelling across the Atlantic under steam power gave rise to pre-plated meals, standardised portion sizes, specialised serving utensils, coordinated meal service, and methodical approaches to meeting dietary requirements. The cultural exchange that took place on steamships is largely responsible for the globalisation of food culture that defines contemporary dining. Food barriers that had previously kept national cuisines separate and distinct began to gradually dissolve as a result of international passengers sharing meals, crew members from different countries cooperating in ship galleys, and port cities modifying their restaurants to accommodate foreign visitors. The importance of ambiance in dining areas, the use of lighting and decor to improve the meal experience, and the timing of service to create seamless dining experiences are all examples of restaurant design concepts that started out as ways to make dining on ships, which were essentially floating restaurants that catered to captive audiences for weeks at a time, more enjoyable. The customer's experience is crucial. Attention to detail distinguishes between adequate and memorable service, and successful operations necessitate coordination between front-of-house presentation and back-of-house efficiency, all of which are reflected in the customer service philosophies that rule contemporary hospitality industries. These principles were first established aboard steamships. These ideas, which originated from the need to ensure passenger satisfaction during lengthy ocean voyages, became the cornerstones of the service economy as a whole. Lessons learned aboard steamships are still incorporated into training programs for contemporary hospitality workers. These lessons include how to remain composed and productive under pressure, how to serve a variety of populations with different expectations and cultural backgrounds, how to collaborate well in cramped spaces, and how to come up with innovative solutions when traditional ones aren't available. The measurement and analysis tools used by contemporary restaurants to monitor menu performance, customer satisfaction, and operational efficiency originated with steamships, where precise documentation was crucial for overseeing intricate food service operations for extended periods of time without the possibility of outside assistance or resupply, while passenger traffic, weather, and supply chain logistics created predictable patterns of busy and slow periods that required different operational approaches and staffing strategies. Even the seasonal and cyclical patterns that define modern hospitality businesses are reminiscent of rhythms established during the steamship era. As the gentle rocking of our imaginary steamship lulls you towards sleep, take a moment to appreciate the remarkable human achievement represented by those floating restaurants of the 19th century. Every time you take for granted the variety and quality of food available in modern life, every time you savour a thoughtfully prepared meal while travelling, or every time you appreciate thoughtful service in a restaurant, you are reaping the benefits of innovations initially pioneered by individuals who refused to accept that travelling meant forgoing the pleasures of fine dining. Imagine the SS Great Western approaching New York Harbour after 18 days at sea, with the sound of her final dinner bell resonating through the ship's corridors. The dining saloon, which has served as the passengers' social hub, entertainment venue, and daily meeting spot during the crossing, is where they come together one last time. A celebration of human ingenuity, a demonstration of the ability of hospitality to foster community among strangers, and a reminder that some of our greatest inventions stem from resolving the straightforward issue of how to meet one another's basic needs. The meal they share is more than just food. The multilingual discussions that took place around those tables, representing dozens of distinct cultural backgrounds, foreshadowed the increasingly interconnected world we live in today. The methods created to prepare, serve, and preserve those foods created habits that still affect our eating habits today. The hospitality customs that are still practiced in contemporary hotels, restaurants, and entertainment venues were established by the service standards designed to oversee those floating communities. Perhaps more significantly, though, those steamship dining experiences created the expectation that travel should improve rather than lower our quality of life, that transient groups of strangers could unite around shared meals, and that human ingenuity could overcome logistical obstacles that seemed insurmountable to create experiences that fed the body and the soul. When you pour your coffee tomorrow morning and make plans for the day, keep in mind that the coffee in your mug may contain beans that were transported across oceans using transportation systems developed from steamship innovations. that the breakfast you eat represents food preparation and preservation techniques initially perfected in ship's galleys, and that the very idea of beginning your day with a satisfying meal owes something to those Victorian travellers who maintained that civilization was portable, that comfort could be created anywhere, and that a good meal shared with fellow humans was worth whatever effort it took to make it possible. These days, steamships have been replaced by container ships that transport cargo more effectively, but disregard the comfort of their passengers, and by airliners that travel across oceans in a matter of hours rather than weeks, but serve meals that are insignificant in comparison to what those floating restaurants were able to accomplish with much less funding. However, their legacy endures each time we assemble around a table, transform a meal into a social gathering, and use food to foster community and make memories that endure long after the dishes are cleared away. Sweet dreams of paddle wheels churning through Atlantic swells, of dining saloons lit by gaslight and warmed by human conversation, of galleys where skilled cooks worked miracles with limited ingredients and unlimited creativity. Imagine a time when eating together could turn a group of strangers into a transient family, bound by their common quest for new opportunities, when travelling across the ocean was an adventure rather than a hassle, and when meals were occasions rather than stops for fuel. The final dinner service bell has rung, the great ship is steaming through the night toward port and the end of another amazing journey, the tables have been cleared, and the passengers have gone to their cabins. However, the inventions, customs, and uncomplicated human warmth that made those meals special continue on their own path through time, impacting our eating habits, travel habits, and interpersonal care in both significant and minor ways. Take comfort in the knowledge that you are carrying on a tradition that dates back to the first travellers who demanded that pleasant company. Excellent cuisine and courteous service could coexist peacefully in the middle of the vast frigid ocean. Every time we decide to make a meal special, invite strangers to our table, or reject the idea that civilization and comfort are extravagances that can only be enjoyed in ideal circumstances, their legacy endures. In every kitchen, restaurant and home where people come together to elevate the simple act of eating into something far more meaningful, a celebration of human community, creativity, and the limitless possibility that tomorrow's meal might just be the best one yet. The steamship dining bell has gone silent, but its call to gather, to share, and to turn necessity into pleasure still reverberates. During the summer of 1962, when Kennedy was the president and the Beatles were still unknown young men in Liverpool, 3 men, each nursing dreams as vast as the Pacific that surrounded their concrete cage, sat in the heart of America's most notorious prison. Alcatraz Federal Penitentiary, the Rock to those who knew her intimately, perched like a medieval fortress on her island throne, 22 acres of hubris wrapped in fog and federal authority. Frank Morris, inmate AZ 1441, possessed the kind of mind that could unravel a Rubik's Cube blindfolded, if such puzzles had existed then. His IQ of 133 made him the prison's unofficial genius, though his criminal resume suggested he'd been applying his considerable intellect to all the wrong equations. Frank had collected felonies such as bank robbery, car theft, and armed robbery, similar to how other men collect baseball cards, and he did so with about as much long-term planning. In the cell next to Frank's metropolitan headquarters sat John Anglin, AZ 1476, a man whose southern drawl could charm honey from a hive, but whose sticky fingers had landed him in more trouble than a cat in a yarn factory. John and his brother Clarence had been robbing banks since they were old enough to reach the teller windows, though their methods lacked the sophisticated planning that Frank brought to his endeavours. They were the kind of criminals who'd rob a bank and then stop for ice cream on the way home, not realising that mint chocolate chip doesn't provide much of an alibi. Clarence Anglin, AZ 1485, completed this unholy trio of criminals. If John was the charmer and Frank was the brain, Clarence was the steady hand, the man who could keep his cool when the heat was on and the law was closing in. Together, the 3 had accumulated enough time behind bars to span several geological epochs, their sentences stretching into a future where flying cars and moon colonies seemed more plausible than parole. The Rock had earned her reputation through careful cultivation of despair. Alcatraz, surrounded by waters so cold they could freeze a man's soul before his body hit the bay, was designed by men who understood that sometimes the most effective prison bars are made of salt water and hypothermia. The swift and unforgiving currents around the island carried the dreams of would-be escapees towards the Golden Gate Bridge and towards the sea. Warden Olin Blackwell ran the prison with the precision of a Swiss timepiece and the warmth of a January morning in Siberia. He'd inherited Alcatraz from his predecessor like a family curse. This description includes the mythology of impregnability and lists America's most creative criminals. Under his watch, 23 men had attempted escape in 14 separate tries. All had been recaptured, shot, or drowned. A track record that would make any warden proud and any inmate thoughtful. The daily routine at Alcatraz followed a rhythm as predictable as a metronome. Wake at 6:30 to the sound of a bell that had been imported from a defunct monastery, apparently to add a touch of ironic spirituality to the proceedings. The kitchen staff prepared breakfast, leaving no room for weapons, tools, or hope. The meals were nutritionally adequate and gastronomically devastating, a combination that seemed designed to break the spirit while preserving the body for future punishment. Work assignments varied from the mundane to the mind-numbing. Some inmates worked in the prison laundry, where they could contemplate the cleanliness they were providing to the outside world, while wearing uniforms that made them look like extras in a particularly grim musical. Others worked in the kitchen, where they learned to create meals that would make a medieval peasant grateful for gruel. The most fortunate were employed in the prison library, where they could immerse themselves in tales of locations where the walls remained free of condensation and the sea did not taunt them with its close proximity. But it was in the industrial workshop that our three protagonists found themselves assigned, surrounded by tools that were counted more carefully than votes in a contested election. Amid the scent of machine oil and the rhythm of industrial equipment, Frank Morris began to notice details. Frank Morris observed the gradual settling of the concrete walls over the decades. The patterns of condensation suggested different densities in the construction materials. The sound travelled through the ventilation system like whispered secrets. Every evening, as the sun painted the bay in shades of freedom, the three men would return to their cells, 6 feet by 9 feet of government-issued solitude. But while their bodies were confined, their minds began to wander down paths that would have made Houdini himself nod with approval. They started to see Alcatraz not as an impregnable fortress, but as a very elaborate puzzle waiting to be solved. As the darkness in their cells grew, and the fog rolled in from the Pacific like a protective blanket, three men began to dream of a morning when they would awaken in a different place. Winter arrived at Alcatraz like an unwelcome relative, settling in for a long stay and making everyone miserable with its presence. The fog grew thicker, the winds intensified, and the concrete walls appeared to radiate despair. It was during these grey months that Frank Morris began to study the prison with the dedication of a doctoral candidate whose thesis was titled Creative Applications of Structural Engineering. The beauty of Frank's mind lay not in its criminal applications, though those had been impressive in their own misguided way, but in its ability to see patterns where others saw only chaos. While his fellow inmates counted days until release dates that existed only in their most optimistic fantasies, Frank counted rivets, measured shadows, and calculated the thermal expansion of aging concrete. The revelation came to him during a particularly tedious afternoon in the workshop, while he was assigned to repair a ventilation grate that had been damaged by the previous winter's storms. As he worked, Frank noticed that the concrete around the vent had developed small cracks, hairline fractures that spoke of a building settling into middle age. The salt air had been working its slow chemistry on the structure for decades, and even the mighty Alcatraz was not immune to the patient persistence of time. That evening, as the lights dimmed and the prison settled into its nightly routine of enforced contemplation, Frank shared his observations with the Anglin brothers. Their cell block B block had been constructed in the 1910s, when concrete was more an art than a science, and building codes were suggestions rather than commandments. The walls that held them were thick enough to contain their bodies, but, Frank suspected, not necessarily their ingenuity. John Anglin, despite his reputation for impulsive decision-making, possessed a craftsman's understanding of tools and materials. Years of breaking into places had taught him to read the language of locks, hinges, and structural weak points. When Frank described the condition of the concrete around the ventilation systems, John's eyes lit up with the kind of enthusiasm usually reserved for surprise inheritances or unexpected pardons. Clarence brought a different skill set to their growing conspiracy. His years of incarceration had taught him the rhythms of prison life, when guards changed shifts, which routes the security patrols followed, and how to move through the institutional routine without attracting attention. If Frank acted as the architect and John as the engineer, Clarence took on the role of the choreographer in their ever more intricate dance with disaster. The plan began to take shape during their evening conversations, whispered through the ventilation system that connected their cells like a primitive telephone network. They would begin by widening the ventilation grates in their individual cells, not enough to escape immediately, but enough to create passage to the utility corridor that ran behind the cell block. From there, they could access the roof and theoretically find a way to reach the water. The word theoretically held significant weight in their discussions. The distance from Alcatraz to Angel Island was about 2 miles of water that had claimed more experienced swimmers than any of them. The currents were unpredictable, the water temperature rarely rose above 55 degrees, and the Coast Guard maintained regular patrols specifically to discourage the kind of maritime adventure they were contemplating. But Frank had been studying the tides and currents with the dedication of a marine biologist. He had noticed that during certain tidal conditions, debris from the prison would wash up on Angel. They set out to reach the island, determined not to let the sea sweep them away. If they could time their escape properly, the same currents that had doomed previous attempts might actually carry them to safety. Frank had been modifying and hiding tools in the prison workshop that could be used to chip away at the concrete. Frank meticulously sharpened and hardened the spoon handle. Frank had broken off a piece of the saw blade and concealed it in the sole of his shoe. Small tools that would do small work over a long time, the kind of patient progress that builds pyramids and topples governments. But tools alone wouldn't be enough. They would need to conceal their work from the daily cell inspections, which meant creating dummy walls that would hide the growing holes while appearing completely normal to casual observation. This required materials that weren't exactly available through the prison commissary. Paint that matched the cell walls, cardboard that could be shaped and coloured to look like concrete, and some way to hold it all in place. John Anglin's artistic talents, previously applied only to forging signatures and identification documents, would be put to more constructive use. He began experimenting with soap, paint chips and hair clippings to create a mixture that could be moulded into shapes and painted to match the cell walls. The results wouldn't fool a detailed inspection, but they might survive the cursory glances that were part of the daily routine. Meanwhile, Clarence had been mapping the guard schedules with the precision of a railroad timetable. He knew which guards were thorough, which were lazy, and which were easily distracted by conversation about sports or weather. More importantly, he'd identified the 15-minute window each evening when the cell block was essentially unguarded while the guards changed shifts and counted heads. As winter deepened into spring, their plan evolved from wishful thinking to genuine possibility. They would work at night, when the prison's settling sounds would cover the scraping. They would take turns keeping watch, communicating through their improvised telephone system, and carefully disposing of the concrete dust and debris. The timeline was ambitious. They hoped to complete their excavation by early summer, when the water temperatures would be at their warmest and the weather most favourable for their aquatic adventure. But even as they refined their plans and gathered their materials, each man understood that they were essentially planning an elaborate form of suicide with a slim chance of success. Yet somehow the impossibility of their scheme made it more appealing rather than less. After years of being told what to do, when to wake up and what to eat, planning anything felt like a rebellion against the cosmic forces that had deposited them on this rock in the middle of the bay. Spring of 1962 brought new hope to Alcatraz in the form of fresh paint and administrative optimism. The Bureau of Prisons had decided that a little colour might improve morale, apparently operating under the theory that sage-green walls would somehow make federal incarceration more palatable. While painters applied their cheerful coats of institutional improvement, 3 inmates had begun their renovation project, working with tools that wouldn't have impressed the most desperate home improvement enthusiast. Frank Morris had perfected the art of productive insomnia. Each night, after the 9:30 lights out, he would wait exactly 43 minutes for the sounds of the prison to settle into their nocturnal rhythm. Then, with the dedication of a medieval monk illuminating manuscripts, he would begin his careful destruction of federal property. The concrete around his cell's ventilation grate had revealed itself to be surprisingly cooperative, crumbling away in small, satisfying chunks under the persistent attention of his modified spoon handle. The work required a level of patience that would have challenged a Buddhist monk. Each scrape of the improvised chisel had to be gentle enough to avoid detection, but persistent enough to make progress. Too aggressive, and the sound would carry through the cell block like a dinner bell. If he was too tentative, he would still be chipping away when the next ice age arrived. Frank developed a rhythm: 3 gentle scrapes, pause to listen, 3 more scrapes, pause to dispose of debris. It was meditation through demolition, a Zen approach to jailbreaking. John Anglin had discovered an unexpected talent for forgery that extended beyond signatures and identification cards. His dummy ventilation grate, crafted from cardboard and painted with a mixture that included soap shavings, paint chips, and what he optimistically called artistic license, was becoming a masterpiece of deceptive craftsmanship. The challenge wasn't just making it look like concrete and metal, it had to look like old concrete and metal, complete with the stains, scratches, and accumulated grime of decades of neglect. The paint mixture had required considerable experimentation. Too much soap and it looked like what it was, soap. Too little, and it wouldn't hold together long enough to be useful. John had finally achieved the right consistency by adding hair clippings, his own, collected from monthly haircuts, and tiny fragments of concrete dust from Frank's excavation. The result was a substance that could be moulded, painted, and positioned to fool anyone who wasn't looking too carefully. Clarence Anglin had appointed himself the expedition's intelligence officer, maintaining surveillance schedules that would have impressed the CIA. He'd identified Guard Patterson as their most dangerous threat, a man who approached cell inspections with the thoroughness of a tax auditor and the suspicion of a jealous husband. Patterson counted rivets, checked shadows, and had once discovered a contraband cigarette hidden inside a hollowed-out bar of soap. If their deception was going to fail, Patterson would be the one to expose it. But even Patterson had weaknesses. He was diabetic, and his blood sugar crashes made him irritable and hurried during evening inspections. He was also a creature of habit, following the same route through the cell block every night, spending exactly 45 seconds in each cell before moving on. If they could predict his timing and mood, they could ensure their dummy walls were in place when he looked and removed when they needed to work. The disposal of excavated concrete presented its challenges. Simply dumping it would create suspicious piles of debris that even the most inattentive guard would notice. Instead, they developed a distribution system that would have impressed a drug cartel. They mixed small amounts of concrete dust with soap and washed it down the drains during their evening washing routine. They concealed larger chunks in the seams of their mattresses, distributing them so gradually that the changes in weight and texture were undetectable. They scattered some in the workshop, allowing it to blend with the dust and debris of daily industrial activity. They had recruited Alan West, another inmate whose cell was adjacent to their operation, as both a lookout and a participant. West's cell required the same treatment as the others, and his escape would help provide cover for the main operation. However, West brought a level of enthusiasm that sometimes exceeded his competence. While Frank approached the work with surgical precision, and the Anglin brothers contributed their specialised skills, West attacked his concrete with the subtlety of a demolition crew. West's scraping was audible from 3 cells away, and his mock wall resembled something a child might construct during a particularly unsuccessful art project. The work progressed through spring with the slow but steady pace of erosion carving canyons. By May, Frank had created an opening large enough to squeeze through, though he'd tested it only with careful measurements rather than actual human trials. The Anglin brothers had achieved similar progress, though John's perfectionist tendencies meant he spent almost as much time improving his dummy wall as he did enlarging his opening. The psychological toll of the work was as challenging as the physical demands. Each night brought the possibility of discovery, and each morning required them to resume their roles as model prisoners while concealing their growing excitement and anxiety. They had to maintain their routines, participate in work assignments, and interact with guards and fellow inmates as if their only concerns were the quality of the evening meal and the possibility of mail call. Frank found himself studying the guards with new intensity, not just for security purposes, but to understand how normal people behaved when they weren't planning impossible escapes. Guard Morrison had a habit of humming as he made his rounds. Guard Peterson had a habit of pausing at specific cells to engage in conversation with the inmates he held a particular dislike for. Guard Collins developed a nervous habit of jingling his keys whenever he felt anxious about something. These details would be crucial when the time came to move through the prison undetected. The weather had begun to cooperate with their plans. The fog that rolled in each evening provided natural cover, and the spring tides were creating current patterns that might actually help rather than hinder their water escape. Frank had been studying the movements of debris and seaweed, noting which pieces ended up on Angel Island and which disappeared into the Pacific. Their window of opportunity was approaching, but so was the increased risk that came with each passing day of their secret construction project. As May progressed toward June, 3 men continued their nightly routine of carefully destroying their prison cells while maintaining the facade of resigned acceptance. They had committed themselves to a plan that required perfect timing, flawless execution, and a considerable amount of luck. The alternative, spending the remainder of their lives in 6 by 9 foot concrete boxes, provided all the motivation they needed to continue their invisible demolition project. June arrived at Alcatraz with unusual warmth, as if the Pacific had decided to offer a brief respite from its customary indifference to human comfort. The unseasonably pleasant weather felt like a cosmic wink to 3 men who had been planning their departure for months, though they maintained the prison's routine with the dedication of method actors preparing for the performance of their lives. Frank Morris had discovered that escaping from Alcatraz required skills not typically taught in criminal enterprises. Take navigation as an example. The waters around the island moved with currents that followed patterns more complex than advanced calculus, and miscalculating their timing could result in a one-way trip to the Farallon Islands, or, more likely, the bottom of the bay. Frank had been studying the movement of everything from seagull formations to sandwich wrappers thrown overboard by the weekly supply boat, building a mental map of how the water moved and when. The breakthrough came when he noticed that prison garbage thrown into the bay during certain tidal conditions would wash up on Angel Island within hours. If they could time their escape to coincide with those same conditions, the treacherous currents that had doomed previous attempts might actually carry them to safety. It was a theory that sounded plausible in whispered cellblock conversations, but would require testing their hypothesis with their lives. John Anglin had been perfecting what he called the Great Deception, a collection of dummy heads that would occupy their beds during the crucial hours when guards conducted night counts. Using a mixture of soap, toilet paper, paint and hair, collected from the prison barbershop floor, John had created sculptures that bore a reasonable resemblance to sleeping inmates, assuming the guards didn't look too closely and the lighting remained appropriately dim. The heads were works of inspired improvisation. John used real hair, which he carefully arranged to match the individual hairstyles of the sculptures. The features were moulded from soap, painted with pigments extracted from magazine pages, and mixed with substances that John preferred not to identify too specifically. The ears were particularly challenging. Apparently, creating believable ears from soap required an artistic sensibility that John had never previously applied to anything more ambitious than forging signatures. Clarence Anglin had graduated from intelligence gathering to operational planning. He'd identified the exact route they would take from their cells to the roof, through the utility corridor behind the cell block, up a ventilation shaft that led to the roof, and then across the prison rooftop to a point where they could descend to the water without being seen from the guard towers. The journey would require them to navigate in complete darkness through spaces that were barely large enough for human passage, carrying equipment that couldn't be left behind. Alan West had become their weak link in ways that were both predictable and frustrating. While the other 3 had been methodically preparing for every aspect of their escape, West had been treating the project like an extended hobby rather than a life-or-death endeavour. His concrete removal had been inconsistent, his dummy wall was unconvincing, and his security awareness was approximately equivalent to that of a tourist taking photos at a military installation. The tools and materials for their water escape had been accumulated through a combination of theft, creativity, and what Frank called adaptive resource acquisition. Prison raincoats had been sewn together to create a makeshift raft and life preservers. They had sewed the raft together using thread from prison clothing and needles, fashioned from a metal scraps found in the workshop. The result looked like something that might have been rejected by a particularly undemanding Coast Guard inspection, but it would hopefully provide enough buoyancy to keep them alive until they reached land. Paddles had been carved from wooden pieces found in the workshop, shaped and smoothed during lunch breaks and stolen moments when guards were distracted. The paddles were crude but functional, assuming they didn't encounter waves larger than those found in an average bathtub. Frank had calculated that they would need to cover approximately 2 miles of open water, probably in fog, while being sought by every law enforcement agency in Northern California. The escape timeline had been planned with the precision of a military operation, though with significantly less reliable equipment. They would begin their departure at 9:45 p.m, 15 minutes after lights out, when the cell block settled into its evening routine. The dummy heads would be positioned in their beds, the fake walls would be put in place behind their ventilation grates, and they would begin their journey through the utility corridor. The climb to the roof would be the most dangerous part of their internal navigation. The ventilation shaft was barely wide enough for human passage, and any noise during the ascent could alert guards to their escape attempt. They would have to climb approximately 30 feet in complete darkness, carrying their makeshift equipment while remaining absolutely silent. Frank had rehearsed the climb in previous reconnaissance missions, but the actual performance was a completely different matter. Once on the roof, they would have to cross approximately 60 yards of open space to reach their descent point, moving carefully to avoid being seen by guards in the towers. The guard towers had searchlights that swept the prison grounds on irregular schedules, and being caught in one of those beams would end their escape attempt in a hail of gunfire and official disappointment. The descent to the water would require them to climb down the outside of the prison building using makeshift ropes created from sheets and towels stolen from the laundry. The drop was approximately 50 feet, and the improvised climbing equipment would have to support their weight plus the weight of their escape materials. Frank had tested the rope strength using methods he preferred not to describe in detail, but the results had been marginally encouraging. As June progressed, their preparations entered the final phase. The concrete removal was essentially complete, but West continued to struggle with opening his act. The dummy heads were ready for their theatrical debut. The escape equipment was as prepared as prison resources would allow. Weather conditions were favourable, with fog predicted for the evening they had chosen for their departure. But perhaps most importantly, 3 men had committed themselves psychologically to an undertaking that required them to bet their lives on the accuracy of their planning and the reliability of their improvised equipment. They had reached the point where backing down was no longer possible, not because of external pressure, but because they had convinced themselves that freedom was worth the considerable risk of death. The date was set, June 11th, 1962. In less than 48 hours, they would discover whether months of planning and preparation had created a viable escape plan or an elaborate form of suicide. The Pacific Ocean would render its verdict with the finality that only nature can provide. The morning sun painted San Francisco Bay in shades of gold and promise, while inside Alcatraz, 3 men moved through their daily routines with the focused calm of actors preparing for opening night. Each mundane activity, breakfast, work detail, afternoon recreation, carried the weight of finality, as if they were participating in a farewell tour of institutional life. Frank Morris spent the morning in the workshop with unusual attention to his assigned tasks, repairing ventilation equipment with the ironic dedication of a man who had spent months systematically dismantling similar fixtures. His hands worked automatically, while his mind ran through the evening's timeline like a conductor rehearsing a complex symphony. Every movement had been choreographed, every contingency considered, yet the fundamental uncertainty remained. Would their months of preparation prove sufficient, or would they join the ranks of Alcatraz's failed escape attempts? The Anglin brothers maintained their customary routine with studied normalcy, though John found himself paying unusual attention to details he might never see again. The afternoon light danced through the windows of the cell block, the sound of foghorns beginning their evening chorus. Years of daily interaction had made the guards' familiar faces as predictable as sunrise. These observations didn't stem from sentiment, as they couldn't afford it, but rather from the sharp awareness that often accompanies irreversible decisions. Alan West had been struggling with his concrete removal for weeks, working with the frantic energy of a student cramming for final exams. Although his opening was still slightly too small for comfortable passage, his perfectionist tendencies had run out of time. The tides would be favourable tonight, the guard schedules were optimal, and weather forecasts predicted the fog cover they needed. West would have to make his existing opening work or risk compromising the entire operation. As evening approached, the prison settled into its familiar rhythm of enforced routine. Dinner was consumed with the usual institutional efficiency, food that was nutritionally adequate and gastronomically forgettable, served by kitchen staff who had perfected the art of culinary indifference. Conversation followed the approved patterns. Complaints about food quality, speculation about guard personnel changes, and discussions of scores from newspapers that arrived days late and already obsolete. But beneath this surface normalcy, 3 men were conducting final equipment checks with the thoroughness of astronauts preparing for launch. The dummy heads were positioned and ready. The makeshift flotation devices were concealed and accessible. We tested the improvised ropes one final time, employing methods that would not draw the attention of casual observers. Everything was ready, as months of prison-based preparation could make it. At 9:30 p.m, the lights went out on schedule, and Alcatraz began its transition to nighttime security protocols. The three conspirators waited in their cells with the patience of experienced criminals who understood that timing was everything. If they arrived too early, the guards would still be conducting their initial counts. Too late, and that they would miss the tidal conditions that could mean the difference between reaching Angel Island and disappearing into the Pacific. 9:45 p.m. arrived with astronomical precision. Frank Morris began the delicate process of removing his dummy ventilation grate and positioning his soap sculpture head in his bed. The head looked reasonably convincing in the dim light, certainly convincing enough to fool a guard conducting a routine count from the cell block corridor. The real test would come at midnight, when guards would conduct their more thorough inspection, but by then, the escape parties would either be safely away or beyond caring about guard inspections. The utility corridor behind the cell block was everything Frank had expected, and several things he hadn't. The space was cramped, filled with pipes and electrical conduits that seemed determined to catch on clothing and equipment. The air was thick with decades of accumulated dust and the metallic smell of aging infrastructure. Moving through the corridor required a combination of athletic ability and contortionist skills, complicated by the need to remain absolutely silent while carrying an equipment that seemed designed to make noise at the worst possible moments. With the grace of a man who had spent considerable time practicing the movement, John Anglin emerged from his cell into the corridor. His dummy head was positioned, his fake wall was in place, and his portion of the escape equipment was secured and ready for transport. The months of preparation had honed a level of coordination that would have impressed professional dancers, despite the significant risk of missing a cue compared to audience disapproval. Clarence followed with the steady competence that had made him the operations logistics coordinator. Everything that could be planned had been planned, and everything else would have to be improvised based on principles of creative problem-solving and desperate innovation. The utility corridor evoked the atmosphere of a theatre's backstage area, where the performance held paramount importance and the audience consisted solely of armed critics. Alan West encountered his first major crisis at exactly 9:52 p.m. His ventilation opening, subway, despite weeks of enlargement efforts, remained slightly too small for comfortable passage. What had seemed like a minor issue during planning now revealed itself as a potentially catastrophic problem. West struggled with his opening while his partners waited in the corridor, precious minutes ticking away like a countdown to a launch that couldn't be postponed. The decision was made with the brutal efficiency that emergency situations demand. West would continue working on his opening and follow when he could. The others would proceed with the escape rather than risk the entire operation for one person's preparation problems. It was a calculated decision, but prison had taught all of them that survival sometimes necessitated abandoning those who couldn't keep up. The climb to the roof began at 10:03 p.m, 13 minutes behind schedule, but still within acceptable parameters. The ventilation shaft was as challenging as reconnaissance had suggested, narrow, dark, and filled with obstacles that seemed designed by someone with a sadistic sense of humour. Frank led the climb, followed by John and Clarence, each man carrying equipment that made the ascent more difficult than climbing a ladder while juggling flaming torches. The roof of Alcatraz stretched before them like a concrete ocean, bathed in fog that provided both concealment and navigation challenges. The guard towers were visible as points of light in the mist, their searchlights creating moving patterns that had to be avoided with the precision of dancers performing a deadly choreography. The three men moved across the roof with careful steps, aware that a single misstep could result in noise that would bring guards running from all directions. At 10:47 p.m. they reached their descent point and began the rappel to the water's edge. The improvised rope supported the men's weight, but they creaked and stretched in a way that made each man question whether he would successfully complete the descent or become an unwilling test of gravity's reliability. The water below was dark, cold, and moving with currents that would determine whether their months of planning would result in freedom or tragedy. As they prepared to enter the bay, three men stood at the edge of the Pacific Ocean, with equipment that looked like it had been designed by optimistic children and faith that had been tested by months of impossible preparation. Behind them lay Alcatraz, ahead lay the unknown, and all around them lay water that had claimed previous escape attempts, with the indifference of natural forces operating according to laws that didn't recognize human ambition. The moment of commitment had arrived. There would be no more planning, no more preparation, no more rehearsals. All they had was the water, the darkness, and the hope that their months of diligent labour had yielded something capable of guiding them towards liberation. At 11:23 p.m. on June 11th, 1962, three men slipped into San Francisco Bay with the quiet desperation of souls entering purgatory. The water's coldness was the liquid embodiment of all their doubts after months of planning. Frank Morris, the mastermind whose IQ had crafted their escape, found himself wondering if intelligence was any match for the primal forces of tide and current that now controlled their destiny. The makeshift raft, cobbled together from prison raincoats and sustained by faith rather than engineering principles, settled into the water with all the buoyancy of a concrete life preserver. What had appeared relatively seaworthy during their cell block planning sessions now stood as a testament to the victory of hope over hydrodynamics. The improvised paddles, carved from workshop scraps, had felt about as effective as using spoons to navigate the Atlantic. John Anglin, whose artistic talents had created their deceptive dummy heads, discovered that artistic vision didn't translate to maritime navigation. The fog that had seemed like providential cover from the shore now surrounded them like a living entity, reducing visibility to approximately the length of their inadequate raft. Every direction looked identical, dark water fading into dark mist, with no landmarks visible and no clear indication of which way led to Angel Island versus which way led to the Farallon Islands and certain death. Clarence Anglin, the steady hand who had mapped guard schedules with military precision, found himself trying to apply that same methodical approach to reading water currents in complete darkness. The bay moved around them with liquid complexity, streams within streams, eddies and flows that seemed to follow patterns that were comprehensible only to marine biologists and the soiled spirits of drowned sailors. Every paddle stroke was a calculated guess, and every navigational decision carried a risk of hypothermia and drowning. The sound of their escape had been swallowed by fog and distance, but somewhere behind them Alcatraz continued its nightly routine, unaware that 3 of its most reluctant residents had departed without filing the proper paperwork. Alan West remained in his cell, still struggling with his ventilation opening, his escape attempt abandoned in favour of not alerting guards to the absence of his cellmates. His failure to join them was both a personal tragedy and a tactical advantage, 1 fewer person to crowd their inadequate raft, 1 more dummy head in place to maintain the illusion of normal occupancy. The Pacific Ocean began its examination of their escape plan, with the thoroughness of a federal prosecutor reviewing evidence. Every weakness in their preparation was tested by waves that seemed larger than physics should have allowed, currents that pulled them in directions they couldn't identify, and water temperatures that made their improvised life preservers feel like ice cubes with straps. The raft, designed by hope and constructed by necessity, began to show signs of structural anxiety as salt water found every seam and tested every improvised repair. Frank had calculated that they needed to cover approximately 2 miles to reach Angel Island, but the calculations assumed knowledge of the starting point, destination, and direction, all of which had become theoretical concepts in the fog-wrapped darkness. The lights of San Francisco were obscured by the mist, and Angel Island felt as distant as another continent. Their navigation equipment relied on instinct, desperation, and 3 waterlogged paddles that were starting to show their own structural issues. The cold was becoming a factor that no amount of planning had adequately addressed. Prison uniforms weren't designed for aquatic adventures, and the improvised flotation devices provided buoyancy but no insulation. Each man could feel his body temperature dropping with the systematic efficiency of a thermometer in a freezer, and their paddling became less about navigation and more about generating enough movement to maintain circulation. But the most dangerous enemy wasn't cold or current, it was doubt. Every minute in the water brought new evidence that their plan had been created by optimism rather than reality. The raft was too small, the equipment too improvised, the distance too far, and the conditions too hostile. Each wave that washed over their makeshift vessel carried the whispered suggestion that they should have stayed in their cells, accepted their sentences, and grown old behind bars rather than young beneath the bay. Yet something kept them paddling. Perhaps it was the months of investment they had made in the escape plan. Perhaps it was the knowledge that return to Alcatraz would mean solitary confinement and the kind of official attention that makes prison life considerably more unpleasant. Or perhaps it was the simple human refusal to surrender, when surrender means death, even when the alternative seems equally terminal. The fog began to thin around 1:30 a.m., revealing patches of starlit sky that provided their first reliable navigation reference in hours. Frank oriented himself using constellations he remembered from childhood camping trips, before his life had taken the series of wrong turns that led to federal incarceration. The North Star, steady and reliable, helped him establish direction, though establishing their location remained a matter of educated guesswork and maritime prayer. As visibility improved, they could make out the darker mass of land ahead, Whether Angel Island, Alcatraz, or some previously undiscovered piece of real estate remained to be determined. Their paddling had become automatic, their arms moving with the mechanical persistence of men who had discovered that stopping meant sinking. The raft's structural integrity had degraded to the point where it was more of a flotation suggestion than an actual watercraft, held together by determination and rapidly failing adhesive. The current had been carrying them steadily, but it remained unclear whether they were heading towards salvation or destruction until they felt their improvised paddles scraping against something solid. Sand, rock. The blessed resistance of land-meeting water was evident. They had reached shore, though whether they had travelled 2 miles to Angel Island or 200 yards in a circle back to Alcatraz would be determined when they could see their surroundings in daylight. Dragging themselves onto the beach with the grace of exhausted seals, 3 men collapsed onto solid ground for the first time in hours. Their escape equipment, what remained of it, was abandoned to the tide. Their prison uniforms were soaked, torn and decorated with seaweed in ways that wouldn't have impressed any fashion critics. But they were alive on land and no longer inmates of Alcatraz Federal Penitentiary. Dawn would reveal their location and determine their next moves. Until then, they lay on an unknown beach, watching the fog roll back across the bay, listening to the sound of waves that had carried them either to freedom or to a different kind of captivity. The Pacific had rendered its verdict, but the final judgment remained to be written by daylight, luck, and the ability of 3 exhausted fugitives to continue their improvised journey to wherever escaped convicts go when the impossible becomes merely improbable. Dawn arrived on June 12, 1962, with the cruel clarity that daylight brings to midnight decisions. 3 men who had spent the night discovering whether desperation could overcome physics now faced the morning's harsh accounting of their aquatic adventure. The beach beneath them was real, the water behind them was real, but their location remained a mystery that would be solved by geography rather than hope. Frank Morris opened his eyes to find himself staring at a landscape that looked suspiciously like the California coast, though whether they had reached Angel Island, returned to Alcatraz, or washed up on some entirely different piece of real estate remained to be determined. His body ached with the specific pain that comes from spending hours in cold water while wearing clothes designed for indoor prison use, rather than maritime adventures. The brilliant escape plan, so carefully crafted during months of cell block conspiracies, had deposited them on an unknown shore with no equipment, no identification, and no clear idea of what to do next. The Anglin brothers moved cautiously, like men testing which parts of their bodies still functioned after spending a night in the ocean. John's artistic talents, so useful for creating dummy heads and fake walls, seemed less applicable to their current situation, which called for skills more commonly associated with survival training than creative forgery. Circumstances that had transcended the predictable routines of prison life similarly challenged Clarence's systematic approach to planning. Their first priority was to pinpoint their location, a task that necessitated a level of urgency in their reconnaissance compared to their earlier intelligence gathering. If they had somehow managed to circle back to Alcatraz, their escape attempt would become a very short story with an unhappy ending. If they had reached Angel Island, they would need to find a way off the island before park rangers or Coast Guard patrols discovered their presence. If they had been taken elsewhere, they would have to find their bearings and continue their journey to freedom. The coastline revealed itself as they explored, and the news was both good and problematic. They had indeed reached Angel Island, their intended destination, which meant their navigation had been more accurate than the conditions had suggested. However, Angel Island was not exactly a launching pad to freedom. It was a state park, regularly patrolled and connected to the mainland only by ferry service that required tickets, identification, and the kind of paperwork they were unlikely to possess. But they were no longer inmates of Alcatraz, which represented progress of a sort. Their legal status had evolved from incarcerated to escaped fugitives, which was arguably an improvement in terms of personal autonomy, though it came with its set of challenges. The FBI would shortly be genuinely interested in their whereabouts. The US Marshals would be updating their wanted posters, and every law enforcement agency in Northern California would be looking for 3 men whose descriptions would be circulated with the efficiency of a chain letter. The immediate challenge was getting off Angel Island before their presence was discovered. Ferry service was out of the question, swimming was no longer appealing after their previous aquatic experience, and commandeering a boat would add maritime theft to their growing list of federal charges. They needed transportation that was both available and inconspicuous, which narrowed their options to creative solutions that would have tested the ingenuity of a professional escape artist. Their prison uniforms had to be addressed before they could move in public without attracting attention. The sight of 3 men in drenched federal prison clothing was likely to spark curiosity, leading to calls to authorities and a swift end to their fleeting moment of freedom. They needed civilian clothes, which meant finding them through methods that were available to escaped convicts with no money, no connections, and no legitimate means of acquisition. The morning progressed with the methodical problem-solving that had characterized their escape planning. Frank's intelligence, John's creative resourcefulness, and Clarence's systematic approach were applied to challenges that were immediate and practical: food, clothing, transportation, and avoiding recapture long enough to establish some kind of sustainable existence outside federal custody. But even as they planned their next moves, each man understood that their escape from Alcatraz was only the beginning of a much longer journey. They had proved that the inescapable prison could be escaped, but they had also committed themselves to lives as permanent fugitives in a country where their faces would be known to every law enforcement officer from coast to coast. The morning sun illuminated the paradox of their success, warming their salt-stiffened clothes and revealing the California landscape in sharp detail. They had achieved the impossible, escaping from Alcatraz Federal Penitentiary using improvised tools, handmade equipment, and planning that had been conducted entirely within the most secure prison in America. Yet their triumph had delivered them not to freedom, but to a different kind of captivity, the hunted existence of men who could never again live under their names or return to the places they had known. As they prepared to leave Angel Island and begin the next chapter of their story, 3 men stood at the intersection of legend and reality. They had become part of Alcatraz mythology, their escape joining the annals of impossible achievements that inspire others to attempt the improbable. But they had also learned that escaping from prison is only the first step in a journey that continues for the rest of their lives, however long those lives might prove to be. The Pacific Ocean, which had tested their resolve and nearly claimed their lives, stretched behind them like a liquid barrier between their past and their future. Ahead lay the mainland, with its opportunities and dangers, its promise of freedom, and its guarantee of perpetual pursuit. 3 men who had started as inmates had become fugitives, and their story was no longer about escaping from Alcatraz. It was about learning to live with the consequences of having done the impossible. Whether Frank Morris and the Anglin brothers survived their escape, established new identities, and lived out their days in anonymous freedom, or whether they perished in the bay that night, remains one of America's most enduring mysteries. On June 11th, 1962, 3 men showed that even the most secure prison is only as strong as the imagination of those it seeks to contain. They transformed themselves from criminals into legends, from prisoners into symbols of the eternal human desire to be free. And somewhere in the morning mist rolling off San Francisco Bay, their story continues, not as history but as possibility, not as fact but as the kind of truth that grows stronger with each telling, reminding us that sometimes the most impossible dreams are the ones most worth pursuing.